20-5 years ago appeared a monster that humanity could not fight, the Ice Queen. She just needed to move her finger to freeze the entire Pacific. To destroy her, Huinon led a team of 5 resolute people to Antarctica. However, when they went through countless hardships in front of the cave door, knowing a truth that made people desperate, that is only one player can challenge the Ice Queen. But those who stayed only ended with death. But after a moment of silence, they all agreed to decide the chosen person. That is Huinon, who has the strongest power in 5 people. Huinon asked people won't regret it? But in response he was a smile full of confidence of everyone, because for many years of dying, they had long been giving illusions of absolute trust. And Huinon also did not help the expectations of his teammates. After the battle lasting 2.5 days, he successfully defeated the Frozen Queen, but as soon as he launched the incident emerged. The violent icy power like floodwater flooded into his body. In the blink of an eye, he froze into an ice statue and announced it, absorbed the icy heart. Before absorption completely will enter the freezing state. Just like that, the illusory image with the ice fell asleep. A moment of 20-5 years has passed. The team of 5 people in the past was placed in the museum for posterity to admire. They were praised as epic players in human history. The greatest year of hero. But today, on the ice statue appeared cracks, illusory images from it broke the ice. The hero who fell asleep for 20-5 years has regained consciousness. At the same time, the announcement rang, the icy heart was completely absorbed, receiving a new skill of icy skills. Very quickly, the illusory news woke up like a storm spread. The whole world was shocked by that. At this time, Huinon also knew the truth that he had been asleep for 20-5 years. He looked at the prosperous world today. Maybe this is the peace that he has ever longed for. Come to think of it, he removed the mask on his face. Today the people of Taibin no longer need a hero like him anymore. But seeing this scene, the doctors were extremely panicked. As soon as they frantically limbs, some men entered. But Huinon glanced at the one who realized the leader of the old friend Duk Cam. Although he has passed 20-5 years, his familiar lines have not changed. The only difference is his less hair. But after seeing that Huinon was still full of life, Duk Cam also breathed a breath. The illusory image he knew has not changed. Duk Cam then told Huinon what happened after he was frozen. Immediately after he killed the Ice Queen, the outside world also received this news. However, this joy does not last up to a minute, because the risk of new appearance. Near the Pacific Ocean appears a whole elevator and opens the 2nd floor, but there are 10 buttons on the elevator, which also means a total of 10 floors. They need to clear the highest floor to end all. After that, the Players Association and the venues held a meeting, and sent a pioneer team to the 2nd floor for exploration. There, mankind not only holds the magic and new techniques, but also receives countless resources, so the green planet has become so rich. Hearing that, Huinon was a little thought, and his teammates defeated the Ice Queen to take 5 years, according to their speed of calculation, now at least have to go to the 7th floor. Even if the level of other players is much lower than them, it is at least to the 5th floor. So he immediately asked Duk Cam to now have the strategy to the 2nd floor. However, hearing that, Duk Cam showed awkward appearance. In the past 20-5 years, we have only reached the 2nd floor. This word just said, Huinon both dumbfounded in place, for a long time did not dare to believe what he heard. Somewhat for a long time later fell down on the bed and lamented, then resentfully said, for 20-5 years, the people who had just cleared the 2nd floor really lost their face. But Duk Cam told him that this was the cause, because the 3rd floor was everywhere lava, but if you want to remove heat waves, you can only put the icy heart on the altar. Hearing that, Huinon immediately dumbfounded, but he still tried to calmly ask them if they found the icy heart. For this, Duk Cam said that the Queen's cave was overturned, nor found it. But this answer Huinon also knew it soon, because that was already absorbed by him. So Huinon was generously said that very well, this really did not blame them. It could only be said to be bad luck. Anyway, everyone was unlucky. However, if I make any mistakes, you have to tolerate me. Hearing that, Duk Cam immediately touched tears, gripped Huinon's hand and said it was certain, unexpectedly, that the culprit made them unable to clear the customs right before their eyes. In the evening, Huinon returned to the museum, looking at his teammates in the ice statues in the heart of hundreds of disordered emotions. Now the peaceful world, their wishes in the past seem to have been done, now they can rest. At this time, he paid attention to the dust on the ice statue, so he stood up to cover the dust. But right now the notice resounded, confirmed that there was icy skills, not enough magic, eliminating the seal failed. Hearing that, Huinon shrinks his pupils. He did not expect that using ice skills could rescue them, but his current magic power was not enough, so immediately checked the status tables. He could not believe that his attribute was all re-established. If he wanted to restore the magic power, he could only be re-granted, but this was not a 1 day or 2 that could be done. The ice skill is the key to eliminating the seal. At this time, his eyes stopped, discovered a new title of Spring Messenger, effectively when the customs clearance could be increased by 30 power points. In other words, as long as he cleared the level of promotion, the capacity would increase, eventually able to turn the power of the Ice Queen, then he could save his teammates. Come to think of it, Hwin clenched his fists and swore, he waited a little more, I would definitely save you. The next day, Hwin told Duk Kam that he wanted to go back to his old job. Hearing these words he felt extremely surprised. After all, Hwin had always said he wanted to retire. However, after thinking for a while, he did not agree with Hwin's decision, because he now needs to rest well. Moreover, those ghosts will definitely target him. Manhwa is a bunch of people for personal profits, making nonsense, no evil things do not do, are anti-social players, called boils of society. And the current Manhwa compared to the past is even more contradictory, because from the second floor onwards, there is no surveillance camera and artificial satellite. So the countries have no way to control the ghost. Hearing that, Hwin also understood the cause of the virtue of Kam that did not want to come back. Surely Manhwa still recorded hatred. Hatred could not eliminate himself. So if he wanted to come back, so, you can only throw away the title of illusory image, using my real name to Hwakwon how to operate. So he absolutely did not need to risk this, but Hwin told him that he had to enter the 10th floor, and he knew how to clear the 3rd floor. Hearing that, Duk Kam was surprised, hurriedly asked him what a good method. Hwin calmly said it was the icy star, I already ate it. After saying that, Duk Kam was sweating and peeking at him, but Duk Kam heard this word and could not react in time, stupidly on the spot did not dare to believe what he heard. The next second of the roar echoed the whole building, he was so angry that his whole body trembled hard to accept this truth. He felt that his blood pressure was about to skyrocket. How could he have a friend like Hwakwon Hao? Hwin reluctantly said this is not what he wants, but now I have icy skills, so I can cool the high temperature of the 3rd floor. At this time, Duk Kam also dimly guessed Hwin's thoughts, asking if he was because he wanted to rescue his teammates, so he did that. For this, Hwin affirmed. After receiving an affirmation, Duk Kam recalled those doctors who saw Hwin's true appearance, so they immediately prepared to go to security. At the same time, Hwin also has to re-register the certificate of player's status, because currently the big associations have a bigger power than the player association. They will participate in the process of verifying the certificate of status. Only through public verification can receive certificates of status. In other words, they cannot open the back door for him. Need to participate in the examination. Hearing that, Hwin felt a headache, but Duk Kam said this was actually not a bad thing. Anyway, if I want to support him, there must be a reason that can convince everyone. As long as Hwin achieves good achievements, whether the association or the association will try to keep him back. Therefore, Hwin immediately decided to prepare for the examination. Then Hwin went to the examination room of the Players Association. At this time the hall gathered a lot of people waiting for the exam. Taking this opportunity, Hwin wants to hear what others are saying. Using the skill of the darkness of the fake, enhancing hearing, in the blink of an eye, the noisy sounds around them become extremely clear. Listening to Hwin laughed haha. It seems that everyone is not very stressful. After that, the first contestant started the test. The Truong Thwang tree swung up strongly and pushed the goblin in front of him. Seeing that everyone fans, I feel that he can easily get a certificate of status, but Hwin does not think so. The first advantage of the market is that he can keep the distance from the enemy, but he attacks in such an almost place, so the opposite creates an opportunity for the enemy. As expected of the illusory image, the number 1 contestant soon lost the battle, but after watching the illusory image, he also knew the model of testing. After that, while waiting, it was also illusory for the pitch. The judges lamented that this contestant really made people disappointed, even the basic skill did not master. And Hung Kai Hwin Buk Veo Hien Truong, Tatsie Bon Hodu Kin Gaktron de Hai Mat, Shi Thay Hwin Quatrong Trang by Kim, Kung Ten, Truong Thuong Vazie Phi Downilo Ivu Kai. This made the examiner unable to snort. His skinny appearance at first glance did not practice anything. There were also people who glanced at him and realized that he was imitating Hwin. Everyone had suspicious eyes, not assuming that he could succeed through the test. However, Hwin will use their strength to show them that they are completely wrong. The next second, the field transformed into 20 goblins. This true appearance made Hwin suddenly recall the days before. Next, the goblin rushed to attack him. Seeing that the illusory image only laughed softly, the trees in the hand sweeping down, in the blink of an eye to resolve the goblin rushing. Other goblins saw the unstable situation immediately spread out on all 4 sides, planning to fight. Illusory image pulled out a blade, his eyes glanced back. Raised his hand to throw away the blade. In the blink of an eye, penetrating the goblin was about to sneak behind, then take out the trees of the bow to pull around Moonline. The arrow in the blink of an eye screamed, bringing the spiritual attack to kill the goblin in the distance. The remaining goblins also decided to risk the death to Beta Fan, one after another, holding the dagger at him, but Hwinon did not panic and pulled out a long sword. The next second of the goblins rushed in front of him. For this, Hwinon just laughed softly. In the blink of an arrow, it was like a wind, only one move wiped out all the goblins, but this also made him the whole body aching. Anyway, his old skeleton has been used for 25 years. At the same time, the judges witnessed the excellent performance of Hwinon also could not help but appreciate. It turned out that he was not merely imitating Hwinon. It has its own style. Not only that, he was also very mature weapons. Moreover, the last arrow art was performed, making people surprised. His understanding of weapons is really far beyond ordinary people, but very quickly they discovered a problem, which is the power of Hwinon's power only one. Geographic skill cleverly using weapons. Hearing that, the recent people who were very happy were disappointed, because the main skill had only one geographical skill, no matter how fostering could not become stronger. Moreover, along with the maturity of the ranks will also reveal a lot of problems. Therefore, the judges of the association, after thinking for a while, in turn choosing to give up the job to bring him into the association, but only Dukkam revealed a smile of an old fox. Because of that, he could the main road to the association. Hwinon also succeeded with the fate of Hua Quan Hao, regaining the certificate of player. Under the appearance of the scholar is a lazy appearance, he constantly breathing in deep trying to control his anger. But after hearing the arrogant laughter of Hwinon, he could not help it anymore, and angrily shouted to stop his passionate behavior, grinding his teeth to ask him, "This book really funny?" Then went in front of him to sit down. "Stop watching, I brought the document you needed here." He then opened the document screening, but these were all the copies that had not been worked by Hwinon, and asked him if he wanted to challenge these copies. Hwinon calmly answered, but this made Dukkam feel frightened. Must know that the place was full of traps, everywhere was a monster actively attack the player. If unfortunately die in the copy, there will be no body. Although the rank requirements of these copies are not high, so the opposite is even more dangerous, because this means that the high-ranking player cannot enter. Therefore, many newcomers who enter the team have been killed. Moreover, Hwinon's present body status is also very reluctant, but Hwinon told him no need to worry. Anyway, his strength he understands most well. Moreover, the association is not beneficial for the association. Hearing that, Dukkam showed embarrassment, abundant sentiments saying that he was afraid of this good friend of his unintended things. Hearing this illusory image also showed it touching. But his words made the emotional expression of Dukkam shattered in the blink of an eye. No need to worry, I am not entirely because of this, mostly still for the benefit, because the longer the time, the more the reward of the copy will be, the more. So that place certainly accumulated a large number of experience points. At this time, Dukkam also understood, Hwinon was because he wanted to promote quickly to choose such a place, which made him unable to scold Hwinon. Just breaking the tape, why it is impossible to choose a safer method. For this, Hwinon said that he had 4 teammates waiting for him to save, so he had no other choice. Moreover, he returned to the player's body. So in the future, it is inevitable that you will encounter ghosts. Before facing those people, he needs to become stronger. After listening to Hwinon's answer, Dukkam sighed softly. He did not expect that Hwinon still shoulder such a great pressure. Then he immediately checked the copies that the current illusory image could enter. Very quickly he locked a suitable one, named after the early curse. Because only one player enters the player, it is also called the Tomb of the New Player. This is a monster that appeared from 7 years ago, so far killed 142 players. After that, Dukkam took out a chest, told Hwinon this was a defensive equipment prepared for him, but when he took out, he discovered that this set of equipment was very light. Moreover, the elasticity was still very good. Dukkam said that this was the work of Quinn and A. Heard that the illusory image was surprised. The old man was still alive, so he was not 98 years old this year. So Hwinon immediately wanted to visit him, but was rejected by Dukkam, because no one knew the relationship between Hwinon and an Asia. If he now goes to see an AI, there will be people who feel incorrect. A primary player like him can go to Baiken in Asia with a high status. This is a very strange story. Can only wait. Later he became stronger and then visited. After that, Hwinon Mac was equipped with a neat defense, but before he entered the British copy, he needed to restore his physical strength. Anyway, that simple examination of the exam also made him tired and died. 10 days later, outside of the early curse, Hwinon was prepared, then he entered the copy to start the path of the strategy. Conditions for customs clearance, survival to the dawn. But when he entered the village, last day in the blink of an eye turned into a sunset moment, surrounded by a murky demon. From the copy document, the customs clearance is not difficult, moreover he investigated first. The player entered the village in the morning with the longest survival time. From there, it is possible to judge inside and outside with time difference. If Noon entered at noon, before adapting, he had to fight, so this time he was fully prepared. Going in just right time sunset, waiting until the night falls, the atmosphere of this space also becomes even more devious, something is about to overflow. But this is the main monster of the copy, the zombie, the handful of the hand and the hand to solve it, but he can feel that there are many more to be right. Launching archers, in the blink of an eye, his ability to feel in the dark became extremely sensitive. As expected, the zombie around was in the darkness rushed towards him. For beginners, this type of zombie is most difficult to solve, because they do not feel pain. If it is impossible to kill, it will constantly attack, can only gradually fall into despair, so this place is called the Tomb of the New Player. But Hwinon is not that kind of new player, each attack can be solved in the blink of an eye, just this amount is really a bit. After constantly fighting for 2.5 hours, Hwinon finally solved all the zombies. But right now, he heard a cry for help, he followed the sound, quickly searched, finally found a coffin. The person inside said that he was with his teammates in, but his teammates were dead, he can only escape here. Please save me out. Hearing that, Hwinon stopped the movement, then agreed to his request, but he first shouted for him to confirm his position. Upon hearing that, he immediately followed Hwinon's words, but the next second Hwinon took out a pistol, frantically shot towards the sound of the sound. After shooting all the bullets, Hwinon laughed coldly. I was strange why there were more than 100 new players who died here, it turned out to be given by you. The deceiving, only a giant zombie broke the coffin. He was not committed to asking how illusory was that it was because there was no survivor in the village. If there was a survivor, he could not have a newly appeared battle. Although the new player should also have this type of consciousness, but still cries for help. The next second, Hwinon in the blink of an eye appeared in front of the zombie to kill him. At this time, he also knew why so many new killers were here, it turned out to be because of crooks. At the same time, the announcement rang, you destroyed all the monsters, cleared the curse of Contran. Along with the large amount of experience emitted, the rank of the attribute of Hwinon also began to increase, one broadcast up to the year level, and also received a new skill of the spirit of the spirit. Skill efficiency, it is possible to see the memory of the body. Hwinon did not expect that defeating a deceitful cramp could receive this kind of skill, hoping to be more and more favorable later. Scenes, Hwinon returned to the player association, and Contran's curse news was quickly spread by Xong Luok. This time it was considered to humiliate the guilds, making him gloomy. Anyway, the other groups of associations did not dare to do such adventurous things. But the reporters' wings kept clinging to them, but they were embarrassed. But you really don't plan to publicize? Now that publicity, the value of itself has increased, but Hwinon said it is not yet. Like branded goods, why do people prefer more than regular goods? It is because the rare object is high, not everyone can buy the new as the quality of the brand. So what do you mean to be a brand name player? Hwinon heard that immediately laughed, no, my great lice was much bigger than that, I wanted to become a unique limited edition player in this world. Duk Kam now also understood his intentions, he did that, he wanted to lure, making the people crave, only that made it easy to cause offensive. But Hwinon affirmed that she would not lure forever. To know who has broken the curse of Contran's curse, surely everyone will focus attention on other unprecedented copies. So the reporters will be adorable outside those copies. By then he just needed to come out, the people would know that he was the silent hero. Duk Kam listened to pouting, he won all the glory and also placed modestly. Scenes, Hwinon was getting a physical training, and when he completed 250 anti-pushers backwards, he immediately tired, collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the notice rang, the force increased by 1 point. After resting for a while, he opened the information board that has not been broken by the village, very quickly targeted a name of a garden. It appeared in HQuark 9 years ago and no one could break. If a copy is abandoned for too long, the monster inside will escape to harm people. This phenomenon is called open door. Therefore, in order to prevent this phenomenon, the Player Association promised to reward the customs people. So many players in HQuark flocked to challenge, but the end result was a series of disastrous defeats, 124 white losses. The National Association all had to ask for foreign help. They are bold to hire a foreign rookie named Tower of War. He is a genius archer with a formidable strength, like the radiation god in the 5 great heroes, sometimes even stronger than the Way of Lamb. However, along with the failure of the tower, hoping to destroy the garden once again melted into smoke clouds, this young star also followed. This makes Hwinon regret, but if I have a mistake, it will probably be the same fate. Therefore, he must prepare thoroughly. Although thanks to his hard work, his indicators, except for magic, have increased by 30%, an impressive number compared to the players of the same level. But to the whole Tower of the Ore, the world was expected, and failed. This proves that this copy is extremely dangerous. He must calculate all unexpected situations that can occur and seek to cope. However, there is a good news that he can now use the ice skills proficiently. Transition, Hwinon has entered the garden, clearance conditions are destroying all monsters. But this makes Hwinon feel something wrong, because those who challenged previously followed the 4 teams. No matter how large the number of sperm trees, it is not so much to be killed. Could this place still contain other traps? Come to think of it, he immediately wandered his eyes around, very quickly discovered a jungle underneath. However, to ensure safety, he should still stay in the resort. Time passed at night, under the dim moonlight, the trees gradually appeared, and Hwinon had been waiting for a long time. Immediately, he swung Truong Thuong rushing, the tree swung his hand, turned the branch into an attacking weapon. Hwinon immediately stabbed Truong Thuong to the ground. Borrowing up the force, turning around could not avoid the attack, and at the same time, Bang Swang shone in his hand. In the moment, condensing into a frozen school, then he put his strength to throw hard. The school's top was like a lightning piercing the sperm tree. Hwinon looked at the top of the school, could not help but say, not ashamed is the skill of the Ice Queen. At this moment, the back transmitted the sound of sneaking, the more trees rushed towards him, but Hwinon did not flinch. He rushed into the crowd of trees, swung the market to kill the 4 sides, soon wiped out them, but before he could rest, another bunch of sperm trees appeared. The number is even double the previous crowd, causing the illusory image to be cold sweat. Maybe they increase exponentially? After that, Hwinon continued to fight with the trees. Suddenly, his pupils shrink. Feel the danger. Bang Swang Chi force quickly gathered in his hand, in the blink of an eye forming a shield, supporting the attack of the planet. However, under the intense attack, the shield quickly shattered. A sound. But Hwinon was ready. Immediately, he swung Truong Thuong to tear the wind, slash horizontally, defeat the entire trees in front of him. At this time, Hwinon fought non-stop for 2.5 hours, severe physical loss. However, although the tree was crowded, it was not to the point that people could not clear customs. This made him feel something was wrong, because during the past 9 years, there was no shortage of geniuses that have entered this copy, there are even foreign rookies. If you alone can deal with so many sperm trees, won't you go with your teammates more easily? So why are they all failed? These doubts were vicious in the illusory head. At the same time, he slashed the last tree, the notice resounded, destroyed the sperm garden. And the sunlight also signaled the process of the copy of this time ended. Hwinon, when the unconsciousness came close to the jungle maze, after thinking for a while, he decided to enter. On the way in the maze, the traces of fighting remaining everywhere, he guessed that perhaps the previous players were chased here. But without the ability to fight the trees constantly flooding, it would be hard to avoid death, because at the end of the maze there was no exit. At this moment, Hwinon discovered a set of remains in the corner. The long bow in his arms radiates the bright light. Hwinon glanced at this weapon, a fierce weapon. The arrow shot from it could create a hurricane, so this name. And the owner of Fongkung is the Atria. In other words, this remains are the Atrial Tower. At this time, Hwinon paid attention to the diary under the hands of the remains. He immediately picked it up, which recorded the Atrial Tower received an invitation from Hquak, asking him to help destroy the garden. He invited his wife, close friend, and a friend of his wife to go. The 4 of them kept going into the copy, and the strategy process took place similar to the illusory image, the trees every time they appeared doubling the quantity. So much that they could not resist, finally had to escape into the maze. Shortly after, his best friend because of his loss of blood and died, so on, they tried to overcome all attacks to another of the trees. By the 5th batch, his wife was also seriously injured and died. As soon as he was still in suffering, the only remaining teammate pointed the weapon at him, even though he promptly reacted, avoiding sneaking, but in his heart was extremely terrified. He could not expect, his wife's friend was a ghost, and his purpose was to target the royal palace. As soon as the Tower of Tower felt desperate, the 6th trees with the number were even more crowded, he hurriedly ran away. As for the Ma Nan, in the blink of an eye, the giant trees were torn by the giant. However, the Ma Nan was soaked in the dagger. The toxin quickly spread. In the end, he only fled into the maze, but at the end of the maze was a dead end. He finally could not escape death. In the last moments of his life, he recorded everything in the diary, hoping that if anyone found out, he could help him apologize to his family's family, and hope that the ghosts who deserve death can go to hell. After reading the content of the diary, the suspicion in the illusory image was finally answered. It turned out, this copy was based on the number of people entering to recall the number of sperm trees. He is alone, so the natural amount is not much, so the breaking is easier. If he follows the team, the consequences are unpredictable. Afterwards, Hwinon looked down at the violence on the ground, turned to the remains of the tower. Trin solemnly said, I will definitely help him revenge to wash away the funeral. Scenes, Hwinon returned to the player association. At this time, Dukcam was cheerfully holding the top newspaper of today. Everything happened as Illusory Image predicted. They did not reveal any information, but made the whole world know that he was the person who had cleared. Moreover, the foreign leaders also asked Dukcam to transfer his words to him. Thank you for finding the diary of the Aura Tower, and returned it to his family. Referring to this, Dukcam felt extremely regrettable. Fongkong, a national equipment, disappeared with the death of the turtle. However, he just finished speaking. Fongkong immediately appeared in the hands of Hwinon. Seeing that, Dukcam gasped in surprise. Dukcam came crazy because of the actions of Hwinon. Hwinon scratched his head and said that he would return it back, but how did he explain to foreign countries? Did Bao Bao were the dead tower of the aura who came to borrow it? Hearing that, Hwinon told him not to be excited. He did that. There was a reason, mostly fear that the funeral of the people would rob him, because the ghost died in the other copy was definitely not the mastermind. Although the outside statement has disappeared in the copy, the other mastermind will definitely not believe, but the funeral is a flood that is more than life. Therefore, if the mastermind discovered that Fongkong was in my hand, he would definitely find a way to approach me. Speaking of which, Dukcam suddenly remembered a Manan Makarl Signa. It was rumored to be an extremely fanatic ghost, specializing in collecting bows and arrows, currently being wanted by the whole world. Thinking back, due to the limit of the level of garden, so he could not personally enter the copy. So if he had an eye on him, he would definitely send people to follow him in the next deputy. Perhaps the one he sect was more beneficial than the previous time. Thinking here, Dukcam immediately felt extremely dangerous. Only by them now immediately told the foreign side, but Hwinon was confident and laughed, just preparing. There would be no problem. Besides, did you feel that I would easily be defeated by Manan? Hearing that, Dukcam looked at the taciturn image, after a while patting his shoulder, even though I knew he was not afraid of them, but still did not want him to take risks. Hearing that, Hwinon laughed softly, no need to worry, do not forget that I was Hua Quan Hao, not afraid of the earth. I would not go into the trace of the car of 25 years ago. Seeing that, Dukcam sighed softly. To this country he could only choose to trust the image. Over the years he still did not change. At this moment, Dukcam's phone bell rang out. There were many reporters outside, all to interview him and the customs clearance. Hearing that, Hwinon touched his chin slightly, and could not avoid the great war with the ghost, so he would open a press conference, to officially declare war on them. Very quickly, the press conference was prepared. The reporters were gossiping excitedly about Hua Quan Hao, this rising star. The first is Con-Tran's curse strategy. Immediately after clearing the garden, a player like him in the majority of players is really rare, hard to find. After that, Hwinon wore slippers, wearing plain clothes, appearing in front of everyone's witness, which made the reporters extremely surprised. It is difficult to believe that this person in front of him is that the player has continuously attacked the two copies that no one has broken. Seeing the expression of everyone, Hwinon also guessed what they were thinking. When I was a 17-year-old illusory, he was busy grooming every day. Now he was bored. Next, he yawned, telling people only 30 minutes. If you want to ask, quickly ask. Hearing that, everyone immediately asked the questions for him, but Hwinon also answered smoothly. Anyway, he often attended cases like this. Cope could be said to be as easy as his hand. At this time, someone asked him next time to challenge. Hearing that, Hwinon laughed mysteriously. This sentence was really hit by a black heart. After silently, he slowly opened his words. Next time I will challenge Don Hai. This word just said, the scene immediately boiled to the extreme. Hwinon's answer made everyone crazy, even a step to make the country the safest place in the world. Just because he was a superhero who once saved the world, illusory, and killed the Ice Queen alone, but the price to pay was frozen for 25 years. Now, the legend returns, choosing to use a new identity to continue to contribute to this world. Not only the strategy of Con-Tran's curse was known as the Tomb of the New Player, but also wiped out the nightmare of hundreds of battles and defeated the garden. Now, in front of everyone, Long solemnly declared, the next copy he wanted to challenge was a copy of Don Hai. This word made everyone stir. It must be known that it is a copy that is marked as super hard, and is a copy that has not been the only remaining strategy of H. Inside the ultra-strong last monster exists. If you say normal monsters are soldiers, then the last monster is their marshal. Therefore, the difficulty of this copy does not need to say, if he can clear the customs, he will create a record of 3 consecutive victories. This will be an unprecedented achievement in history, but for this result, everyone is skeptical. Because the current illusory image is just a new rookie just released, but Hwinon confidently laughs, in front of the media loudly declared, "Just wait to see, I will definitely win the last monster." Very quickly, Hwinon's eloquent statements quickly spread, everyone was excited about this. But in another place, the subordinates asked whether he should contact Hwinon, but the man laughed at the negative. Now he is still inferior, only creating an achievement once, people will consider it randomly. But twice consecutive, everyone thought it was real, but I had to see the results for the 3rd time to consider the next story. Hearing this word, the heart of the subordinates could not help but pounded. He did not expect that a small rookie could receive the attention of this great man. Must know that the man in front of him was the president of the top class association, the monk, the sincere, and the sin. At the same time, Hwinon was considering the entrustment application in front of him, because the other press conference, now he has become a famous figure. All kinds of entrustment also rushed too. However, as his first entrustment, he must first consider the situation of the reward, followed by the difficulty, finally the remuneration that the trustor pays. After that, Dukkam immediately found a suitable one. This was an entrusted by a father. His daughter suffered from Nan medicine. The only medicinal herb can be treated as the inner knitting of Hoaho, which Hwinon once defeated Hoaho in the past. 3 months ago. This fire lake is compared to the illusory period of the strategy. The limit of the level is even more stringent. In other words, it will be more arduous than before. However, Dukkam told him that he must not be too difficult. Anyway, the level of the player has now been much more advanced than before. The equipment is also more genuine. Hearing that, Hwinon laughed softly, although he said that, but since he came back, he had not seen any excellent players, just borrowed this opportunity to see the strength of the rookie. At this time, Dukkam changed his voice, saying to Hwinon, this was actually the entrustment of his old acquaintance, chairman of Manhwa Group, Chuk Bin-hao. At this time, outside the door, knocking on the door, a golden-haired girl in Kim wearing office costumes in, which she was the secretary and manager that Dukkam arranged for Hwinon. For this thing, Hwinon also feels more reasonable. Anyway, with a rookie like her, everything is for the association president to personally handle. Others will definitely feel very strange. Tian went to greet Hwinon. Next she will go with Hwinon to meet the entrustment, President Chuk. After that, Tian drove to Hwinon to Manhwa Group, and told him this is the richest company HQuoc, never evading taxes, reputation is also very good. However, their family's happiness was broken by a disease. The daughter of President Chuk Bin-hao suffered from the 9-tailed disease. Those with congenital heavy gases are susceptible to this disease, which the medicinal herb is needed to cure is the Hodan Hoaho. 29 years ago, the strongest player Hwinon had defeated Hoaho. Speaking of which, Tian stopped a bit, saying Hwinon was also the player that she respectfully, but she did not know that the person behind her was the litigant, making Hwinon unable to blush. Very quickly, the two of them went to Chuk Bin-hao's house. Not long after, Chuk Bin-hao immediately led the housekeeper to pick him up. While talking about his body trembling, his voice also became husky, only to see that he had shed tears, bowed deeply in front of Hwin Photo begged, I begged him, save my daughter. A few moments later, the people sat down to talk. Chuk Bin-hao opened his words into intentions, saying that he was willing to pay 90 million in trusted money. As long as he could get the Hodan Ho-ho, he was ready to meet any condition. Hearing that, Tian felt extremely surprised, thinking that the opponent had such a high price. But Hwinon for this did not say a word, did not waver, saw that Chuk Bin-hao could only sigh, double the remuneration, up to 180 million. However, what made people unexpectedly, Hwinon refused, he only needed 60 million to be enough. This word just said, some people were dumbfounded. Chuk Bin-hao asked him why just this price. For this, he gave the reason. According to him, Hwinon has received a similar entrance, although the richness of the country is ready to slip all the fortune for him, but he still only takes 60 million. But my reason is like Hwinon, unable to take advantage of the urgent mood to save other people's family members to make money. Transition, the two of them ended the meeting back to the player association. Tian asked Hwinon how to know the story of Hwinon. Hearing that, Hwinon was half crying and laughing. After all, my story naturally knew, but to keep my body secret, he said that the president of Tamdukkan told me. He and Hwinon were good friends, everyone knew. Tian laughed softly and believed his words. Anyway, an honest person like Hwinon certainly will not do something against conscience to make money. This made Hwinon unexpectedly, asking why she felt that. Tian said because listening to him said I was even more sure, if the opponent was a poor person, I was sure that I will not take the remuneration. Because I heard that he once witnessed the death of his parents, so he did not want people to be like him, because he saved his relatives but had to go through the same pain. Scenes, Huinan and Dukkan met, and asked him how psychology of Tian was. Huinan said that for 2.5 hours, temporarily had not seen anything. Dukkan laughed, later he would see her value. With her experience in the famous association, it was completely unsuccessful, but she was because of the illusory image that she chose to stay in the working association, really thanked her. Dukkan then led him to a secret room, inside containing all kinds of weapons. Over the past 25 years, the science and technology of mankind has grown dramatically. There are many new technologies that have been applied to weapons. They can significantly improve the fighting strength of the player. Next, he took out a sword to throw to Huinan Bao on trying. Huin image transmitted magic power into the sword. The next second, the body of the sword exploded intensely. Dukkan told him that he only needed to pass into a bit of magic power to be able to activate the powerful sword, easily defeating the enemy. But Huinan stared at the sword, thoughtful. At the time Dukkan Tao did not introduce him to these equipment. Huinan interrupted him again. Currently, players use this weapon? Dukkan shrugged his shoulder affirmation. Anyway, everyone wants to use more advanced weapons, even the top player also uses this type, and the version is made more powerful. However, Huinan finished frowning and frowned. These things, in front of the monster really basically did not deserve a penny. If the enemy can prevent players from supplementing the magic power, then these weapons are like a pile of scrap iron. Do you know why the new player can only fight low-level monsters? It was because they could not beat the children too strong. In other words, everyone is based on the fair premise, through constant fighting, constantly accumulating new mature experience. The so-called high technology only inhibits the potential of the player. At this time, the illusory eyes lit up, paying attention to a long sword in the corner. Dukkan said it was a forged sword from new materials, because it was not equipped with other functions, so it was abandoned there. Therefore, Huinan immediately prepared to try it. A strong stab tearing out the wind, the swirling airflow created by sword Fong immediately stirred around. The weapons called high technology, before its power became weak. Even Dukkan was blankly standing at this scene. The next day, Tian took Huinan to the Ho-Ho-A-Ho, and gave him a cup of tea. Besides him, there were 26 players from other associations. Huinan finished drinking, surprised to discover that the taste was very new. Tian said this was lavender tea, so bothered her, and then come back to me a cup again. Moreover, she probably needs to come to work tomorrow morning. This made Tian wonder, ask him why. Huinan laughed softly, showed a confident smile, because today after clearing the customs, I will definitely receive a lot of entrustment. She must help me to screen. After that, Huinan was surrounded by a large number of reporters and entered the village. This phenomenon makes the players feel uncomfortable, mumbling that the name of this scholar is really so dangerous. Moreover, it also uses that torn weapon. Very quickly, everything was ready. Everyone began to enter the village one after another. But this time is in the hot desert. Some new level players are not high and feel difficult. At this time, a man shouted loudly to attract the attention of everyone. He said he was from the Tan High Association, ranked 13 in HQuac. This word just made immediately caused a stir, because it was said that the people of the Tan High Association were all elite. Truong Hu made a proposal to everyone, just agreed to follow them to fight, can receive 60,000 bonuses, but Fire Ho's interior must belong to him. Upon hearing that, people started not to help but wavering. If there was a help of Tan High Association, they could easily clear customs clearance. So everyone immediately agreed to participate, but Huinan separated from the crowd, quietly leaving. Zhang Hu saw that and asked him not to join. Huinan turned around and told him he liked the poison, then under the eyes of the people who left. Seeing that, the people next to contemptuously say, what the genius player, just the media exaggerated too much. In this situation, I dare to act alone, just like finding a way to die. After that, Huinan immediately stepped on the way to find Ho-A-Ho. Fire Ho was born in the spiritual world, spent thousands of years of cultivation, as much as possible to 9 tails, and along with the increased number of tails, the number of fire lake that it can control will also increase, until 9 tails will become the 9-tailed lake. Currently, he still does not know the monsters in this copy have several tails, so the most important thing now is to explore terrain. But on the other side, the team of the association, they clashed the Fire Ho, the number of about 30. Everyone strictly waited, displayed posture, and quickly arranged traps. The power of high-tech weapons was also evident. In the blink of an eye, it was easy to solve the Fire Ho rushing. At the same time, everyone took out their high-tech weapons in turn, attacking the fire lake. Under the attack of everyone, Fire Ho was very quickly destroyed. But the process is so easy, it also makes them start to feel lucky. Fortunately joined the team of Tan High Association. But at this moment, a giant shadow covered him. Waiting for him to look closely, only a large lake appeared. Looking at the body of the fire lake full of earth, it was immediately angry and could not control it, immediately emitting a strong atmosphere, but it was the last monster of the copy. The 9 tails. Seeing that, everyone was terrified, to know that the illusory children who killed only had 6 tails. But Truong Hu was very calm, calling people to keep the defensive squad. No matter how strong the monster is, hit the head will definitely die, just prepare it 100 times stronger trap, it can definitely die. Today we have to kill the 9-tailed Ho, overcome the illusory image. However, when the fire of the 9-tailed Ho broke out, his heart was also in the moment of melting into smoke, just a few moves, the so-called meticulous plan and his strong high-tech weapon. Before its absolute strength is like a toy. Want to rely on these things to hunt such monsters is basically unrealistic. Together with Fire Ho in front of him flashed, his life would end here. But at this moment, a shadow of the person standing in front of him, it was Hua Quan Hao that he despised. He hurriedly shouted out, but Huinon pulled out the field, casually said no need. Only seeing the fire lake in the mouth of the 9 tails is even more intense. The next second, a scary fireball rushed towards them, as soon as he thought everything was over. Huinon was like thunder and lightning swinging down, in the blink of an eye, slashing the fireball into 2. Seeing this scene of the pupil Truong Hu shrinking, in his eyes filled with unbelievable look. However, this blow also made Huin Image uncomfortable. His current physical strength still could not keep up, but he could not step back, definitely had to get the Ho Dan Hoa Ho. Then told Truong Hu to lead the injured people to flee. Next, he will resolve the other name. Only seeing the 9-tailed lake stepped out, emitted an indignant roar. Shortly after that, countless fire groups appeared, in the blink of an eye, rushing towards Huinon. Huinon dodged and moved, but the more fireballs quickly rushed to. Huinon raised his hand to perform the ice skills, in the blink of an eye condensing a shield to stop the fireball. The body flashed, quickly approaching it. Seeing forever not lowering, the 9-tailed Ho also lost patience, in his mouth condensed the fire, in the moment of forming a huge fireball, seeing that the illusory image felt unstable. If he was hit, he would not exist. The next second, the fireball obscured the whole sky covering him, along with a booming sound, immediately creating a dusty smoke. But at this moment, the 9-tailed Ho realized that something was wrong. Swinging his claws to the dust in front of him, waiting for the dust to dissolve, the illusory image appeared in front of it. 9 Vi Ho raised her head to spit out a fire, wanting to burn the illusory image in the air. However, at the feet of Huinon Tin Tin poured out. In the moment of forming a shield, borrowing the force of jumping, and the school was covered by the fog. At this time, there was a speculation in his heart. If the more fire the lake is, the stronger the capacity, then if the tail is reduced, it will be weaker. At this time, the illusory body seemed like electricity, swinging the sword down, in the blink of an eye, cutting off its tails. The pain of the tail immediately caused it to emit an indignant roar. Huinon said coldly, perhaps you were the first time this kind of pain. Right now, you have slaughtered so many platers like that, never thought that you will become a prey, right? Hearing that, Hoa Ho became even more angry, and once again swung his sharp claws towards him. However, the dust went back and did not see his figure. At this moment, the illusory body appeared, holding the school sword again rushing in front of him, a sword slashed into his eyes. With this blow, Fire Ho was both angry and hated, growing out the fire lake. However, losing an eye made its accuracy significantly reduced, completely unable to touch the illusory image. Huinon once again rushed in front of him, dancing the long sword. The other eye of Hoa Ho was also slashed by him. Fire Ho was terrified, his mouth condensed the fire. In the moment he turned into a huge fireball. Seeing that the illusory image smiled faintly. Was this technique? It seems that you have run out of ways, intending to risk your life. After that, he raised his left hand. Bang Swang spent force in the palm of his hand, immediately clenched his hand. Giant ice immediately sprouted from the ground. The sharp cold tip pierced it, declaring this battle was about to defeat. When images consumed a lot of energy, collapsed to the ground. You successfully defeated the 9-tailed Ho, received the reward, Dan Hoa Ho. On the outside, the reporters were surprised to discover the color of the entrance that had changed. In other words, they successfully succeeded in a copy. Moreover, the time is shorter than the team 2.5 hours earlier. Everyone was nervous and waiting, who the first player came out. It turned out that Truong Hu of Tan High Association. After delivering a photo to the medical staff, Truong Hu went to the reporters, intending to explain to them the clearance situation. Seeing that, the reporters flattered, hurriedly asked him as a hero who let everyone what he had to feel. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hu fell into the taciturn, so the hero was this feeling. That year Huinan was surrounded by reporters, maybe this mood was. This made him unable to remember the ideal when he was young, becoming a dangerous hero like Huinan. However, now he seems to have not done it. Then he explained to the reporter the customs clearance. Hua Quan Hao is the true hero. Transition, Huinan woke up in the hospital, he just opened his eyes and saw Tian sitting next to him. But during his coma, she was all arranging the entrustments sent. As he said earlier, there was a lot. However, Huinan only replied softly and was about to leave. He is now eager to see the president, so now it comes from. After the illusory image of the fire ho copy, he immediately went to Chuk Bin Hao's house to treat his daughter. But when he saw the situation of the young lady, he discovered that the disease was more serious than he imagined. After that, he took out the interior of the lake from the bag, and the inner knit immediately broke out the hot fire. Huinan now remembered this thing for ordinary people who said very dangerous. So Bao wished Bin Hao out to wait for a while, but wishing Bin Hao was a bit insecure. Using such dangerous things for my daughter really has no problem? Huinan waved his hand and told him not to worry. Although there is a bit of risk, just follow the treatment method, there will be no problem. Hearing that, he immediately gripped Huinan's hand. So my daughter asked for all of you. For this, Huinan smiled guaranteed. After that, Huinan once again took out the inner knitting. Now the first thing he needs to do is her merit. But at this moment, the illusory eyes stopped. Only seeing on the young lady appeared the notice. The opponent dissipates the average gas welding, which can use this welding ice skill. Welding absorption can increase magic. This made Huinan extremely surprised. He did not expect to have this operation again. Although he knew EX ice skill was a universal skill, but unexpectedly could absorb welding gas to increase magic power. Even his skish skills haunted his false desire not to be this effect. Come to think of it, the illusory image flashed a ray of optical spirit. If the icy skill has this hidden attribute, then the black-hearted haunting can also absorb magic power from the darkness? Therefore, Huinan decided later to have the opportunity to try it. However, now he still has to focus on the spirit of treatment for the queen. Anyway, the longer the time lasts, the more disadvantageous for patients. After that, Huinan immediately checked the invasion of welding gas. Only seeing the welding gas spread throughout her body. But when he was a 17-year-old Huin, he used to use the positive spirit of the inner knitting to coerce the patient's meridians. Although this method will cause a little damage to the patient, at that time there is no other way. However, now he has another option. Just absorb a part of welding gas, so that she can maintain the balance of yin and yang. This method will be safer. Every minute passed, Chuk Bin Hao on the outside waited impatiently. At this time, Huinan opened the door and stepped out. He hurriedly asked how the result was. Huin was sweaty, but her face smiled on her face. The process is very favorable, his daughter has recovered. Hearing that, the extreme joy of Chuk Bin Hao immediately surged in his heart. The suffering of torment for so many years today also melted into smoke. But in order to repay the great virtue of Huinan, Chuk Bin Hao wanted to pay additional entrustment to him, but was rejected by Huinan. So he thought of a way. If the illusory image needs help, Minhao Group will definitely devote all the support. Chuk Bin Hao's promise made Huinan surprise. Must know that Minhao Group is a strong and influential corporation. The strongest assembly under the group is the Hong Thap Assembly, which is the nationwide ranking. If you can help him when necessary, it is something that thousands of gold are difficult to change. Thus, Huinan has added a strong trump card. But after returning to the association, Duk Cam has just finished talking to the phone with Chuk Bin Hao, saying that the opponent praised Huinan incessantly. Hearing that, Huinan smiled slightly, opened the bag, followed, under the silly eyes of Duk Cam, took out the interior of the ho-ho-ho. Huinan told him he did not use the inner knitting to treat, but used the skill of icy absorption of a part of welding gas to cure the patient. Hearing this word, Duk Cam immediately startled, then Huinan continued, after absorbing the welding, his magic power increased. From that, it can be seen that the icy skill can absorb the welding gas transformed into magic. In other words, all the welding objects can be used for him. At this time, Duk Cam also understood the meaning of Huinan, said half a day. Huinan is a famous underground trading market, with branches all over the world. Players can be equipped and information taken from the village. Ordinary people will also come here to visit, so often crowded people. But the purpose of the illusory image is not this place, but the black market. A moment later, he went to a cinema, and found a special chair, which was the device moved to the black market. Along with a flash of light, Huinan immediately disappeared on the spot. Wait until he reappeared, was in an underground city of bright torch, which was the black market that people often said. The trading center all over the world can be here. In the black market basically, the guide and normal guides are not seen. Anyway, players who have strength do not want to be on the lower class. People here either have no strength to go to the second floor, or cannot stand the pressure there and run back. In short, people here are not his opponent. After that, Hwinon went to a weapon store, clearly stating that he came to buy properties. Hearing that, the boss told him all on the shelf, go to see himself. But when he saw, Hwinon felt surprised. He was inherently not hugging hope. Unexpectedly there was so much. Although they are lightweight, but the number of such planes can also increase many magic power. At this time, Hwinon suddenly turned around, told the boss in a bass voice, I heard that your store had a room specializing in storing top-class equipment. Can I take me to see it? Upon hearing that, the boss was immediately shocked. He did not expect Hwinon to be a person in the profession. Next, the boss opened a small secret room, inside displaying rare equipment, but there was no darkness that he wanted. But at this moment, he discovered an item with an icy attribute, but the boss was terrified, hurriedly told him not to touch that. Above there is a strong curse, can freeze the wearer, but the words are not over. Hwinon has worn on his hand, moreover nothing has happened. This immediately caused the boss to widen his eyes and his eyes opened, dumbfounded on the spot, only seeing gloves scattered out of cold fog. At the same time, Hwinon also sees the equipment attributes, which contains average foggy ice, which is also approximately with the queen. Thus, he can be like last time, increasing many magic power. Therefore, Hwinon swung her hands, bought all. A moment later, Hwinon went to the bar, preparing to move. This preparation process takes 10 minutes. At the same time, there were several people around him. Next, the three people gathered, flattering him a battle. But Hwinon glanced at one person who saw these people came to cause trouble, because for the player to say, the reputation was extremely important. This is related to joining the association and accepting the entrustment. Based on the copy to increase the reputation is extremely difficult, so some people will use some of the tricks, which is specialized in bullying the new player. To attract the attention of the media, because to be famous without tricks. The next second, a great bar slashed down next to Hwinon. The fierce man said, the senior was talking to you, deaf? Next, the people immediately took the Thai senior to teach Hwinon teaching, must know that 5 years ago he had debuted. If there is no veteran player like them paving the way, then there is no glory of people now? But at this moment, a sarcastic laugh made his speech silent. Hwinon now really laughs to the abdominal pain. You really do not know the sky is high and thick. It is the merits of the first players. What does it related to the clothes of the people? Do not waste time anymore, you guys go up. Should also let the trash you taste a little bit suffering. Hwinon provoked the superior rookie Hua Quan Hao. However, there were also one glanced out. Nam Quang Tam is great to want to be shameless through suppressing new people to attract attention, but some people for the criticism around them are not interested. As long as they can defeat Hua Quan Hao, they can get more and more cheering. Hwinon casually asked how long the device moved, about 4 minutes. Hearing that, Hwinon took a step out, showed a confident smile. This time was enough for us to collect them a battle. But seeing the dagger in Hwinon's hand, they felt suspicious, because he heard that his weapon was a sword school. For this, Hwinon laughed scornfully. Dealing with you, using this is enough. Hearing that, the man was angry. The next second, the hand holding the greatsword towards him, Hwinon did not panic, easily dodged, then grabbed his blade. Having turned his elbow in his face, immediately made him unconscious. Seeing this scene, his accomplices angrily scolded a very useless man. Shortly after that, the light in his hand flashed, in the blink of an eye appeared a few sharp thorns. Then swung his hand once. The thorns were like showers, but Hwinon quickly dodged. At the same time, another person at the side swung the sword to slash at him, but Hwinon just swung the dagger slightly in his hand, easily helping his fierce attack. But his accomplices still felt that the victory was firmly in his hand, because in his eyes, Hwinon was just a new rookie that defeated a few monsters. Certainly never experienced life and death battles, so it will definitely be very hesitant. It is the hesitation in this moment that will make him reveal deadly loopholes. This is the difference between them. But not yet waiting for him to finish the illusion, his accomplices were trampled at his feet, now only him alone. Seeing that, the man who feels unbelievable, he basically could not expect a rookie with only a bit of reputation, he could defeat the male triangle, moreover it was so easy. He did not want to accept this outcome. Again in his hand, the red light, dense thorns screamed, but this time Hwinon did not dodge, but directly rushed towards him. In the days of the 17-year-old Hwin, he relied on the prediction of the opponent's technique, defeated countless ghosts, only saw the illusory image of the dagger in his hand like electricity. Each time he swung up, he crushed the sharp spikes that were rushing, with extremely fast speed approaching in front of him. The next second, Huinan's dagger was adjacent to his neck, then, aggressively closed the dagger in his hand. Your technique has been seen through me, later don't let me see you anymore. Hearing that, the man trembled and said later to see him going to the detour. But after falling into a silence, the bar immediately exploded astir. Huaquan Hao defeated Nam Quang Triangle. They are veteran players with 5 years of experience. The applause and the cheers are constantly rang, making Huinan feel that the world becomes strange. Everyone lives too arbitrary, maybe because of personal profits that arbitrarily kill people. Even if the end of the incident is unknown, will blindly cheer for the winner. If you want to survive in such a world, only 3 options: either integrate with them, or make a cold-blooded animal, or the choice to live with pain. But in another place, the image of the overwhelming Nam Quang Triangle quickly spread, she with the advantage of overwhelming victory of 3 players over level 20. This also attracted the attention of the girl sitting behind. It seemed that she was really excellent. At the same time, Huinan was blocked on the road, unable to escape. A crowd of fans lined up to take photos with her, just like this. Today she did not attempt to go home. At this moment, the back appeared 2 shadows. The girl said she wanted to talk to her. Huin Photo assesses her appearance, the red hair, along with the heat radiating all over her body. She must be one of the 6 top-level associations in the world. One of the monks, the royal monks, the spiritual princess Chao Thursday lowered. When she gave the business card, the guess of Huinan was also confirmed. Did the master of the master want to recruit me? Next, Chao Thursday High immediately asked to go to the nearby coffee shop to talk in detail. Huinan did not think, immediately agreed. At least now could make her leave this evil place first. After a while, the 2 of them went to the cafe. Chao Thursday Hot had just come straight into the problem, asking Huinan who wanted to join their guilds. This makes Huinan shocked. The guild of the people who recruit people so arbitrary, do not need any examination at all? But Chao Thursday Ha calmly said that this was the deputy president's instruction. She told me that after meeting her, she made a judgment. Now, I feel she is eligible to join us. Moreover, just relying on her achievements is enough to join us. Anyway, now she is a super rookie player, extremely strong fighting power, a potential stock. Hearing that, Huinan also guessed the story in the black market had spread out. Then Chao Thursday Ha gave Huin Photo of great remuneration. As far as she knows, Huinan has only 1 skill in D, weapons are proficient. If she can have other skills, can definitely become top-class players. As long as she joined the guild, this notebook would be her. Moreover, it would be because of her that designed the 1-1 strategy plan. Huinan looked at the handbook, felt not bad. The master of the Mesopotamia not only had good resources, but the annual salary and bonus were also higher than the association. Whatever the association could not retain talent. Such stingy hand. Chao Thursday Ha on her face brought a confident smile to look at Huin Photo. Such a dangerous association invited her, she would not refuse. However, Huinan's answer was beyond her prediction. Sorry, I'm still that. But Huinan refused was also a reason. She understood that there was no free lunch in the world. Joining them, although in a short time, it could be fame and fame. But she needs to follow the instructions of the association to complete all kinds of tasks. In the long run, it will become her shackles. Chao Thursday Ha now felt extremely surprised, asked her why she didn't want. Could I say it was not clear enough? But for this, Huinan gave the answer that, did she hear the head of the chicken then making the phoenix tail? Hearing that, Chao Thursday Ha also understood Huinan's thoughts, thinking that she had a vision, knowing that even if she joined the association, it is also difficult to climb the high class in a short time. Anyway, where the talented, competitive is very fierce, so she did not force it anymore. However, before leaving, she reminded Huinan, telling her to be more careful. Recently, my nan appeared more and more often, even the first floor became uneasy. If she was assassinated by Mama, I would feel very sorry. Then there is predestined to meet again, the first chicken is born. After that, Huinan returned to the association, and brought the news that Ma Nan often appeared to Duk Cam. Hearing that, Duk Cam touched his chin slightly, seeming that their news was indeed faster than the association. However, Chao Thursday Ha personally came to invite and did not want to join? But Duk Cam shook his head again. Of course not, I just felt that they could give her a better stage. Huinan casually said, so I did not go, and the association was still more comfortable. Moreover, I also want him to be by my side. Hearing that, Duk Cam immediately touched tears, swung his hand and said, immediately fixed the contract, gave her a specialized floor for her to use. Moreover, he will try to narrow the gap with the association. For this, Huinan laughed softly, so thank you, old friend. But before leaving, Huinan told Duk Cam, moving the time of the Dong Hai copy for a week. Duk Cam immediately guessed Huinan's thoughts. Did she want to lure the ghost? Yes, after all, only patience can catch a big fish. At the same time, a red-haired man had just finished watching the news, then he summoned a shadow, telling him this was the one who took away the violence. They certainly know the news that the Manhwa wanted to have a violent style, so he released a fake news to deceive us, and the brothers haunted the Donghai copy. Regardless of whether Hua Quanhao lived or died, he had to bring him a violent style, but he is the ghost Carl Signa. But in another place, Huinan also saw the news of the obsessive brothers and sisters who wanted to join the Donghai copy, immediately made him feel this very suspicious. So, if I will tell the secretary of their document later, then he will continue to practice, only seeing in his eyes the yellow light flashed. The next second, the obsession with force immediately poured out. Although when his physical condition was exhausted, the monk's mental energy was a bit too much, but this effect still made him feel extremely satisfied. He wanted to take full advantage of this haunting skill in the Donghai copy. The copy of Donghai, also known as the Longhokwak Island, from the name that is not difficult to recognize, the last monster inside is the Dragon Clan, but the customs clearance is to defeat the anonymous Qilong. But the dragon battle for the new player said, no different from suicide. Although Huinan has also handed over with the dragon tribe several times, they kept flying up to make him very headache. So, if you want to win, or on the ground, quickly win, or seek to climb the dragon, seeking the opportunity to finish it. At this moment, Secretary Truong also sent documents of the obsessive brothers. They came from the country. The member was Van Sam solidified in Wormwood Bani, which is one of the top class players. They have successfully completed more than 200 tasks, and they all awakened their obsession. But when the media asked them why they wanted to prostrate Donghai, the two said they wanted to imitate Hua Quanhao. He has continuously cleared the copies that no one dared to challenge. Could contact the player like that was really pleasure, but after watching, Huinan laughed softly. It seems that these two men can take advantage. Time very quickly came to the strategy day. Their actions were noticed this time. The media at home and abroad all rushed to Dukcam asked Huinan, feeling stressed? But Huinan did not notice but was playing the game, immediately made him angrily screaming, "Kid, how could he despise the enemy like that? Must know that more than 500 players offered them." Huinan reluctantly told him not to excitement, even if the Ice Queen still defeated, could he be afraid of anonymous Qilong? But Dukcam was worried that it was another problem, because today there were still brothers obsessed with him to enter the village. They suddenly appeared, showing that it was very likely that the person was sent by the ghost. He was worried that Huinan could be hit, but for this, Huinan did not notice. Confidently say that even if they really want to plan themselves, he was ready to be ready for books. After that, the brothers haunted Huinan, praising him was so dangerous, looking so weak and could continuously assist several copies. For this, Huinan casually responded too much. The obsessive brothers continued to say, this is a copy that has not been the final strategy of HQuack. The meaning of this trip is very important, so we must definitely join forces. Huinan laughed softly, rest assured, I would definitely devote all my efforts. Very quickly, some people were ready, starting to enter the village. But in the player's career, the most tense moment is the time to enter the village, because everything in the inner is unknown. To promote the maximum strength, the body will adjust to the most perfect state when entering. But this has a deadly drawback, that is when the player focuses on the spirit of adjusting the state, it will be easy to ignore the people behind. It is also the time when it is most likely to be hit. Only seeing the fraternal obsession raising the weapon to stab, but the next second he stopped, seeing that the accomplices at the side found it difficult to understand. But at this moment, his face flushed red, cold sweat flowed. He could hardly believe the man in front of him did not show any loopholes. While he was blankly lost, the people successfully entered the copy. Hon Soul made him regret. He missed the best opportunity, then turned his head to his accomplices. When fighting will find the opportunity to take action. Then the two of them immediately observed around. They were on a small island, but did not see the figure of the anonymous Qilong, but the illusory photo frowned. At this time, in the air flashed a giant black shadow. They immediately raised their heads to look up, only to see a blue dragon-shaped, flexible appeared. The dragon's body is winding, in the middle of the clouds and the water waves. Seeing this scene, the brothers haunted were all surprised, the great size beyond their imagination. Then turned to ask if Huinan had any intentional or to defeat it, but beside him was empty. The illusory figure had disappeared from time to time, making the two people immediately surprised. They did not discover the movement of the illusory image, but did not wait for them to look for the illusory image. The dragon had targeted the two, then launched down a lightning attack. Shortly thereafter, more and more lightning fell down, making them temporarily struggling to dodge, but at this time Huinan was hiding on one side, smiling faintly looking at the miserable appearance of the two. Thus, he can know if they are ghosts or not. Seeing that the dragon kept clinging to them without letting go, the obsessive brothers also used the technique, summoned to haunt the soldiers, and told his accomplices to find illusions. And I deal with this guy. After that, haunting soldiers in the hands of the market. Even to the magnetic field of magic, it is not known to hide it. It seems like a rookie. Therefore, he pretended to call the duck, and at the same time quietly gripped the short sword in his hand. When he approached, suddenly took action, slashed a sword. However, this blow was missing. The shadow turned into an obsession that disappeared into the forest. Seeing that, brothers obsessed extremely difficult to understand, an insecurity covering his heart. Here everywhere is a tree shadow. For him to say, the person with an obsessive attribute, completely home. However, why did he have a bad premonition? After Huinon and his brothers haunted to enter the East High Village, he immediately hid into the forest, observing whether the two were ghosts or not. But very quickly they showed a real face with illusory image, which also made speculation in the illusory image. However, in this country, Van Sam still wanted to justify, but he was exposed by his false face. His eyes were completely sold at him, because the biggest feature of the Manan is the copper, red eye. Hearing that, he finally did not continue to disguise anymore, arbitrarily throwing short swords in his hand, a gloomy ghost stream. But in the copy, with extremely small probability, the ghost will appear. The player only needs to drink their blood. They have the opportunity to turn into a ghost, and at the same time have the power to control the ghost. But the price to pay will lose the feelings of people, become violent. Next, he used the ghost to condense into some attacks, swing his hand, rushing towards the illusory image. However, facing the attack is rushing to come, Huinon is immobile standing in place. But the next second, he immediately disappeared on the spot, where he stood into the end of the image disappeared. Seeing this scene, his pupil Van Sam secreted. Hurriedly searched for the whereabouts of Huinon. However, the next second, Huinon was like a devil appeared behind him. But he quickly felt abnormalities, quickly swung the sword back to slash. But Huinon once again turned into a ruin image disappeared. But this is Huinon's Womlo skill. When being able to use it fluently, it can be completely hidden. Footsteps, breathing sounds, smells on the body, even including the magic magnetic field can be completely hidden. But on another battlefield, anonymous Chi Long flew in the clouds, which made Nai Dukbani have no way to deal with it. At this moment, Van Sam danced from the forest beside him, shouting loudly Bao Nai Bani that the other boy was not an ordinary person. Not only knew they were ghosts, but it also made him become this pathetic form. The other guy always hid his strength, but Nai Dukba AI after listening to his words did not believe his words, only felt that Huinon was trying to pretend. If so dangerous, why let him escape? Next, they immediately decided to temporarily not care about Huinon. The two of them joined forces, handled the dragon god first and then said later. But the attack they launched from the ground almost did not work, but it was heard that the disadvantage of the dragon clan was Maolan, so planning to take this point to defeat it. But at this moment, only seeing a dragon took a deep breath. The next second, in his mouth, he condensed aurora, in the blink of an eye, pouring down at them, immediately destroying all the obsession of the soldiers of Nai Dukba. Receiving the transfer, immediately caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, but very quickly they made a counterattack. Ghost turned into a market, threw it towards it, falling on the dragon god. However, one blow did not hit the eyes, only forming a slight damage to it. Shortly thereafter, Van Sam immediately used his mobile obsession. The blink of an eye appeared on the dragon body. He quickly observed, searched for the position of the Lan Lan. Not long after determining the position of the Lan, then again using the haunting mobile, a broadcast to take the opposite. Two hands broadcasted, teared hard, immediately spit it out, but did not wait for him to be highly inspired. The position of the Lan Lan flashed with a blinding light. The next second, the violent thunder in the air exploded, but the illusory image in the forest was looking at this one. What a fool! Although the opposite of Lan is the drawback of the dragon clan, but once the opposite of Lan is torn, they will become more and more violent and sensitive. At the same time, Van Sam was full of injuries back to the ground. His mouth was constantly crying out of no good. Only seeing Then Long indignantly stared at the two of them. Lightning brutal throughout the body. The next second, countless crazy lightning struggles down to the two of them, but at this time, Huinon was also prepared to take action, dragging Fong Kung, aiming at the dragon god in the air. The next second, an arrow at the speed of thunder hit it. This also makes the brothers obsessed with the opportunity to breathe, but they quickly guessed that Huinon was not because of saving themselves, but they wanted to borrow them as bait, attracting the attention of God. However, if Huinon kept attacking, then Long would surely be attracted to him. They could also take the opportunity to escape. Therefore, the two of them no longer attacked the dragon god, just constantly dodged, ran away, saw that. Huinon laughed coldly, immediately seeing through the intentions of the two of them. Unfortunately, their hope must be broken. Only seeing him once again stretched the royal palace, haunted the swirling force to form an arrow, then poked out a shot, shortly then pulled the bow to raise the arrow. With extremely fast speed continuously shooting many attacks, finishing all these things, Mr. Thursday Fong is violent in hand. Now, the hunt ended, then he immediately appeared in front of the brothers obsessed, laughing at them. How could they flee? Hearing that, the two immediately angrily scolded him to come here to do, so in the back supported them from afar, but Huinon calmly told them to look at the sky. Only seeing in the sky suddenly appeared a lot of bright spots, such as the meteor that rushed down, shot into the body of Than Long, in the blink of an eye, nailing it on the ground. Seeing this stage, the two of them found it hard to believe, the dragon god so strong was easily killed by him. After that, Huinon once again took out a violent style, praised, this was a good thing, no wonder Carl Signa was so craving. Seeing that, the two of them also understood Huinon soon knew everything, so they said they were just Ryu players, if telling him the news of Carl could spare them. However, Huinon immediately coldly refused. After all, they knew too much. I could not leave a living person. Seeing that it was not effective, Van Sam immediately wanted to risk his life with him. The body jumped up, rushed towards the illusory image. However, the school sword in the hands of Huin Photo was as fast as electricity. Only in the blink of an eye, he ended him. Seeing the brothers and sisters dying in front of him, Naiduk Bani was both indignant and tragic and rushed towards Huinon, but his attack was easily resolved by Huinon. Along with the illusory hit the sword, his life ended here. Huinon disgusted and said, anyway, the kind of trash like you live only causes the people, soon go to hell. But as soon as he was about to finish the dragon, it showed a bitterly prayer, which made Huinon stop the movement, but this could not stop the blade in his hand. At this point, God Long Ho Kwok used to make the wind fell, the strategy of the Donghai village, the customs clearance, 200 kilograms of long cot, and accompanied by a large number of experience points emitted. Huinon's rank also skyrocketed, however, now he has something else to do. Next, he went in front of the fraternal obsession, preparing to use that skill. The expressive words of the spirit. This is the skill he received after clearing the curse of Contran. It is possible to see the memories of the body, only to see the memories of the thick ginseng appear in the form of images. Huinon decided to find his recent memories first. Along with a sound, Huinon immediately went to another scene, only to see the obsessive brothers conducting inhumane slaughter with innocent people. This makes Huinon unable to swear an hour dead so easily is really a bargain for them. After that, he searched for memories related to Manan, only seeing the obsessive brothers to a laundry shop. Inside there was a man in black. He ordered the two brothers and Hua Hao how to enter the eastern high village. Seeing that, Huinon also guessed this was the place where Manan contacted. Along with the memories of going deeper, Huinon saw the memory of the two becoming a ghost, a man in a white vest giving them the power of the ghost. But as soon as Huinon wanted to continue watching, in his head, he passed on a throbbing pain. The skill level was too low, could not read the whole content. To ensure safety, forced to end, Huinon thought, who was the one who was just at first glance, the position was definitely higher than the obsessive brothers. However, if you want to get more useful information, you must first improve your skills. At this time, in his mind suddenly came up with an idea. This skill must also see the memories of other creatures. The dragon is stronger than the nine-tailed hoe, the background is certainly not small, so he immediately read the memories of Than Long. After that, he saw a monk, respectfully calling him in front of his majesty. Turns out, Than Long was once the king of a country. When his time was not much, he ordered the person to bring his ashes into the East Sea, vow to give up reincarnation, turn into a god of Long Ho Kwok, protect the cypress. After watching, when image hundreds of emotions, he could not expect it. Than Long was once a human, and an emperor because of protecting the cypress that was committed to turn into a dragon. The respect immediately surged, so he knelt down, because of the dragon god that thought, now this land is very safe, he can rest. The next second, the scales on the Than Long flashed the light. Shortly thereafter, the body turned into gold, gradually disappearing, finally condensing into a golden dragon image in the air. Young people, thank you for reading the Sutta for me. Having commanded the Eastern Customs Bana Garter, received thousands of 3 enemy passages, received the title of the Dragon God of the Fake Guardian, and there was also Quan Ai hidden. This is an unexpected illusory thing. Whatever she rewards him with such rare equipment. Huinon touched her head, exclaimed, the price is later. There were so many hidden officials. Very quickly, the press conference was prepared. It was hard for people to believe that the obsessive brother would die inside. After that, Huinon immediately appeared at the scene of the press conference and explained to everyone about the cause of the death of the obsessed brother. It was all in him not careful to get lost in the maze, so he lost them. Huinon's narrative made people believe that no doubt, however, no one knew that he was the culprit. But in another place, Carl is also interested in the press conference. Seeing the news in front of him, he is extremely angry. The bastard, good luck. But the chain reaction caused by the death of the obsessive brother, which will lead to the auction of their treasures without users. Therefore, he decided to send a hunting dog on the second to the first floor, regardless of what tricks, to ensure the success of the treasure auction. But in another place, Huinon looked at the pile of high-quality entrance applications like the mountain in front of him, smirking slightly, asking for the grace of these things. Whether it was not classified, otherwise it would be okay. As for this, Tian was full of spirit that she had already finished classifying, perhaps because he had given the Dong high copy, so the entrustment also skyrocketed. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something, stared at Huinon. He seemed to go to reorganize a little. Now it looks very lifeless. After that, she opened some of the famous players' records, although not as dangerous as Huin Photo, but at least did not look like him. Hearing herself, Huinon immediately petrified on the spot. Finished speaking, she took out a business card, told Huinon to work there, anyway, because of his own image. Next, Huinon bowed Tian came back to rest early. Doing so many things must be very tired. Hearing this word, Tian immediately was so happy that he flew up, in his eyes filled with sparkling stars, immediately said a thank you, with a speed of 100 meters too. 5 seconds rushed out. Before you left, I did not forget to tell me to remember to cut my hair. At night, Huinon was fully equipped on the road. It was true that the person who was afraid of famous, the pig was afraid of fat, when it was a 17-year-old Huinon. Just remove the mask, could go to any hair salon. But now, everything has changed. But after Huinon returned to the Player Association, he told Dukkem he wanted to go to Nquok, heard that Dukkem felt confusing, so he explained himself in the place where the brothers haunted. Having gained a venue for a ghost, so he wanted to go there personally, but Dukkem felt extremely worried. However, he was not worried about the safety of Huinon, but worried that he directly killed Manan, so they would not get information. For this, Huinon said that they would definitely get information, although they look like a minister, but at least we'll know a bit. After listening, Dukkem also agreed, and told him if there was anything he needed, he just contacted him, but Huinon immediately said now need him for help. Then he opened his bag, only seeing a pile of bones rushing down on the table. This is the dragon he takes in the Dong high copy, half for him to use, the other half is assigned to an A. Tell him to make himself a sword. Dukkem asks about the length and weight of the sword if there is any request. Huinon said that she could follow the sword she used to use. Hearing that, Dukkem was a bit helpless. That old man was nearly 100 years old. Could he remember this? Huinon turned around and laughed. If he even forgot these things, then told him to retire soon. As the name implies, this is the flute of the storm, bringing peace. The effect is to be able to use 3 skills: the army of the king, the space of the king, the weapon of the king, even though it can only be used 3 times. But its power is certainly not small. Next, Huinon checked the status table of himself. Now he has a title of Super Fake Dragon God, although not high class as Spring Messenger. But it is also considered not bad. However, what made him happy was that his magic power finally increased. If at this speed, he could quickly use Kim Kwang. This is a skill that can only be used when the magic power increases to a certain level, in addition to enlighten the mystery in it, saying that this time he could acquire faster than the illusory period. Moreover, with his current level, going to the 2nd floor must have no problem. If you can learn to sword, go to the 3rd floor. Can you meet 9 fake powers called QTU? Huinon was extremely curious. How strong would the fake power of this era finally be? Also, is Manan still a bunch of umbrellas? The next day, Huinon went to the city. This was a city that could have fun 24/24, and also called a criminal city, which is now holding an auction for attributes. Even world-famous figures will attend. However, Huinon was not interested in this auction. Now the first thing he had to do was to go to Manan's contact place, Jim Laundry Shop. At the same time, the ghost in the laundry shop was angry because the air conditioner was broken. Damn it, why not yet come? However, now there is a thing that makes him more headache. That's the crazy dogs of the hunting dog. The man beside him heard that, asking if he met a hunting dog yet. This reminded the man who witnessed the horror. They just because he did not smell the blood, killed my superiors. At this moment, the big door was pushed out. Seeing the person coming, he immediately sweated cold. This is the hunting dog that made him horrified, the leading girl who had just frowned. Why is it so hot? You want to be deadly grilled. This word immediately threatened the two of them, so scared in the cool heart. hurriedly stooped to apologize, then immediately brought the superior instruction to her to hand over to her. But when she finished watching, she shrinked. Grinding teeth gnawing said that this task was fluctuated, the plan to enter the second floor of them melted into smoke, then consulted with the bald man behind. Do you want to protest with your superiors? Moreover, Carl Signa also told them to steal it, he was not our direct superior, based on what was wrong to make us? But for this, the bald man was like a pool of stagnant water, without any emotion, without saying a word, he just calmly accepted the instruction in his hand. After watching, suddenly outbreak fire, burning it down. After that, the face without expression asked, besides this one, is there any other command? The man urgently said no. After receiving the answer, the bald man turned to leave, but when the door closed, the greedy man fell to the ground. The huge pressure of the hunting dog made him soar to the clouds. The man next to him hurriedly cared about him, however, he felt that even though the two of them were very scary, but the other captain seemed approachable. Hearing this, the man immediately scolded him whether he was blind. The other man was the most frightening existence among them. In this world, people call the 9 strongest players, 9-2, only 9 heavenly floors, but captain of hunting dog, Alma, a member of Q2, also a disciple of Nezahal, one of the senior leaders of the Manhwa Association. Hearing that, the man now remembered a title that made people not cold but trembled, dried for a long time. Half a year ago, he sparked a ratio of slaughtering. Moreover, he heard that the hunting dog had 5 people, but Alma did not like 2 of them, immediately turned them into a long dry. But at this moment, the door was once again opened, only a man wearing a white clothes standing at the door, and he was an illusory image, but the 2 of them considered him an air conditioner repairer. Nagging so hot, why did he just come? Hearing that, Huinon raised his hand slightly, using the fog. In the blink of an eye, the cool ice crystals flew in this space, but not long after. This space immediately turned into a huge cold storage, causing the 2 of them to tremble because of the cold. The Alliance told him not to joke anymore, quickly stop. For this, Huinon smirked strangely, could not stop, because I did not joke, you, the foolish funeral, just obediently waited to death. After a while, Huinon finished the 2 people, he also read the information in his head. These 2 were just the long men in charge of communicating the instructions. But if the hound also came here, the situation was different, so he immediately called Duk Cam, just connected. Duk Cam immediately scolded him to be crazy. Now that he is 2:30 a.m., Huinon apologizes, sorry, I have something to ask you, I want to participate in this auction in City L, but without an invitation, can you help me to get one? Hearing this word, Duk Cam's face was uncomfortable, he despised me too, after all, I was the president of the Player Association. A letter of invitation to the child. Send the hotel and the number of rooms here, but after obtaining the auction invitation, Huinon immediately went to the hotel a day before the search. This place not only has an auction, but also a casino. However, Huinon has never come here, so he wants to go to play, but the access control system emits a warning, stops him. At the same time, the security guards were full of tattoos running, but the leader let a glance at his identity. Turns out, he was the last time in Chow Thursday Ha met him, the person of the master of the Mesopotamia, Hananhao. At this time Huinon also remembered him. A small minister, the funny complex of the princess. But this auction was in charge of the protection work. He asked Huinon if he wanted to go to the casino, then led him to another place, telling him the casino has changed the business model. Because players use their ability when gambling, leading to casinos suffered a lot of losses, the hotel has launched books, specializing in building a casino for players. Here they can use their competence, even the deviser here is a player. Hearing this, Huinon said, so isn't the senior player advantage? But Hananhao scratched his head embarrassed, not really, because our captain has never won, only seeing Chow Thursday Ha now so angry that the corner of his eyes is teary. Seriously suspected whether they were tricking their money or not, extremely depressed lying on the table, muttering, impossible. Causing the sweat, he glanced at this game, the probability of winning and losing was not related to try, completely relying on the eyesight. He sat down beside Chow Thursday Ha, asking if this game was happy. Hearing this, she was shaking angrily. He asked me if I was happy? I lost so much, how could I feel happy? But the next second, she immediately realized that the person in front of her was illusory. Her expression full of expectation turned out to be the first chicken head. Did not expect to see him here, did you come to me? For this, Huinon shallowly responded, of course not. Chow Thursday Ha laughed, I joked. So what did you come here to do? Huinon told her that she came to the auction. Today is just too convenient to visit the casino. Hearing that, Chow Thursday Ha said, I am now the captain of this hotel security team, what's going to find me? Huinon saw that, in the sarcasm, the security team leader worked in working hours, Then he asked this game was so difficult? Just mentioning this, Chow Thursday Ha immediately was extremely helpless, sighed a voice. The speed of the division of this article was very fast, heard that he was from the second floor. However, because the people who divided the cards were masked, they did not know their identities and abilities. Next, Huinon immediately put all his chips up, which made Chow Thursday Ha amazed, warning him at first unfamiliar could not keep up his speed. However, Huinon's words immediately made her attack. In other words, did she get used to it and still lost forever? Immediately made her shyly turn her head. Then the game began. The 3 cups in the hand of the division quickly changed the position, along with the speed faster, even appearing. 2.5 minutes later, he stopped the movement, followed by choosing a cup containing silver ball. Chow Thursday Ha immediately stood up and shouted, "This time I knew it, I saw it clearly, definitely the left." The small face was full of confidence and satisfaction, consider whether or not to put another game, but the illusory image at the side hated telling her that she was still not gambling anymore. She was really a hand-in-hand word, then pointed to the cup in the middle. I chose the middle, heard that, the heart of the person split the shocking card. Then congratulated, opened the cup, but there was clearly the silver ball below. Seeing this scene, Chow Thursday Ha shouted and shouted, "Perhaps this is the luck that the new player has in the legend?" However, I heard that the luck was only once, so he still did not play anymore. After saying that, she looked so depressed, but because I had never won once, so I basically could not stop. This makes Huin image the corners of the mouth twitching, so this is really a tragic story. But at this moment, besides the illusory image transmitted to a voice, the head of the chicken, "Did you want to play this game?" But the one who came was 2 people in the hunting dog, this time the goal of Huinon. Huinon could not be expected, see these names here. It is true that iron shoes are not found, until it is achieved, there is no effort. But there is a problem that, as long as they cannot prove that they are ghosts, Huinon cannot openly act with them, moreover they cannot proactively express their identities. Come to think of it, Huinon decided to trap them, then turned to tell Chow Thursday Ha, "This was really fun, I wanted to play a few more games." Seeing that, Chow Thursday Ha kept shaking his head, exclamation, and the frightening gambling addiction. However, this word of her seems to say itself is better, but the person who divided the cards saw this game had 3 players, so he wanted to use 5 cups. Very quickly, the 5 cups immediately in the hand of the division of the flight quickly moved. The people were looking without blinking, 2.5 minutes later stopped. The girl first chose the cup in the middle, however, Huinon and the man simultaneously chose the outer right. Along with the announced results, Huinon and the man also won. Huinon looked at the man, observed him, silently said, "This thin guy seemed harder to cope than the other woman." Shortly after, under the continuous victory of Huinon, the cheat in front of him was as high as the mountain. This made Chow Thursday Ha amazed. He had to have something talented about gambling, if not so dangerous. For this, Huinon also said the cause, his friend used to teach him, the method of solving the procedure to cover the eyes, could not just look at the outer shell, but to look at the inner nature. Is it stronger than the opponent or not? It is important to judge the nature hidden behind his techniques. Next, the divided person once again prepared to start. The next second, the cups in hand flew so fast that there was only the remaining image. But Huinon did not stare at the cups, but stared at the division who was using the illusory energy. Next, Huinon and the man who did not make an appointment but once again chose the same one, but the results were not unexpected, won the victory. Founding failure caused the person to divide the tiers of tears, saying that now it is necessary to change people, telling everyone to wait a bit. Taking this opportunity, Huinon told Chow Thursday Ha, "I had a device that wanted her to see." Next, he rummaged in his pocket, then took out a compass to radiate iron. If the magic power transmits the compass, it can help him find a specific person. Although the British wants to find it is not here. After saying that, the compass quickly turned around, waited until the guideline stopped, and suddenly pointed to the 2 of them beside him. Huinon suspiciously said, "Why is this? Could it be broken?" After that, he stood up and said he wanted to go to the toilet for a while. At the same time, the man beside him also stood up and said he wanted to go to the toilet. The woman laughed softly and asked him for a long time. The man glanced at him, calmly. He said, "This place must not be a toilet." In his heart, he also guessed that Huinon's compass was used to search for a ghost, so he must know that we were a ghost, so we came here. However, Huinon did not answer his question. Smashing the compass to the ground, seeing that, the man frowned, equipped with attributes must not be so easy to be damaged. In other words, this is not a property equipment. Could you deliberately lead me here? Huinon from the bag took out a long sword, laughed softly, "Just now paying attention, you were a very sharp person." Hearing that, the man also understood. I fell into the trap of Huinon. "How much do you know about us?" Huinon smirked, just grasping your journey tomorrow. Hearing that, the man gripped the owner in his hand, so he was less talkative. The next second, the body jumped up, with extremely fast speed, in the blink of an eye came in front of Huinon. The owner in his hand swung across, immediately made Huinon astonished, so quickly, then jumped up, stretched the distance with him. This must not be based on the ability to be able to do it. Could he even have acceleration skills? But at this moment, the man's words interrupted his thoughts. I already know your rough strength, obediently abandon the struggle, anyway you cannot avoid my next attack. Hearing that, Huinon exhaled softly, in front of him closed his eyes. Seeing that, the man immediately understood how to do Huinon. He realized that his eyes could not keep up with his speed, so he chose to directly based on the feeling. However, that's good, he closed his eyes, his head became a disadvantage, which could form a life to end only head and heart. We can make his head attack, actually aimed at his heart. The next second, the man immediately appeared in front of Huinon, the owner in his hand rushed towards him. But the next second, on Huinon, a huge fog caused the man's movement to stop, but very quickly, he again locked the illusory image. The owner turned into a storm of spiritual energy. However, the incident in front of him immediately caused his pupils to shrink, only to see his weapon handle was frozen into statues. At the same time, Huinon's laughter entered his ear. You are trapped. If I can predict your attack, even if the speed is a bit slow? I thought, with your personality, I would definitely target my heart. The technique is easy to see through like that. The speed is even faster. What is the benefit? The words like the dagger of Huinon made the man angry. Another hand again took out the weapon, stabbed towards him, but was summarized by the illusory image. In the moment, the arm was frozen again. At the same time, Huinon's sword school lowered. The words like the dagger of Huinon had become the last words of the man. You see, too careful is not a good thing. As soon as Huinon ended a person in a hunting dog, the woman also guessed that their accomplices had an uncertainty. Anyway, with his strength, nearly 2.5 hours have not returned. Alma asked what the person who accompanied him looked like, then opened the record of the player currently in the market, then stared at the top, quickly searched. Suddenly, his gaze stopped in one place, certainly saying this person, but seeing this person, Alma was difficult to understand. His defense should not lose a new rookie in 2.5 months to be right. But when he considered the trophy of Huinon, found out not right, he was related to the obsessed brother. At this time, he understood everything. Huinon was the purpose of intentionally approaching them. Even the death of the obsessive brother could be caused by this name. Therefore, he immediately marked Hua Quanhao as a dangerous element, just discovered, immediately killed. The next day, Huinon Makos neatly went to the auction, but after presenting an invitation, the security immediately changed, respectfully invited him to the VIP path. But on the way in, he had just met Chow Thursday Ha, who was buying iced tea. But just met, Chow Thursday Ha scolded Huinon for a match. Yesterday clearly told himself to wait for him to come back. The result of waiting for a night and not seeing the silhouette, making her unable to sleep all night, thinking about what the compass was used to be used for what to do. Seeing that, Huinon could only constantly apologize, saying the next time she will invite her to eat. Hear this, the anger of Chow Thursday Ha will calm down a bit, let out a soft, saying that she wants to eat the most expensive food. Next, she told Huinon in the auction hall first, she even had to wait for iced tea. A moment later, Chow Thursday Ha hugged a box of iced tea and entered the auction hall, but for safety reasons, the celebrities were all in the first row. Among them, there are Queen W. Kwok and the chairman of the National Association of Fights. After that, she immediately found her position, sitting down and greeting the next person, but the next second, she immediately blankly, unexpectedly, the first chicken was just separated. She also thought Huinon was sitting in the wrong place, then small voice to him, the seat was designed, unable to sit arbitrarily. However, Huinon took out an invitation, saying that his position was here. But when she clearly saw the invitation in the hand of Huinon, a bit surprised, this was a ticket to the VIP chair door. Even her ability could only get tickets to the second door. At this time, she suddenly discovered that the costume on Huinon was not cheap, but Huinon had just started to work for 2 months. Where did so much money? In the blink of an eye, in her mind, she flashed a thought. Could he bring the money to win at the casino yesterday, spending all? However, this type of VIP seat ticket, whose money is not necessarily purchased. Where does he get? Huinon told her, these things were the president of Tamduk preparing for herself, including clothes and hotels. Hearing that, Chow Shuxia suddenly understood, so it was. It seems that the president of Tam attaches great importance to him. This is considered him as a successor to treat. Anyway, this VIP invitation card, only the highest characters of countries can have. In other words, you are as a representative of the president to participate in this auction, right? Hearing that, Huinon reluctantly touched his head. Ta did not specially give him such a set of clothes. At this time, Chao Shuxia changed his voice, his face seriously said, "Today I did not have to come here to play, first had to do my job first." For this, Huinon silently mocked. Is the person working during working hours as a status? However, one lucky thing is that her position is also here. He intended to solve the hunting dog alone, but after watching the memory of the other guy yesterday, he changed this intention. Because now only based on himself, he still could not fight Alma, so after fighting, he was at all costs to receive the help of the Red Chains. Moreover, if the rumor about Chow Thursday Ha is real, then she can not only protect the paradise of instant, but can guarantee everyone here is safe. After that, along with the light shining, the auction officially began. This auction item was a super luxurious, very fast attribute. Each item was sold in turn. However, up to now, Huinon only bought one item. This made Chow Thursday Ha still thought he was not interested in equipment. However, the truth was that he was very interested in equipment. But the problem is the auction here, not equal to what he used to use. After that, an equipment was brought up. It was called a mystic ball, used to be the reward of the second floor. However, over the past 20 years, no one has ever clarified its use. But at this moment, in the illusory mind, there was a bee, his level 1 skill, his sharp intuition automatically launched. This makes Huinon feel very strange. Could the other ball trigger your skills? However, although it is not clear why skills automatically launch, but Huinon still chooses to trust it this time. Press the quotation button in hand, buy it. In the end, it is the axial item of the auction today. This is the extreme magic box excavated from the second floor. Heavenly Paradise, the inside contains extremely high magic power, heard only based on the energy created by it, can make a city operate. However, the estimated price will be too expensive to exceed imagination, but eventually depends on the quotes of leaders of other countries. Very quickly, in the alternate quotation of everyone, the price skyrocketed, very quickly up to 4 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion, but at this moment, the incident occurred. The ceiling above the host suddenly broke. The big rocks fell toward him, waiting for the dust to dissolve. The scene was chaotic, but the owner of the piece was unscathed, only to see Hanan Hao standing in front of him, opening a barrier to protect people. Seeing that, Huinon could not help but silently praise, maybe in the blink of an eye to build such a big magic barrier. No wonder everyone called him the defendant, only saw in the air falling down a lot of dry soldiers, rushing towards the attacking barrier. Chao Shuxia glanced at one, guessed this was definitely due to Manan, only they could do such a crazy thing. However, who summoned these long dryness? At this time, Huinon continued, is there any possibility that the long-time artist has slaughtered the world? Anyway, this is not a normal skill, but he said that because he wanted to hand over the scene to Chow Thursday Ha to handle, a hidden way to reveal the information he knew to her. Chow Thursday Ha ordered the security team, first organized for guests to leave, then went to protect the auction item, then she told Hanan how to bring the heavenly paradise to come. After that, they will go looking for a long time of dryer. After saying that, she turned around and wanted to ask Huinon to help. However, in just a moment, Huinon disappeared and did not see the toothpick. But the scene was now a group of groups. The crowd competed to leave here, rushing towards the exit. The narrow door was basically unable to disband the crowd. Seeing this scene, Chow Thursday had gripped his fist, putting his force into a point, carrying the power of hegemony, punching a right, in the blink of an eye, breaking a large hole on the wall of 2.5 meters thick. Then shouted, telling everyone to leave here from this way, but Hanan Hao saw this scene again. The wall of this building is very expensive. For this, Chow Thursday Ha huffed coldly, now saving people is important, there is no time to measure this small story. Hearing that, Hanan Hao reluctantly sighed in a breath, so until then she wrote a review, don't declare me. But at this moment, in front of him appeared a black hole, a bullet from there pierced, with the speed of lightning unable to hold his ears, hit him. In the unbelievable gaze of Chow Thursday Ha, shooting a trail of blood, then helplessly fell back. Earlier, Alma launched a long-time drying troop to ambush the auction hall, but fortunately the barrier of Hanan Hao stopped. However, the next second, in front of him, the devil appeared, a bullet, suddenly hit him at him. This also made the barrier in the blink of an eye destroyed. The long-time army rushed into the auction scene. Seeing this scene, Chao Shuxia also prepared a battle, in his hand flashed with gloomy light. What a bunch of people angry. After that, I moved, rushed towards the long army. The next second, the loud explosion echoed the night sky. The long-lasting troops in the blink of an eye were swallowed by the fire. Swallowing, the blinding fire lights the night, under its power, has turned into a sea of fire. This scene makes the woman of the hunting dog hide in the distance feel unbelievable. Is this really what humans can do? As expected of the woman who possesses the strongest skill, Hoa Hoa controls fake, she absolutely cannot fight her face, just do the job of a sniper gunman. She had just observed the situation of the scene, very quickly discovered that the paradise of Chi fell on the ground, raised her hand to summon a black hole. The next second, the paradise immediately appeared in her hand. Next, she called Alma, told him the task was completed. Hearing that, Alma told her to quickly go away. After disconnecting the phone, the woman felt regretful. Unfortunately, it was impossible to fight the Hua Quan Hao. But at this moment, she suddenly discovered the shadow of Huinon, immediately made her overjoyed. The bastard, you were dead. Then raised the gun to look in his hand and closed him. In the blink of an eye, he locked his head, but at the same time the gunfire rang out. In front of the space suddenly appeared black holes. The bullet under its effect through the space, in the blink of an eye appeared in front of the illusory image. However, this strange attack was unbelievable by Huinon to avoid it. Seeing that, the woman felt unbelievable. This is her taking advantage of the shift skills to conduct sniping at a super far distance. How can she shoot? Without believing in the evil, she once again raised the gun aimed at the illusory image. The black hole appeared around him. However, for this, the illusory image did not change. Casually said, saying, "Let me play the game hide and seek with you." The next second, the whole person turned into the image disappeared on the spot. This one made it difficult for a woman to believe. Even the player like Hanan Hao could not avoid her bullet, a small rookie could not do? But at this moment, she noticed something wrong, because Huinon just ran in the direction she was where she was standing. As soon as she was not able to act, the air of the mist was spreading behind her, in the moment of freezing her on the spot, only to see the illusory image like Yulin appeared behind her. Around the welding weapon, cold eyes, holding the school to take steps towards her, the woman loudly asked who she was in the end. Huinon sounded cold, casually said, "What can you do? Anyway, tonight, hunting dogs will disappear from this world." But on the other side, under the massacre of Chow Thursday Ha, dried for a long time at her feet, she had become a small mountain, but this time appeared a bunch of dry black and black holding equipment. Under the tireless attack of them, her teammate also fell in turn, which made Chow Thursday Ha feel suspicious. Because these people are all teammates she chose personally, very real power, even though they have been fighting for a long time, they have been tired, not to the point of being so quickly falling. But the team members also discovered the strange point, which is the equipment that these black dry use are very familiar with the eyes. This reminded her of the shocking disappearance of the player 3 years ago. Then the players entered the second floor disappeared. That equipped in combat methods that those players use, coincide with these black dry. In other words, these black dry are actually the missing players before. At the same time, Huinon also finished the woman's memory, and knew the hunting dog's action plan. Alma sneaked the auction hall, moving the eyes of Chow Thursday Ha, and she took the opportunity to steal the heaven. After the plan was completed, to Zone B, the Lyre Hotel held a meeting. Moreover, she had to dodge the designated players as dangerous characters. However, Huinon did not see information related to the Ghost Association in her memory. Could it be said that the captain of the hunting dog had never revealed information to his subordinates? It seems that she needs to read the memory of Alma. But according to the memories of the hunting dogs, now the dried long-term attacks on the auction hall are all players murdered by Manaiza, which the man who manipulates those drying for a long time is her disciple, Alma. But the hiding place of Alma is far from the auction. Moreover, there is definitely a layout full of magic traps. If Huinon arbitrarily rushed in, there was no way to live, so she needed to think of a way. At this time, she noticed the communication device in the hands of a woman, a plan appearing in her head. But on the other side, Alma's communication device passed on the news, telling her the task was completed, but I was followed by a strange guy. It is not Hua Quan Hao, nor is it the person of the Chichmi King, because she could not abandon the other name. She immediately brought the paradise hidden in an alley near the hotel. Also do the symbol of the hunting dog nearby. Alma thought for a while, could there be an unexpected force to appear? After that, she flicked her hand slightly, her body gradually turned into a black smoke, soon after to the place where the hunting dog was. At the same time, she also discovered the magic power transmitted from the trash behind, but after she opened it, inside was clearly their goal this time, heaven and angry. But she felt that this thing was very cold, and the magic power was not as high as in imagination. Without waiting for her to think much, in the paradise, she immediately appeared cracks, along with a cry, exploding, immediately freezing her arm. Alma is hard to believe, this is a trap created by magic power, but how does she know the symbol of the hunting dog? However, now she must keep calm, the trap is sure recently. The magic power was like a hurricane sweeping out, countless long dry soldiers were summoned. This moment, the long-lasting dry army was protecting her around her. However, a leisurely voice rang behind her back, not bad. However, unfortunately, when you summon them, there was absolutely no room, only the illusory image did not know when it appeared behind her. Alma turned quickly, however, Huinon's sword field was faster, stabbing her heart. She did not understand. Huinon was always mixed in, perhaps said, she had predicted that we would summon dry for a long time? It is wrong. Along with Alma falling down, drying long around and melting into smoke, the last of life, she asked what was the image of the image. But Huinon looked coldly at her, asking a question, so far, for those who died in your hands, will you answer their questions? Upon hearing that, Alma fell into the taciturn, seeing that, Winfoto raised the sword in his hand, if so, you also have a face to ask me. Along with Alma's death, the long-lasting army at the auction scene also turned into ashes disappeared. Maybe the long-time journalist summoned them back? Or say, she was killed by people? As soon as Huinon took advantage of the trap to kill Alma, her rank also increased 2 consecutive levels. This type of speed compared to her imagination is faster, perhaps because her level skill is higher than Huinon. However, if Alma does not fall into the trap, the dead may be illusory. Next, Huinon immediately started reading Alma's memories. In the memory, Alma is an orphan discovered by Manan. She has a rare summon, so it is called a first-class dignity, and is chosen by Mama Naniza. Appointment as captain of a hunting dog. Naniza told her, the ultimate goal of Manan was to dominate the world, but the specific incident had to wait for her to enter the second floor to tell her. At this moment, Huinon's skill again because the rank is too low and the coercion ends. However, it seems that because these memories are extremely important, Alma just locked them. But these brief memories for Huinon also said as a significant harvest. At this time, in her heart to the ghost more and more hatred, these cruel people brought orphans to foster a ghost. If the orphan could not stand the cruel training, they would not be thrown away at all. Therefore, before becoming a ghost, they can only be managers who are in human treatment. However, knowing this evil story, then she would not fold her arms to watch. She had to be more and more before the monsters like Alma, solving this thoroughly. At this time, Huinon thought of Naniza. Could there be some person she saw in his memories obsessed? It is just that she is still not familiar with the high-class leaders of Manan, so it has not been able to confirm. Huin images in the heart of determination, just waiting, I will definitely spit the root of you, take it to hell. 4 days later, Chow Thursday lowered his moody face to hear his subordinates report. Even if they flipped everything up, they could not find heaven. Did the magician have brought it away for a long time? Come to think of it, she was even more worried. But at this moment, Nanhao told her, someone sent her a gift, which the object inside made her extremely surprised. It was obviously a paradise that she was looking for. Seeing that, she laughed, saying that this fake item was identical to the previous genuine. However, Nanhao told her this is a real product, he has already gone to the assessment, causing her fear hurriedly covered the lid. In addition, there is a paper written in foreign languages. The writer said that her fans, moreover, decided to dry for a long time. The body is in a hotel alley. Seeing that, Chow Thursday lowered his face bewildered, she could not expect, her fans helped her solve this. She has not done anything yet. However, this also made her breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, thanks to this fan, she did not have to pay compensation for violations of the sky. Really thank her. Moreover, this fan is very dangerous. The scene a bit of traces does not leave, just looking at it is a senior player. This also makes Chow Thursday more curious for this person. At this moment, she just saw the illusory image coming in, immediately stood up and shouted, telling him to stop. Huinon slowly greeted her. Good morning, the captain is high, but seeing this form of Huinon, the resentment of Chow Thursday is about to be petrified. You still have a face to greet me? And angrily scolded him, daring to flee in such an emergency situation. Hearing that, the delicacy was shy his head, yesterday's appearance was really very similar to running away. Chow Thursday constantly criticized Huinon. You must know, even the legendary hero has also said that the player must take advantage of his strength to protect the safety of the people. Hearing that, Huinon reluctantly scratched his head. Did I say this? This made Chow Thursday disdainful. I said it was illusory, not you. But for this, Huinon did not remember this word, because he used to read the interview before. Chow Thursday taught the illusory photo later not to meet the story, immediately wanted to run away, must be for the safety of the people, and devoted them. Hearing that, Huinon reluctantly nodded, heard the words of Huinon. Chow Thursday smiled satisfied. You reflected quite quickly. After saying that, she took out the small paper just now, said that this is a big gift that her fans give to her, not only a long batch of dry and long-lasting artists, but also brought Tian Duong to return. Surely a high-class player, even Nanhao could not find any of her clues. Hearing that, Huinon laughed mystical, because the method of erasing this magic trace, he learned from his teammates before. Next, he asked where the auction was taken yesterday. Chow Thursday Ha told him that at the front desk, before breaking up. She invited Huinon again, really did not consider joining our collapse team? Huinon also rejected her again. However, for this result, Chow Thursday Ha did not feel unintended. The next time they met again was probably on the second floor. Come to think of it, she reached out, promised to a picture of a promise. As long as he needed for half a year to enter the second floor, he would give him a gift. Huinon laughed softly. So what if we could not enter? Then you make my wish. After that, Huinon received equipment that was auctioned yesterday, the mystic ball and the physical regeneration necklace. However, he still did not understand this equipment why triggered the sensitive intuition. Therefore, he tried to transmit magic power inside, but the result was nothing happened. This made Huinon a bit disappointed, but there was a little reaction. Huinon still felt later off and transmitted a bit of magic power to try. Just patient enough, someday we'll get the answer. Next, Huinon put his eyes on the necklace, which was prepared to give to his nephew. Not long after, the necklace was transferred to the door of the border area of the second floor. A teenager opened it. Inside there was a piece of paper. Huinon told him, I would within half a year entering the second floor. Seeing that, the boy fell into thought, did he want to start acting already? Uncle. But after the end of the trip, Huinon also returned to the player association, moreover brought Dukcam a bottle of rice wine as a gift. However, Dukcam regretted saying, recently I was quitting alcohol. At this time, Huinon asked Dukcam, the invitation card he gave him very abnormally. The arrogant Dukcam told him, this is to let the whole world know how serious he values the image, so no one will dare to cause trouble with him. Huinon Bao Dukcam helped him find an orphanage, he knew the secret of the ma. After saying that, taking out the jar of Huinon wine brought, filled with a glass, now he needs to drink a glass to calm down. Huinon felt so kind for him to add 2 stones. Afterwards, Dukcam told Huinon, Noah found him, the previous sword thanks to his forging was completed. He said he wanted to personally give him. But with the current reputation of Huinon will also not have too much intense. Anyway, he also received an invitation to join the monk, so Huinon was about to return to rest, tomorrow to meet Noah. After the illusory image, Dukcam stopped, silently lowered his determination, he should also do some things in his ability. The next day, Huinon went to Noah's residence, but this place compared to 25 years ago, did not change. However, it was said that Nai's grandson took over the factory, not knowing what kind of wet jackfruit was now transformed into. But when Huinon pushed the door in, caught her eyes was a strong arms, clearly standing in the eyes of a muscular man. Seeing that, Huinon immediately dumbfounded, this was the nephew of Noah, what happened this 25 years? But the man glanced at him, he realized that Huinon was Hua Quan Hao, because the person in the association greeted him, then, he led Huinon to meet Noah. Very quickly, Noah appeared behind him, blamed, wanting to meet him once. Huinon laughed softly and greeted him, for a long time, Noah. Seeing this scene, the grandson beside your face was bewildered, did these 2 people not today meet today? Next, Maha told his nephew to make an Adelaide teapot, then went forward, his face was happy to patting the illusory shoulder, so that he would suffer. Huinon replied, thanked, was also very happy because his health was still very good. But at this moment, Noah suddenly asked Huinon, why decided to re-export? Upon hearing that, Huinon decided to let Nae look at that. In his hand, fluttering slightly, the next second, welding air filled with rolls, in his hand suddenly appeared an ice flower. Seeing this scene, on the face of Noah filled with trauma, is this the fog? After the illusory image, he finished watching the dew, he said, this would be the key to rescue his teammates, so the hope of Noah could help him. Anyway, the 2 of them soon signed the agenda, wanting to cooperate together. However, Noah's answer made Huinon be attacked. It is not the illusory image of the reject, but a rookie who does not know that the sky is high and the earth named Hua Quan Hao. This word just said, immediately made Huinon unable to hold back. Seeing this appearance of Huinon, Noah immediately laughed, telling him, I was just a little joking, it was to see his stupid attacked appearance. This makes Huinon unfinished crying and laughing, asking whether the sword he wants has done. Hearing that, Noah stood up to get his sword for him. After that, he brought the dragon to the sword, handed it to Huinon. Huinon pulled out the field, meticulously enjoyed, feeling extremely satisfied in her heart. Unexpectedly, after 25 years, Noah could still because he forged a weapon that had a hand like that. Noah said, I also added a new material in the dragon, to enhance the magic conductivity and durability. Next, Huinon immediately checked the properties of weapons, rare equipment, black dragon. This sword is extremely tough, not easy to blunt or rust, the wound caused by this sword is not easy to heal. As long as the body of the sword is bloody, it is possible to look at the opponent's rough position. Seeing that, Huinon laughed satisfied. This is basically not the swords in the warehouse of the association that can be compared. Many years have passed, his level has not regreased. Huinon's words made Noah dissatisfied. What did you say? Our strength has obviously improved a lot, even our technique of playing chess has increased a lot, right? But before playing chess, he had never won me ever. Hearing this word, Noah shouted angrily at Huinon, do you think I was still the same as before? I am currently more dangerous than you. At this moment, Naya's grandson picked up the tea. He especially told Huinon, this is a very valuable tea, do not spill. But for this, Huinon did not notice what kind of tea he had never taken through, but when the tea was in his mouth, immediately shocked in his heart. This unique flavor compared to the types he used to drink completely different. What is this tea? But Maha now opened again, while Huinon and him hit a game. If he won, he immediately told him. Hearing that, Huinon laughed softly, one word, he could not change his mind. A moment later, Noah smashed the chess troops down on the chessboard, crazy shouting, how could it be like that? Huinon told him not to excitement, I was still there. Now we win, can you tell us? Noah reluctantly sighed, sat back to the chair, asked Huinon who had heard through the ethnic people, was the type of legs and walking, a bit like a human? In the past, but the current ethnic group of intellectual property could communicate with humans, so this kind of noble intellect is also known as the spirit of the clan. Akari tea is grown by the spirit. So if we enter the second floor, we can buy this tea? But Maha huffed slightly, if he and the spirit of the clan were not predestined, then there was more money and could not buy it. Hearing that, Huinon said, so unfortunately, then again from the bag to take out the sphere, asking him if he realized this. After watching him, he did not know what this was, but he could see this is a stuff of spirit. Huinon asked in astonishment, how could he see it? That's because we used to meet the elderly elder, they came down from the second floor, looking for us. The spiritual spirit has a mysterious and unique atmosphere, giving people the same feeling as part of nature, which this ball has given us a similar feeling. If you want to know what this sphere is, you can go to the place where spirituality goes to see. A part of the object made by spirituality, just contact with the world tree, will produce a reaction, saying that you can investigate something. After listening, Huinon said that he would return to look up a little news related to the spirit, now please report before. But Maha just casually said a sentence, walking leisurely, not seeing off. Hearing that, Huinon understands the smile, he is still in the hot cold as before, but the nephew of Noah soon prepared a box to him. He thousands of times do not get angry, my grandfather is just not good at expressing his feelings. This is he told me to give him, Akari tea, he never gave anyone such a valuable tea. It seems that he really admires him. Huinon laughed softly, so please help me thank you. After that, on the way back to the association, Huinon from the contest was known to know the news related to Lin. However, the dark spirit, they are the depraved spirits who betrayed the world trees, took the tribe as the living unit, so the copy of them with the strategies was relatively difficult to work. It is said that good luck can receive the panacea in legend, holy water, in their village. The vicinity has the dark spirit that appears in the foreign spirit of the foreign country. He can see this. Tanhai Association is about to join the strategy of reporter. This is the congregation that Huinon met when the previous Lord Fire Ho strategy. At this time, Tian continued, moreover, not only the Tanhai Association, the worldwide assembly will gather to this place. Conditions of customs clearance are killing the patriarchs of the dark spirit, only players from 20 to 30 can enter, limit the number of people as 200 players. After listening, Huinon could not help but gasp. This is truly a super large copy. But somewhere on the second floor, Carl Signa also learned the news of the whole army hunting. He is both hard to believe and feel extremely headache. This time Gay, Nezid attached great importance to his disciples, which had been chasing them very close. Now it is a single disaster, but at this moment, outside the door transmits to the static movement. When they saw the people coming, the pupils Carl shrunk, only to see the door standing an old man, surrounded by horror. Carl immediately knelt down on the ceremony, in his heart was scared only. He could not expect it, Nezid personally came to find him. The next second, a magician immediately shot at him, squeezing his neck tightly. Only seeing Nezid looks cold. Are you definitely the person named Hua Quanhao killed my disciples? Hearing that, Carl hurriedly said, I didn't know, but just giving him a chance, he could definitely make Hao return. Hearing this, Nezid's eyes flashed, then loosened Carl's neck, coldly out of the ultimate letter for him. Within half a year, I wanted to see him, but Carl told him again, wanting to enter the second floor at least reach level 30. But he was still a rookie, How could it be within half a year of promotion? For this, Nezid did not notice, only left Carl a sentence and disappeared, only brought him to me in front of me. You can keep the small network. Hearing this word, Carl had no way, immediately told his subordinates to bring the device to move in. He wanted to avoid the player association, secretly using the whole elevator personally down to the first floor. At the same time, Huinon also came to the foreign country, Grandon, which he was 3 days before, intending to heat the person first, the strategy of several small copies nearby. Anyway, the difficulty of the copy this time is not trivial. Must know that, after copy and players appear, the system also followed that it was extremely fair. When setting up difficult levels, it will never be a player or monster, but this copy allows 200 players to come in, enough to prove that this copy is very difficult to work. Time is very fast, passing 3 days, players preparing to gather the collection at the door, getting ready. Although they are players from all over the world, there is no shortage of powerful great powers. Some people use advanced equipment, even in the country has never appeared, but Truong Man Van of Tan Hai Association has always looked around looking for someone. His teammate glanced at him to predict that he was looking for Hua Quan Hao. He was so expected to be unable to hide. During the previous strategy of fire, he was deeply admired by Huinon's power, which also made him consider Huinon as an idol. This time I have to show your better face to him. At this time, they also discovered the silhouette of Huinon, hurriedly ran to greet him, but Huinon also glanced at him and realized that he was a member of Tan Hai. Last time after I fainted, he was still helping to bring home, really thanked him. Hearing that, Truong Man Van said, they must thank him right. At this time, he changed his voice. I wanted to negotiate with him, he still had not joined any public work, right? Before that, Truong Man Van of the Tan Hai Association asked Huinon, if he had not yet joined any association, would he want to join them this time? Hearing that, Huinon fell into thought, this is also not a bad choice. Anyway, if he is single-handedly, the performance is certainly very low. Therefore, Huinon immediately accepted the invitation of Truong Man Van, waited until noon, the player was neatly equipped, in turn began to enter the copy. But caught the eye was a lush green forest. But when he entered, Huinon discovered a strange thing. People immediately started acting individually, perhaps not to open a meeting together, discussing the strategy plan? Truong Man Van explained to Huinon, now everyone is using the terminal to communicate, so after entering the copy, no longer need to focus on a place to meet. Just use the equipment to build the magic information network, and you can conduct a remote exchange. After listening, Huinon now understood. A person next to the future saw that, could not help but laugh at Huinon. Could he be from the past through the past? Even this one did not know. Heard that, Truong Man Van stopped him, told him not to be so rude, then introduced Huinon the members of the Tan Hai Association. This is a shock therapy in the team. His name is from the future, called the Great King of Theater. After saying that, from the future, he wanted to show Huinon's skills. He stopped his head in front of Huinon, stared at him. The next second, a red light flashed in the pupil. Shortly thereafter, he shouted in astonishment, he was so dangerous, and he killed 10 darks. Hearing that, Huinon also guessed what the power of the future was. Truong Man Van later explained to him, from the future with the ability to predict the future, just stare at one person, to be able to see what was about to happen to him recently. But this skill is very long, moreover he has to bring the content to see the opponent, otherwise it will be punished, seriously injured. Hearing this word, Huin photoshocked in his heart. When he was a 17-year-old Huin, this skill was extremely rare. The whole earth did not exceed 10 players can predict the future. But at this time, from the future, he cut off his thoughts, saying that his skills could only see what was about to happen, and not always accurate. Anyway, the variable of the future too much, then immediately Truong Man Van Tu's turn to introduce. He was fortified as strengthening physical strength. He had the feeling of certain people who could coordinate very well. Then they immediately tried to find a place to build a camp, build a network of information. 2.5 hours later, Truong Man Van brought the installation information equipment to complete, and successfully contacted with other associations. However, other associations have not yet discovered the trace of the dark spirit, which makes people suspect whether they escaped. Truong Man Van told them that after discovering the dark spirit, they contacted themselves, but so long without any progress, also made some people a little headache. At this time, Huinon suddenly said, this was very strange, has such a big copy, so the dark spirit is also not less right, but 200 players split up to search and search. Even their shadow did not see, not too strange. From the future, they think they may be too scared to escape? But Huinon denied this way of saying, because the dark spirit was very arrogant. Moreover, there was a very strong consciousness. Even if the tribe leader ordered them to hide the whereabouts, they would not cross their arms to stand when there were foreigners invading. So Huinon immediately asked from the future, just saw him when he encountered the dark spirit. From the future, recalling the scene just now, around a dark piece, it must be in the evening. Hearing that, Huinon fell into thought, after a while, casually said a sentence, "It was interesting." Next, in the eyes of some people, directly took the blanket to spread on the ground. He said to everyone, "The dark spirit will proceed with nights, so now there is no useless search." Hearing that, from the future worriedly saying, "So do we have to bring this news to other associations?" But Huinon felt that other associations would probably not believe. So whether or not to say it depends on you. He sleeps before a nap, changing shifts for some people to rest. Anyway, tonight we'll have to consume a lot of physical strength. Time passed very quickly. In the evening, in the camping area of other associations, the cold night made the man suspicious whether the dark spirit was at night. But the next teammate denied his thoughts. Because the dark spirit did not have such a high intelligence, they because to achieve the great force, but gnawing on the roots of the world tree. They are just a greedy race that falls in. There is no intelligence, even between the fellow clans cannot dialogue, so how can we sneak? But his words had just stopped. Behind the forest immediately transmitted to the static movement. The two immediately heard the sound of vigilance, staring at that dark place. Anyway, they were cowardly, even afraid of fire, for them to say, there was no threat. But the man panicked again. "You are definitely really scared of fire? If you are afraid, why is it always close to us?" At this moment, the man in front of him raised his head to look upwards. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrinked. Immediately the face of the great face, towards the Dong's friend, shouted, quickly called others to wake up, quickly. Only saw in the forest in front of hiding countless dark spirits, staring at the prey in front of him. At the same time, Huinon seemed to feel something, suddenly opened his eyes, immediately sat up, looked around. From the future, he saw him awake, telling him, currently there was still nothing unusual, he could sleep for a while. But Huinon asked the situation of other associations. From the future, they will contact you every 30 minutes, now there must be news. However, the strange thing happened, the information equipment fell into a calm piece, which made him suspect if the device was broken. But Huinon said calmly, they couldn't contact us. They may have been ambushed by the dark spirit. After that, the illusory image launched the skill of the archer. The darkness under his ability became extremely clear. In the dark forest, there was a lot of dark spirit. Seeing that, Huinon felt extremely interesting. The dark spirit had no power, could tame the dog, and rode them at night. Next, he said from the future to call others to wake up, but he looked obscure, because he did not see anything. What happened in the end? But the next second, the bloody mouth of the grey wolf appeared on his head. Wait until he turned his head to look back, the ferocious fangs were about to rob his life. Right now, a sword with lightning speed slashed at the grey werewolf, which was Huinon. The dark spirit lost the help of the grey wolf also fell into the fire. The illusory pouted, these names, the appearance was scary. Using the sword by Noah to deal with these names, it is wasted. Shortly thereafter, more and more dark spirit faced the attack, but their strength was in front of Huinon, basically not worth mentioning. Huin images like slashing vegetables, easy to destroy. At this moment, a dark spirit in his back was sneaking, but the next second, a black armor immediately covered the body of the image. The dagger that he hit was stabbed in it, could not add an additional manager. Huinon turned around, a sweeping sweep to bring him to solve, but this was due to the mouse bowl of the Huacan factory to create the black armor. Dukkem arbitrarily used Longcott thanks to the bowl of capillary to him. Waiting after finishing this copy, Huinon wanted to apologize to him, but at this time Huinon showed great power, causing the dark spirit to be feared. No one dared to move forward. Seeing that, Huinon had a thought in his heart. He first pretended to ignore a name, then chased them into the forest, so he can hide other people using fox. After that, he provoked the dark spirit. You came here, 1-on-1 with me, I will let you die in a pleasure. Seeing that, a name in it immediately could not help it, jumped up, towards the illusory attack, but the result was really very happy. Now only one last name, you can run away, try to see if you can escape. After a while, Huinon in the deep forest finished reading the memory of the dark spirit. He also knew, the leader of the tribe was more dangerous than these soldiers. Because the darkness of the spirit through the roots of the world tree, achieving forces, thereby losing his mind, but the tribal leader was not affected. However, except for the tribe leader, 1,000 dark spirits are enough to create an intimidation for other players. Moreover, their fear of the tribe leader cannot be underestimated. After that, Huinon immediately returned to the camping area. His expected also received the admiration of everyone. Huinon asked the situation of other camping areas. From the future worriedly said, still unable to contact, either fighting or was in distress. Hearing that, Huinon said, we must take advantage of time, let's go, we go to save people. But in another camping area, people were attacked by the darkness of the spirit to repeatedly backwards. After that, the man who was more rushed by a man on the ground. He called out loudly, called for his life, but his teammates were worried about his body. Right at the moment of thousands of pounds hanging hair, a tip flying over, plugging in beside him, only seeing the dark spirit on the grey werewolf falling to the ground. The next second, Hwinon's blade appeared on the head of the grey wolf, a sword stabbed, bringing it to kill, but the player on the ground glanced at the glance that the illusory image was Hua Quan. How? While he was not yet complete, his teammate also ran to his side. They said, I was also illusory. Hearing that, the man bowed deeply to thank Hwinon, all because he was useless, leading to 5 teammates to die. He must take revenge on his teammates. At this time, Hwinon told everyone, the north gave them to them, I was about to go to the east. Currently, most of the guilds must be fighting, we need to quickly help them. In the village, perhaps the 500 darks, half of the dark spirit all participated in the night of the night, as long as they supported it tonight. Immediately had the opportunity to win. Therefore, it is necessary to bring all the players to act separately together to deal with the dark spirit, to be overcome. You bring the player in the north to gather, then come to the east to find us to meet. But the man, after hearing, revealing an awkward face, however, Hwinon's words made him regain his spirit. I know you lost my teammates, it was difficult to fight, but now you have to support. If we do not unite, we'll be defeated by them in turn. Thus, not long after the whole army will be destroyed, so do not mention revenge for his teammates. Hearing this word, the man immediately restored the will to fight. He had to help his teammates die to revenge. From now on, they, the Lanoi Termin Association, vowed to live and die to follow the new Tin H Kingdom, Hua Quan Hao. As soon as Hwinon predicted the Knights of the Dark Spirit, he took turns to rescue the players who were ambushed, and told them to gather the rest of the players. But under his leadership, most people were saved, which also made the players extremely grateful. If this village was not involved in this time, then everyone would be killed tonight, waiting until a dangerous night passed. Everyone also seemed to overcome difficulties, but in the raid at night last night, although there were losses, but in the end, there were still 150 survivors. But on the side of the Dark Spirit, they lost nearly half of the army. Now they did not dare to go out of their territory, can only devote all the defense. In this situation, they should win. There is a problem. The people present at the scene appeared disagreements. Some people urgently wanted to immediately launch attacks, because his teammates were poisoned, unable to treat. Can only be quickly cleared, take him to the therapy hospital. However, other public players are not prepared, feeling the current risk of attacking. People will not stand it, not because a person injured and sacrificed. All players participate in the copy. The two sides of the horse, each one, arguing incessantly, causing Hwinon to have a headache. At this time, Quang Man Van consulted Hwinon's opinion, eventually should immediately attack, or prepare to be ready before moving. Hearing this word, the two were arguing violently, now also stopped, waiting for Hwinon's answer. Hwinon thought a little, then slowly opened her mouth. Although these two options had advantages and disadvantages, but I felt immediately attacked as the best choice. However, this does not mean that I agree because of saving a fake vice, but sacrificing the way of other players. The reason for the petition immediately launched the attack is because the longer time, the more detrimental to us. The reason is very simple. This is a consideration of the darkness of the spiritual raid last night is unusual. They are almost without intelligence, can have an action plan. This shows that behind them, there was a leader who ordered, which could dominate them, certainly possessing intellect or extremely high force. At this time, there are people who mention, except for 500 dark spirits, and there are train langurs that are also very difficult to deal with, but Hwinon told him, no need to worry. They are now no longer lang. When saving the last player, the other dogs were not adult dogs, but a child. In other words, the dark spirit has no longer grown up, so it is only possible to mobilize the child to launch the attack. They are currently unable to launch large-scale nights. Hearing that, everyone suddenly excited, but Hwinon told them not to be excited too soon. Although it is impossible to make large-scale night raids, after they adjust, they will definitely deploy small-scale ambushes, continuously facing our camping area to shoot out the poison name, then run away. Our food is incomplete, the bed is very simple, the number of people is also weak, the longer the time will last, the more tired. But the dark spirit is not afraid of fighting. When they feel the opportunity has come, will devote all their efforts, bringing us a neat batch. After listening to Hwinon's analysis, the man who kept his opinion was prepared, immediately felt ashamed, then directed towards Dai Ho-Tu apologizing, but Dai Ho-Tu also said it was okay. Seeing that, Hwinon also smiled satisfied, finally reconciled. At this moment, Huinon Bao from the future followed him a little, went into the forest. Huinon told him to use the future prediction skills on himself, to collect a little news. Hearing that, from the future, he immediately launched his skill. He saw people find the village of the dark spirit, just like Huinon said, their quantity was very much. Moreover, including a dark spirit that spreads a strong intent, surrounded by 5 darks and spirits. Hearing that, Huinon immediately thought of the leader, and the dark paradise of the night. However, what makes him feel unfortunate is that what he really wants to know is not these. Huinon told the future to bring news to everyone, but after he left, Huinon fell into thought, the leader of the tribe, could it be more dangerous than we imagined? Do we need us to use the skill to deal with him? 2.5 hours later, the reconnaissance team transmitted the news. They discovered the headquarters of the dark spirit. Everyone was very quick to prepare, except for those who were injured could not fight, a total of 147 players. A moment later, they went to Trang village where the dark spirit was in, that was under a big cave. Because of the curse of the world tree, they could not see the light, they could only hide in the ground and did not see the sun. After that, everyone went into the underground cave, waiting until they went to the end, only to see all the dark spirituality had arranged the battlefield. A large-scale battle is about to explode. This place has more than 500 spiritual spirits, and the tribe leader sits in the end. The surrounding exudes horror pressure, making the players not cold but trembling. But Huinon saw this match, said, quite suitable for us. Before we were worried we would be surrounded by them, from which we became passive. We just need to fight themselves. Huinon calmly told everyone to try, enlist a person to kill 4 children. The next person heard that sweating. You said it was easy, but at this time Huinon suddenly remembered something. Defeating the tribe leader, must be able to receive holy water, right? This word just said, everyone was startled. Immediately noisy discussion, is the type of spirit can cause the dead to alive? Huinon turned around and laughed to everyone. If it could really receive holy water, it would be based on the dedication when the strategy to divide. Hearing that, immediately caused the crowd of people to be stirred. Each immediately became like a cockfighting, squeezing together, facing the dark spirit to launch volunteer. This big battle was also officially opened. Everyone was risking their lives to kill the enemy. The dark spirit of each child fell down. But Huinon is still the most blinder among the people, based on the extreme body, sweeping across the bowl. Seeing this scene, everyone can hardly believe. Is this really a new player with 2.5 months? They were all about to be extremely limited, really not keeping his speed. But on the other side, Truong Manvan also fell into the siege, although based on the shield in his hand, blocking an attack. But the attack on the other side, in the blink of an eye came. At this moment, a sort of optical swords came over, and was illusory to save him. He told Truong Manvan to retreat back. From this place onwards, will become more and more dangerous. Hearing that, Truong Manvan asked him, wanting to rush ahead? This is too crazy. But Huinon calmly said, he used to do this kind of crazy thing. Hearing this word, making him dumbfounded on the spot. Looking at the towering figure of Huinon, Truong Manvan in his heart felt uneasy. Wanting to fight with him to fight, it is really a kind of hope. I still have a very long path to go. However, next time we will not back down. It seems to feel the determination of Truong Manvan. The corner of Huinon's mouth could not help but raise a curvature. He began to expect the next time to meet Truong Manvan again. But now, in front of him appeared a few shadows. It is the darkness of the paradise to protect the leader. The atmosphere is different, immediately making Huinon feel unusual. In this way, we must be a little serious, then bring the sword in hand to collect in the bag. The next second, black dragon like a silver dragon out of the sea, escaping from the palm of the hand. I also had to change a good weapon to deal with you. If he only used a sword to win and lose, no matter how many people, he could defeat. Anyway, he has never met someone who was good at using a sword than him. The next second, the Dark Knight shouted loudly, rushing in front of him. The strong force in the blink of an eye hit a large hole. Shortly after it was a sweeping sword towards Huinon. Huin Image bent down, quickly avoiding this one. The hegemony force in the blink of an eye brought the pillar behind him. Seeing this scene, the illusory image was so terrifying. The sword of the Dharma was so dangerous. Once he was hit, he would break the flesh, so he could not be attacked. Otherwise it would be difficult to keep his life. But on the illusory face, there was no fear, on the contrary, hanging a happy smile. He had not experienced such a stimulus battle for a long time. The next second, as fast as a rabbit, the black dragon danced quickly, in the blink of an eye slashing at his arm. When he did not react, his arm had left his body. The darkness of the knight's face turned away, wanting to turn away, but the speed of the illusory image was one step faster, bringing his legs trampling tightly, cutting his hope of fleeing. A sword stabbed to death, the ironic voice of Huin Image to the ears of the remaining Dark Knights. Even this sword is inevitable, your strength is too disappointed. There must be more trying. But now, the tragic cry besides attracting the attention of Huinon, only to see the player in front of the large number of dark spirits, unable to resist. Each person began to fall, according to the number of injured people constantly increased. The therapist did not keep up in time. The huge amount makes the scalp players numb. 4 and 4 and 100 and 500, the basic difficulty is not the same level. They are still using the way that is constantly taking turns, preserving their strengths, and now they can solve more than 100. Just continue like that, the player will be slaughtered first. They must maintain continuous attacks, not giving the dark spirit chance to take turns. But at this moment, on the pitch, there was a drama. The darkness of the spirit just now in the yang was proud, on the face full of panic, starting to frantically limbs running around everywhere. This scene made the players hundreds of termites unable to understand, only saw the dark knight behind them, swinging the sword in their hands, as long as anyone stopped him. Or killed without any love. But waiting for the player to look closely, it turned out to be illusory. He lured the darkness of the night to the center of the battlefield, ruining their squad to help other players. Seeing this scene, everyone admires. This is no longer a simple help, but is giving us the network. Truongman Van immediately seized the wonderful opportunity that Huinon created for them, calling for everyone to win, completely destroying their squad. Immediately, the players immediately blew up the fire of counterattack. Seeing that, Huinon nodded silently, although doing so was a bit energetic. But this must be able to solve all the soldiers. At the same time, the sword field of the Dark Knight also slashed at him, but Huinon did not bother to turn around, using an arrow to support. Chasing him for so long should end here. At this time, the leader on the king coldly looked at all. His patience was about to be extremely limited. They used to own outstanding appearance and intelligence, but now they become like ugly wild beasts, even being led by this human nose. Momentarily, the old glory has become a past. At this time, Huinon also killed the last darkness of the night. He did not remember clearly how many dark spirits he had killed. This was still the first time in his life he encountered so many enemies. Just like cockroaches. Hearing that, the darkness of the Spirit King said coldly, "Do not mention those cursed people in front of me." This word surprised Huinon. Spiritual claiming to be a natural guard also hated cockroaches. Or say, because the dark spirit is very similar to cockroaches, so you hate them so much. Hearing that, the dark face of the spirit of the king, holding the sword field, gradually walked towards the illusory image. Do not talk nonsense anymore, pick up your sword, humanity. See that, Huinon has also prepared to fight. Excited to say, if so, then go first. Hearing that, the darkness of the Spirit King laughed coldly, "You were crazy." As soon as Huinon finished solving all the darkness of the night, the darkness of the Spirit King had been waiting for a long time to finally take action. But he was the key to clearance of the copy this time. A cold killing intent filled the battlefield, only saw him slowly raising the sword in his hand, displaying the posture. Seeing this scene, Huinon was a bit frank. It is clearly the sword of the spirit, borrowing the power of nature, declaring the Asia to attempt. But the strange thing is, obviously only spirituality can use the strength of the fairy can be used. But the dark spirit that has been depraved has long been deprived of the strength of the fairy, so how can he use it? The next moment, the darkness of the spirit, the emperor broke out, disappeared on the spot, just in the blink of an eye rushed in front of Huinon. The speed was so fast that it made Huinon shocked in her heart, saw that Huinon could help this blow. The darkness of the spirit was a bit surprised, took a step back, pulled the distance with him, but at this time Huinon was not pleasant. That great power shook his arms constantly trembling. Turns out, the other name is based on the body strength of the dark spirit that improves the original sword. Understanding this, Huinon laughed softly. "It seems that you can predict my attacking rhythm. It is interesting." For the words of Huinon, the Dark Spirit King did not express their opinions. The next moment, once again launched a thunder blow towards Huinon. The violent power swept with the sword of the sky. Huinon was in the moment when Dian Quang Hoa Thatch, two people frantically delivered Fong and collided. At this time, Huinon also gradually adapted to the attack of the Dark Spirit King. The black dragon in his hand swung up quickly, slashing two swords with the lightning position. Immediately causing the Dark Spirit King to be injured, hurriedly jumped up, escaped from the beside Huinon. A blow. Huinon felt suspicious, because the Dark Spirit King in front of him did not show his great power in his memory. Although his current speed was very fast, the power was not weak. The darkness of the Spirit King's body gasped, his eyes glanced at the people who were constantly being defeated. Only seeing the scene fought to the point of fierce, the dark spirit of each person fell down, saw this scene, in his heart could not help but offer a tragic. These people of his people were extremely confident, following him, until the last moment of the battle. but he just wanted to join them to find the glory, returning all the mistakes, because at the moment he achieved strength, he stepped on a path without the way back, so he needed to fight the enemy 1,000 times. Only win, not to lose. This is the goal that he pursues his whole life, so he must definitely win. Only seeing a stream of horrible atmosphere suddenly out of his body, feeling this, Hwin-on immediately shocked the pupil. The next moment, the darkness of the spirit with unbelievable speed, in the blink of an eye appeared in front of Hwin-on. The terrible atmosphere immediately made Hwin-on shiver. The attack brought with him the spiritual energy, the power of great power immediately flew illusory image out, smashing the wall. Within this blow, Hwin-on immediately spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, not waiting for him to have any time to rest. The terrible figure in the blink of an eye rushed in front of him. Hwin-on reluctantly responded, reluctant to escape. At this time, he also understood, this is the type of power that he saw in the memory of the dark spirit. Not to let him have too much time to think, the blade again tore the wind again towards him. The illusory image of the black dragon welcomed this blow. The next moment, the two of them during the fighting out all their strength, the atmosphere was flooded like thunder shocking space, waiting until their atmosphere melted. Hwin-on fell into a weak position. Although he could rely on the black dragon reluctant to support, if he continued to hide his strength, he would definitely lose. But the problem now is that the eyes of the players at the scene are placed on the English. This also leads to the fact that he cannot clearly use many skills. As soon as Hwin-on hesitated, an attack brings sound explosion. In the blink of an eye hit him hard, his strength is like a mountain. The beach roared him flying into the wall, immediately causing Hwin-on to be seriously injured. Even the ribs broke a few. But the dark spirit of the king did not panic, slowly walked towards him. However, at this time, Hwin-on even did not have the ability to hold the sword, could only be vague. Looking at the dark spirit king was about to swing the blade towards him, Hwin-on bit his teeth, wanted to stand up, but no matter what he did, his body could not move at all. As soon as he hanged the hair, the chains flew, locked the sword bar, the player rushed up, hugged the dark body of the king. Everyone at this moment, all towards Hwin-on. Everyone devoted all their efforts, just because of saving Hwin-on. Seeing this screen, Hwin-on felt extremely surprised. At the same time, the therapist also went to him, therapy for him, but his ribs need 30 minutes to heal. At this time, Trey-chan said to Hwin-on, they were clearly seen in the back, he was like a monster, bringing all the darkness of the night to resolve. Immediately after that, he decided to fight the leader alone. The will that Hwin-on showed off that triggered their will to fight. Unexpectedly, as a rookie, he was only launched for 2.5 months, showing such brave, making them could only risk their lives. But now there are only more than 100 dark spirits, just resolving the leader, the copy can be successful, will definitely die. Hwin-on once again grabbed the black dragon in front of him, his body was seriously injured, his words were confident, 10 minutes, helping us to last 10 minutes, the rest gave us. However, when the player assigned the darkness of the spirit king, how hard he learned this 10 minutes. Now they completely experienced the horror of the monster in front of them. But the hope of depositing on Hwin-on, just persevering for 10 minutes is okay. But the next moment, the Dark Spirit King escaped from everyone's bondage, like a demon that broke Lao Lung. Funny that they spent so much effort, only tied him for a few minutes. Seeing that, everyone was determined, today even if they were dead here, they had to fight for solemnity. Then holding the weapon, facing the darkness of the Spirit King to attack. Seeing this stage, the darkness of the Spirit King could not help but bother. These people are very tenacious. Right afterward, swinging out two swords, in the blink of an eye to solve the two people rushing first. At the same time, a fireball at the side attacked. For this, he was just superficially immediately resolved. Neo people, why do meaningless things? But this cannot move the confidence forward of the players. Still every person, rushing towards him, over time every minute passed, in the darkness of the Spirit King, he did not know why he became more and more impatient. A seed of fear, in his heart gradually germinated, he was extremely unable to understand, what he was afraid of in the end. But when he saw the cold gaze of Hwin Photo at the back of the crowd, he could not help but shudder, clenched the school sword in his hand. But now, the distance until the illusory image recovers, only the last 3 minutes. However, the attack of the Dark Spirit King at this moment, even more violent. Each time the sword swings, can solve a few players, in just a few rounds, the player immediately was seriously injured. This screen made the player immediately covered by the darkness. They thought that was about to clear. However, the truth compared to their imagination was huge difference. The strength of the Dark Spirit King is the 1-star intermediate monster. One person is equivalent to an army. If it is not possible to win him, even if he brought all the dark spirit to resolve, they finally could only face the failure. Hwin-on Vong was scary, like a large mountain, heavy that people could not breathe. But right now, a faint voice rang in his ear. Are you enough to play now? Only see Huinon restored the state, went in front of him. Everyone is hard, now given to me. Hearing that, people show anxiety. You can really be alone? Anyway, they only experienced the fear of the darkness of the spirit. Huinon seemed no problem, and in the heart of cold sweat. If you follow me, I will not be able to promote all my strength. But at this time, the darkness of the Spirit King was impatient, raised the sword in his hand, the power of swollen convergence on the body of the sword, a group of unknown self-strength. So that I would take you to death. After saying that, Truong Keen brought his violent power to slash. The next moment, the great sound echoed in this space, the violent power in the blink of an eye. A trigger with a huge bar makes people extremely stressful. Wait until the dust dissolves, there is only a huge energy sphere left on the pitch. Smart the dark spirit and the illusory image inside. Truong Man Van worriedly smashed the ball of the energy, loudly asked Huinon what was wrong. Right after that a small voice was transmitted. Huinon said that he was locked inside. He was locked inside. Also emphasized, this is the dark spirit of the king. He basically does not know how to use this skill. Hearing that, Truong Man Van immediately said that Huinon fell into a trap, loudly speaking to him, I would definitely find a way to open it outside. Hearing the words of Truong Man Van, Huinon also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had believed their words. At this time, the Dark Spirit King could not help but ask, what is this wall? Did you always deliberately hide your strength? For this, Huinon laughed softly, you don't need to be so surprised, because my ability to own is far beyond these. After saying that, the air immediately appeared countless ice crystals, the power of the fog in the body of the illusory image spread out. That extremely cold, even the Dark Spirit King could not support. The limbs are covered by the dew, the whole space in the blink of an eye turned into a snow and snow, gloomy air is also covered by a layer of ice. Immediately turn into sharp tip of the tip. At this time, Huinon finally no longer concealed his sharpness. In this area, it was the absolute lord. It is all in its control. You definitely want to swear right now, right? So, it's my turn. Huinon also deployed the field of darkness and the field of ice. Its great strength at this moment was revealed. The battlefield is beneficial created by Bang Lean, not only can slowly consume the opponent's physical strength, but it can make the opponent unable to promote all their strength in battle. At the same time, it can also use ice covered with armor, to enhance defense. Finally, it can also use the dew skill to attack the opponent. Skill S level has its false desires, the attack force is not enough, but just covering a layer of ice, immediately can make the air image turn into a solid body, strongly increasing the attack force. But after witnessing the benefits of Huinon, the Dark Spirit King was also interested. It turned out that you were a swordsman. So why did you hide your strength earlier? Huinon reluctantly spread his arms, showing that of course there is a necessary reason. Moreover, don't you hide his strength? However, the darkness of the Spirit King must borrow the power of the fairy to be able to use the capacity. He cannot arbitrarily perform skills. But the power of Huinon basically did not know where to come from, making him unable to exclude. This guy was really dangerous. However, he still maintained the belief in this battle. The powerful thread power spreads on the body of the sword, surrounded by a horrible air. The gaze stared at Huinon, however, it was not important. Anyway, it was finally difficult to escape from death. However, Huinon did not change his face, casually looked at the darkness of the spirit. The words made him terrified. 5 minutes, we only need 5 minutes is enough. Hearing that, the darkness of the spirit is extremely difficult to understand, only seeing the illusory image of a serious face. Just need 5 minutes, I can solve you. Hearing that, the Dark Spirit King immediately laughed loudly, seemingly hearing a big joke. Designed face, are you too disdain for me? But for this, Huinon was extremely serious. Don't misunderstand, I have taken you seriously. Although my strength is not equal to it before, 5 minutes for you is enough. Only seeing the power of darkness erupted around the illusory image, Truong Keen was like being burned by the fire. The whole body exuded a very scary atmosphere. Seeing this scene, the Dark Spirit King shrinked his pupils, staring at the fire that was burning in the sword field of Huinon. Is this a sword play? But very quickly he denied this thought, because the fire surrounding Keen Kwon must be more intense. Or say, he just brought the power to focus on the sword? Anyway, with the current magician of Huinon, it is absolutely unable to use the sword, but the prestige that Huinon radiates, making him have a bad feeling. The power of this sword doesn't seem to be completely weaker than the sword Kwon. Unable to think of it, he directly asked Huinon, what was your bizarre skill? Hearing that, Huinon smirked, telling him about the origin of this skill. 20-8 years ago, we encountered a last monster named Chap. His skin and tough might, basically unable to use the sword to break. As soon as we thousands of hair hanging, lust survived became even more intense, but at that time we could not use the sword diamond. In urgent, we think of the current method. It is to bring the strength and air image to touch each other, which can create an enhancement effect of weapons. Huinan's teammates after witnessing this technique extremely admired him, because this is the best idea he has ever seen in his life. Huinan also gave it a cool name. This is the skill that he enlightened during despair, pregnancy from the sword Kim Kwang. The next moment, the black dragon's sword like a rainbow broke out. The space at this moment fell into silence. Under its sharpness, all things were swept across. Waiting until the space restored calmly, the black dragon had plugged into the chest of the dark spirit. At this time, in his heart full of self-mockery, 5 minutes, you really value me. Huinan asked him if he had any language. Hearing that, the darkness of the spirit king only prayed that he could give him a happy death. Huinan immediately agreed, but in return, he also had to answer himself a problem. Huinan took out the love of the bridge, asked what this was, but when he saw this object, the darkness of the spirit of the king, this was the fairy, just in the place of the world tree. Immediately could hatch the fairy. After saying that, he removed the pendant on his neck, threw down at the feet of Huinan, told him, this inside left the power of the world tree. Just pouring magic into the egg, you can hatch into the fairy. Hearing that, Huinan immediately said a thank you, then the thick face asked if he had any other things for himself. For example, holy tree, for example, this made the darkness of the spirit full of black lines, facing up to the sky side. I was defeated by such a thick face. After that, Huinan pulled out the black dragon, prepared to end the darkness of the spirit, but at the last moment of life, he turned towards the world of prayer, the world tree. We vow to dedicate our own life, just praying that he can forgive the men who should not be our body. At this point, the copy of the brand success, but at the same time, a man is cruelly beaten. Tap Tay how to intent to threaten them, quickly said, where did the transmission end up? Bang Swine Queen of the old magic power in the past, now wandered into a lovely female spirit, even had to sign a contract with the enemy that had killed her. But all of this just because the illusory photo receives the fairy. Huinan when the magician is still very low, extremely admiring those who own the fairy, he thinks that he can also own his own fairy. Huinan feels extremely happy. However, it is said that the fairy only signed the contract with the person who suits her. It seems that this incubation is definitely the darkness of the fairy. Huinan could not help but start imagining, expecting the darkness of her female will be fierce, then immediately crushed the pendant containing the power of the world tree. In the blink of an eye, the limb radiating a gloomy light, although very weak, but he could still feel the atmosphere of the world tree. Next, he just needed to pour his power into the egg. The next moment, the female Chi immediately appeared filled with cracks, shooting a streak of needle and light on the smiling face of Huinan. At the same time, the players outside the dark barrier were worried. They had destroyed all the darkness of the spirit, but the current illusory image has not been out. But they could not come in, could not see the inner situation, could only pray for Huinan. But at this moment, everyone received a notice at the same time, which was the announcement of the Quan Ban Yi. Seeing that, everyone immediately cheered. Finally, you can go home. Really to thank the player Hua Hao, did not expect him to defeat the leader alone. Thanks to Hua Quan Hao, they could survive, but at this time, the dark barrier also disappeared. The illusory image from it slowly came out, but his face was not good. The players immediately gathered, asking if he was injured. For this, Huinan only said softly, everyone struggled, did not stop walking, walked away, so that Truong Man Van did not understand how, standing on the spot. Suspicious or illusory stars are so moody, at first glance is not seriously injured, is there any problem? It seems that the battle between him and the tribe leader is definitely very intense, if not, there is such an expression? Transition, Huinan also landed on H Quack, but the MVP of the broadcasting strategy also naturally fell on him. However, seeing that, Huinan was not happy, both extremely sad, lamented, MVP is useful? Anyway, all of this is useless, we just want the dark fairy, is too much? I also don't want the queen, only to see the mini version of the Misty Queen who was angry to assess the outside world. The unprecedented scene made her surprised, so coding, miraculous humanity, without magic, could fly to the sky. Hearing that, Huinan hated to say, just now did not tell you, before I finished the thinking, don't talk to me, but Bang Swang Nu pouted. I am just talking to me, you are hard to pamper. Hearing this word, Huinan was extremely uncomfortable in her heart. She could hardly explain, the monster made the whole world fall into fear, also brought his friends to froze, became his fairy, moreover, he obviously killed her. At this time, Bang Swang Nu Vong said in a small voice, for so long, you should also adjust the thought. For this, Huinan is still telling her not to talk to her. Bang Swang Nu laughed black, I was just talking to myself, being heard by you. Making Huinon hurt her head, she still did not understand why the incubation was not the darkness of the fairy. For this, Bang Suangnu explained, it was because her magic power was most suitable, so it was recalled. In other words, the attribute that best suits you is the do. But after hearing the image, she only felt that she was talking nonsense. She used this haunting skill to overcome us. But the skill of the do, she had only been used for 3 months. The do girl spread her small hand, shrugged and said, but the truth is now, you use the fairy. So you do not do the meaningless struggles, obediently, and I signed the contract. However, Huinon did not think of refusal immediately. You do not dream, nor think what you did with humanity. But Bang Swang K asked back the illusory image, so you said, what kind of bias did? Hearing that, Huinon's eyes stopped, coldly said, perhaps you are unknown in your heart? Bang Swang Nu Queen silently looked at Huinon, wanted to hear the illusory image that could say what the crime of her heaven. She felt a bee's mind, temporarily completely unable to remember what this guy had committed a crime. Then remember that she brought the Pacific to freeze. Hearing that, Bang Swang Nu reluctantly said, you said that, I was really sorry to the person there. Huinon continued, but also because of that, the new climate appeared abnormally, although it also made the trend of warming globally a bit reduced. However, this merits could not be written on her head. After all, she did some unforgivable things, which was to bring her friends to freeze. But hearing that, the Queen waved her hand, saying this was not she did. Moreover, she is still using her forces to eliminate Bang Fong. Only seeing the Misty Queen's righteous face said, the fairy girl who had never done something against conscience, on the contrary was you, killed me, and did not feel anxious. This word immediately made Huinon embarrassed, could only hide shame, coughed 2 hours, noisy death. You are still the scenery outside. After that, she stealthily contacted Dukkam, asked her, the Queen finally did something wrong. However, Dukkam's answer was no different from her, even Dukkam could not think, besides those things, there was a sin. But at this moment, the laughter of the Queen rang in her ear. This machine was not bad, and could quickly ask the answer like that. But at this time, Huinon can only accept the truth of the innocent female do, asking her if she signed the contract with her, what could be received. Bang Swine K clapped her small hand into her chest, laughed, you can get my dedicated guidance, this old master. Upon hearing that, Huinon stared at the Queen, fell into thought, you used to be very strong, but in the end, didn't you still lose to me? As for this, Bang Swang Nu pouted, you said no wrong, you really after my forces were weakened and defeated the fairy. After listening to this word, Huinon immediately was surprised, you said your forces were weakened, don't deceive people. However, Bang Swang Nu Vong swore in front of her, I did not lie, because I used to be the queen of the kingdom of Bang Bo Haiyan. As a monarch can dominate all the cold in the world. The vow of Bang Swang Nu Queen also made Huinon also believe her words, because the magician broadcasts this kind of vow, all will bet all the magic power, so it is impossible to lie. So, Huinon asked her forces weakened? Hearing that, she answered, probably weakened 1%. This word just said, the roar of the illusory image echoed on the plain, are you joking me? Later, do not have this kind of vow. I don't have it. If we have a vow, we will defecate our noble reputation. Huinon reluctantly sighed in a breath, if you swore, then I immediately signed the contract with you. However, I have a condition, if you dare to harm me and the person next to me, the contract will be invalid. Hearing that, Bang Swine K also responded, the plane immediately deployed the contract to sign the contract. Fairy and the contractor is a soulmate, how can I harm you? But Huinon looked at Bang Swang Nu in front of her, also lowered her mind. Although this decision is not right or not, but in the eyes of her eyes there is no other way. Because of her alone, it was difficult to assemble a 1-star copy, but just need to have a fairy force, she could do it. So, she wanted to clarify, the queen of the queen turned into a fairy, how strong it was. As soon as Huinon and Bang Swang Queen signed the contract, she went to the training room of the Player Association. The purpose was because of testing a bit of equipment obtained last time. When Huinon wore a player's bracelet, her magic power was also broken up to 100, which also made her in her heart a bit excited. Thus, she can immediately strategy a 1-star copy. Seeing that, Bang Swang Nu hugged her small hands, commented, you used these props, indeed compared to just a little more dangerous. Huinon was not happy to say, no need for you to judge, now it should be your turn to show me your strength. Although Huinon was very clear, the forces of the Misty Queen before, but now, as a fairy, she will definitely be a bit different from before. Hearing that, the Queen thought a little, then decided to let her see 2 moves, after all, it only made Huinon know her benefits, and later could treat her well. The small hand raised, the foggy force in his hand poured out, the next moment, the welding surrounded her, the temperature of the training room also dropped quickly. A cold bone channel spread out. This made Hwinon unable to recall when she had just entered the cave of Bang Swang Nu K. At that time she felt this kind of feeling, even her heart wanted to freeze. But at this moment, Bang Swang Queen suddenly recovered Bang Swang for force, saw this scene, made Hwinon not understand, only saw her throw her head, arrogant said. Well, we feel so boring, we are not good now, we don't want to use forces. Hearing that, Hwinon immediately could not help it, the next moment, bellowing, are you joking me? Only seeing her smile, hi, I want to see the world of mankind. A moment later, Hwinon immediately brought her to the urban area, the outside world filled with new things she had never seen. Make her like a curious child, constantly asking the problem of the problem, but the illusory image of this has no way, can only be angry and answer for her. Hate, this small thing is really annoying. At this time, she seemed to see something unbelievable, her body could not help trembling, only to see her excited face pointing at the cat in the corner. What is this lovely little creature? Hwinon told her, this was a wild cat, just finished talking, she immediately excitedly rushed, wanted to touch, but the cat after seeing the small object was flying in front of her. Startled, immediately. The next moment, crushed, biting her hard at her, right after that was a set of cat claws, immediately threatening her to flee, shouted, this guy, also too friendly. Gasping for breath, struggling to fall on Hwinon's head, still scared of exclamation, why is there such a scary monster? Leaving this scary monster running around on the road, really okay? Hwinon helplessly said, of course there was nothing, it would not attack the humanity that could be greater than it. After saying it immediately hugged the small cat. But the black cat just now was fierce, also became extremely docile. Hwinon did not forget to tease the dew of the queen, the cat only revealed her weak face with the fake power. Hearing this, Bang Swang K immediately was struck by lightning. Hwinon's words were heavy on her sensitive little heart. Wow Wei cried out, this obnoxious guy, quickly took me to the training room, I want to show you my benefits. A moment later, in the coaching room, Hwinon silently looked at the queen of the queen, she reached out, condensed the fog. I will show you now, you have to open your eyes wide and see clearly. The next moment, a huge battle appeared at the feet, the dense ice from the battlefield came out, turning into countless fields of ice sperm, followed by other ice weapons. Within a few short breaths, condensed in Tan, in the moment, immediately condensed a war for fortress. Seeing this scene, Hwinon silently scared, her force was really great. The forces of the female version, even if weakened, is also very powerful, okay? But Hwinon told her again, I could do this level, it was not as proficient as her. Hearing that, she was extremely unkind, swung her small hand, called out a weapon, while Hwinon looked clearly. If she saw it clearly, she wouldn't say that. Hwinon assessed the long sword in front of him, this one was not only extremely sophisticated, even the damage force reached the limit. I could not believe that she could be in a short time to create such high-end weapons. To tell the truth, she is currently unmarried, however, the illusory image on her mouth is still the same. We have seen it clearly, we don't feel anything terrible, one day we can do these things, just need time. We expect to see what we cannot do. Hwinon's words made her fall into contemplation, thinking for a while, her spirituality moved softly, immediately thinking about something, then swung her small hand, did you say this? But when he saw the object in front of his eyes, Hwinon immediately shook in his heart, could not help but excitedly cried, not wrong, this is this. This is the expected to see. As soon as Bang Swang Queen gave Hwinon after watching her forces, Hwinon came to Duk Kam, asking if he knew what Bang Swang K looked like. Hearing that, Duk Kam was helpless. I naturally didn't know, seeing her with your own eyes, didn't you just have you? After hearing this answer, Hwinon also assured, then, in the bewildered gaze of Duk Kam, said, you can go out. The next moment, Bang Swang Nu K suddenly appeared in her hand, saw this scene, Duk Kam was immediately threatened to the point of startling, quickly hiding behind the chair. Panic shouting, what the hell is that? But hearing this word, Bang Swang Nu K immediately changed her face. In the blink of an eye, the space temperature decreases quickly, you dare to call me a devil? Bang Swang Nu huffed softly, angrily said, even if she was your friend, next time if I dare to call me that, I would not forgive her. Hearing, Duk Kam, she is the queen who stepped on the world at her feet, you talk a little carefully. Hearing the two words of the queen, Duk Kam immediately thought of a possibility, perhaps, she was. A moment later, Hwinon brought the source of the incident to Duk Kam. The amount of information was too large, temporarily made him vague, hurriedly waved his hand, told him to first adjust his thoughts, then Duk Kam also accepted the truth. This child is the dewy girl, the queen. Anyway, even Hwinon, the person who hated her the most, did not care, he didn't need much words. At this time, Duk Kam asked any level of the dew girl, the fairy based on the strength of the force, divided into 4 ranks, in order of low, middle, high level, top level. Normally, this is only a fairy who personally said it could know, so Huinon immediately asked her. After silence for 2.5 seconds, the Queen of the Queen raised his head, arrogantly said loudly, You do not ask the problem of hurting this self-esteem. I am of course the highest level. But Huinon looked at her appearance, immediately felt like it was not the same. Surging, speaking in a small voice, we feel she must be the lowest level. I feel that too. However, saying it must be repeated, this kid is still very beneficial. With her help, I can work a high-level copy. But compared to the illusory image that had been harder earlier, it was the 1-star copy. But the way he was successful last time, now he must also be marked as a star. Although the copy was due to the hundreds of players combined, but after that, Huinon was much more mature. So now, even if he is alone, he can successfully strategy for a 1-star copy. But now on Earth, there are only 3 1-star copies left. They are in the order of the South and Z. Also, when it comes to this, Dukkem paused a bit, because this place for Huinon said, existing psychological ghosts, but Huinon seemed okay. Anyway, the oligarchist formed a ghost, now he is by his side, he has nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Dukkem also assured, telling the illusory image of the remaining deputy, which was the East Tan Ban, in Antarctica. In the evening, Dukkem told Huinon, a press conference tomorrow afternoon, until then Tian will come to pick him up. Then he took out a drink. Just about to drink, he remembered something. You don't need to eat anything? Upon hearing that, the Dew of the Queen responded, the fairy is a noble spirit, different from the humanity of you, I don't need to eat. Right? So good, it also helps us save money. At this time, Huinon gave her a problem again. Do you know the original elevator? The second elevator is the unknown source of this world. If it can be clarified, he can immediately reach the end point of this game. But after thinking for a while, the Queen said to Huinon, she did not know. This made Huinon a bit angry, and thought that she didn't want to tell her. In the past, you were good and bad was the last monster, why did you ask you? Do not be so small, you immediately tell me. However, Bang Swan Queen looked seriously to him, I could swear, really did not know. Once, we really have a little knowledge of the original elevator, but after being defeated by Huinon, we lost the memory of the original elevator. Even if there was forced to recall, there was only an empty piece in his mind. Hearing that, Huinon could only feel sorry, unexpectedly she lost her memory. This system is really tightly designed. Seeing the disappointing appearance of Huinon, the Misty Queen laughed. However, you do not need to be disappointed, although I have lost that memory, but I am very intelligent, later it will definitely help you greatly in the strategy. At this time, Huinon thought about a problem, heard that the fairy will not consume the magic power of the signer. Moreover, I myself could not feel any magic power on her. So what is the force she used? Hearing that, Bang Swine Queen immediately explained to Huinon, the fairy needed the senior to have enough spiritual energy to be able to use the force. Simply put, it is if she's willpower, I will not be able to promote the great force. If the state is too bad, even summoned about women. After listening, Huinon also understood, wanting not to pay any price, immediately can be infinitely using such great force, indeed very unrealistic. Next, Bang Swan K continued, if you want to use the skill I have just implemented, is also the same morality. Even if it is an elite humanity like you, want to use that skill, at least practice 1 month or more. But Huinon expressed, basically did not need so long, I only need half a month, I can change your thoughts. Time to the press conference, Tian also prepared clothes, brought to Huinon. But making her unexpectedly, Huinon was dressed up, even her hairstyle rarely groomed. This one was beyond her expected. She thought that Huinon would be like last time, wearing pajamas, to prevent the most, and deliberately preparing her uniform. Huinon laughed, that kind of jokes was only suitable for a joke once, now we start. As soon as Huinon Song finished copy, Dukkem prepared her for the press conference. This place almost converges more than half of the media reporters of the countries on Earth, but this distance, Huinon took the fate of Hua Quan Hao, only 3 months ago. However, this scale was several times larger than the previous times. This also proves from one aspect, her maturity speed can be said to be unprecedented, the reporter who participated in the Dong Hai version, for her very deep memories. At that time, she dispersed a different type of temperament, like the fake power in the legend of Cat Vu and Tam Sin, having the same kind of innate natural monster. Even though Huinon today announced that she wanted to challenge a 1-star copy, they would not be amazed. At this time, Huinon was also in the hot eyes of everyone on stage. The cameras around frantically take photos of her. Then the press conference officially began. The reporters in turn asked her questions. Someone asked her whether she would consider joining the study plan or not. For this, Hwin-on answered naturally. She had challenged this version, adjusted the schedule. Hearing this, everyone immediately emitted a chanting battle, because the examination of the school was a gate of each new person to overcome. Located in the highlands of the city X, as the name implies, is to conduct tests in each stage for the player. Every time a strategy is one phase, you can choose to enter the next stage. You can also choose to give up halfway, but unlike the usual copy, even if the player in the middle of leaving, he may be unscathed, but because the system prescribes, the player cannot say things that arise in the copy, so everyone does not know what the specific reward is. However, if there are so many players involved in such a battle, then it is clear that the examination of certain spending has a special score. Therefore, reporters excitedly recorded this important thing, obtained this news material. Today's trip is not wasteful. But at this moment, Hwin-on said a horrible sentence. After finishing the study, we plan to go to the Dongtan Bantan. This word just said, everyone was stunned to stand on the spot, for a long time did not dare to believe what they heard. Hwin's calm words made the whole hall fall into a calm peace. The next moment, the crowd immediately shouted a stir. Everyone stood up in place, agitated to confirm with Hwin-on. His words said it was true or not. Must know that, he said it was the famous copy with extremely high difficulty, but also listed as one of the 3 big copies that have not been attacked by the world. It was the East Tan Ban, after Bang Swang Nu Vong, once again made humanity feel terrible, hard to reach. But facing the excitement of everyone, Hwin-on showed only unchanged face, leisurely answered a sentence, not wrong. After the press conference ended, Hwin-on's statement was like a storm spread out. The eyes of the world focused on this new supernova appeared 3 months. However, some people felt that Hwin-on was just a vain Truong Tanlo. With his current capacity, the examination strategy was too early. Do not talk about the Dong Tan Ban Tan with super high difficulty, but there are also people who have high expectations in Hwin-on, even feeling that he can overcome Cat Vu. But Hwin-on also did not expect this was so hot. Bang Swan K asked him, is it confident for this? Hearing that, Hwin-on told her the secret that no one knew about the examination. Although the examination test requires ranks from 25 to 30, the more difficult to pass the gate, the more rewards, but its difficulty is fixed. In other words, every time a test is completed, low-ranking players will receive more rewards than high-ranking players. But there is a premise, that is the system that allows players to enter the second time. Because the player has received a one-time reward, it will not be able to work a second time. Hwin-on many years ago challenged, but the reward in values he received from the study test of 25 years ago were all re-established. In other words, he may be able to come in again. But Hwin-on the reason to challenge the examination again, just because of rescuing his comrades frozen, also because of overcoming himself before. At this time, Hwin-on suddenly gave a problem for the Queen. Returning, can you help me train? Hearing that, Bang Swang Nu said extremely unexpectedly, smiled and said, can I explain that you are praying for me to tell me? For this, Hwin-on also frankly admitted, after all, she used the skill of the mist more proficient than her, so the teacher was not bad. Hearing this, Bang Swang K was extremely excited, so I am not going to become your old master? Later training, it will be very miserable. Okay, then we will wait. As soon as Hwin-on asked Bang Swang Nu K to train themselves, they returned to the association's training room. The more you go into the enlightenment of its nature, the more sophisticated new skills. Bang Swang Nu raised a problem for Hwin-on. What do you think dark weapon means? Hearing that, Hwin-on fell into thought, recalling her impression of her. I feel she is a kind of reverse hegemony, and no one. Hearing Hwin-on's answer, Bang Swang Queen said in astonishment, she said very right. Then again asked Hwin-on, feeling what was the foggy ice. Hearing that, Hwin-on did not think immediately answered, wasn't it a cold air? Hearing this word, Bang Swang the Queen reluctantly sighed, but she could also explain Hwin-on's thoughts. Anyway, she has just used the skill of the dewy tape for 3 months, then explained to the illusory image of the foggy ice. You focus on listening carefully, the mist is the most arrogant, elegant temperament, it is a very comprehensive attribute. Hearing that, Hwin-on asked, what did you mean? Could she maintain a balance of hand in hand? Not wrong, dark energy, fire chi, there is also a chi, the attack force is too strong, so it is not suitable for defense. The water of the air and the great gas, although it is beneficial for defense, but in the aspect of attack is relatively weak. But the user of the dew, which can be called a army, possesses a unified fighting force, so you must be able to guess, why is this title? So now, let me teach you how to use anger. However, before that, after saying that, she flicked her arms, in the blink of an eye condensing a Bang Chi Fong to receive. This is the security of the internal falcon in the kingdom of Bang Fong. Fat Lap Lap Hatch, Fragarak. Huinon saw that it could not help but praise, this sword was not bad. At this time, Bang Swang K also made a request, that was to want to create an identical sword. Wait until completed, starting to teach her. After saying that, he immediately summoned a small royal king. Huinon hurriedly told her to wait a bit, telling her, I did not want to make equipment. Bang Swang knew leisurely lying on the van, laughing Hai said, from ancient times to the present, the so-called core artisan, are a person using all weapons. If you even this stage could not overcome, then what to say about training? Therefore, in the next time, Huinon did not eat and did not drink, constantly condensing weapons, although she felt that she did not bat every time. However, whenever the queen was finished, the queen was once judged to be unqualified. The first is that the room is not sharp enough, the second is the focus also has a problem. Bang Swang knew hated to say, so dared to say that the simulation of my sword made, making Huinon extremely uncomfortable. This was not known as the sword she broke. But for the choice of the queen she had no way, could only reluctantly continue to condense her sword. However, she did not know that the queen of the enlightenment of Huinon felt extremely different. She had just tried 34 times to recover more than 65% of the appearance, making her unable to remember 25 years ago, Huinon had a force so strong that people did not dare to believe it belonged to an earth. This also made her appear idea in her heart, perhaps the female fairy is fostering monsters. Come to think of it, she could not help but laugh softly, looking at it constantly growing up, really interesting. Just like that past 2.5 days, Huinon tried 152 times, finally trained to make her most satisfied. She looked towards Bang Swang K, asked, this time it was considered a right way. Bang Swang K stared at the weapon, observing carefully, but the next moment again crumbled the sword. Seeing this stage, Huinon also thought that he failed, the unexpected result of the maids laughed, this sword did very well, we broke it just feeling unhappy. After saying that, she placed a small hand on Huinon's head, interested in saying, this training first stopped here, you had 2.5 days without taking a nap. Quickly went to sleep for a while. Waiting for you to wake up, I immediately brought the method of using the mist that you earnestly dreamed and passed on to you. However, hearing her words, Huinon did not believe her face, doubtfully said, next, did not you let me make my injury? Bang Swang Nu huffed softly, indicating that he changed his intention. Hearing that, Huinon pointed at her, shouted, if you dare to deceive me, I will not ignore you. But her words had not finished speaking, immediately said, falling on the ground, sleeping passionately. After that, the queen swung his small hand, took out a blanket, then applied it to Huinon. Now in her heart, she was a bit sympathetic, the god was indeed unfair. She is not only more natural than her, but also persistent to try, so let her become stronger that she can protect everything she appreciates. Scenes, illusory photos went to the exam of X's spending test, but the association also greeted the manager soon. After that, she was recorded by the players so far, successfully cleared the examination, the illusory glance and saw her name. Unexpectedly, 25 years ago, no one could break her record. But this copy, except for participants, no one knows the information inside. This also means that there is no way to know, there will be horrible things inside. After that, Huinon immediately went to the entrance to the copy, this was her after 25 years, challenging again, then she did not hesitate to go inside. But at this moment, a ball of light appeared, stopped her, discovered the same person in, asking the manager to confirm. As soon as Huinon entered the examination, she was stopped by the system, the next moment, immediately pulled into an abnormal space. In front of a black moving gate, a shadow from it came out. Hello, my name is Catch Twee, who is in charge of the first floor of the original elevator. Seeing this screen, Huinon was surprised, could you be the god of the earth? For this, the Wei Twee laughed, of course not, I was too much to manage civil servants in this place. However, in the explanation of Huinon, the manager is not the same as the same existence? Hearing that, the Wei Twee explained to Huinon, between the two people is not the same, the area they manage is limited to the first floor, such as the copy and the monster of the first floor. After saying that, she laughed, ha, long time no see, the familiar face, is also a good thing to be happy. Although it is a bit late, but still congratulate you back. The player is illusory. Hearing that, Huinon and Bang Swang K were shocked in her heart, she did not expect the opponent to understand her like that. Bang Swang Nu immediately hurriedly asked her, do you know me? But the Wei Twee immediately said her identity, you were Han Bang Monan Monk, the queen of Bohaion. Hearing this answer, Bang Swang Queen laughed, dark, we knew, how could someone not know me? Next, Huinon asked how Twee, where this place is. This is a virtual space created by us, but now it seems to have a problem. You were 28 years ago that the examination of spending, as prescribed, the player received a reward, could not enter the second time. Although you changed your name to Huin Tin, your true identity is still illusory. However, Huinon asked her, what if I say I have not received the reward? For us now, we are not in the test to receive any rewards. Huinon's words made the way of falling into reflection, then spread out a prestigious battle, laughed loudly, you said it was true. The frightening feeling immediately made Huinon terrified in his heart. Is this the force of the manager? But Huinon is still the peak to get the pressure to speak. Based on the rules, we feel there is no reason that can ban us again. But the way Tui told Huinon, this needed to be made by her judgment. Although she did not violate the rules clearly, but this is related to the fair issue, because she passed once. So know how to face the test. So for other players not fair? For this, Huinon immediately thought of solutions. If so, then you just need to improve your difficulty. The way Tui stared at Huinon, smiled faintly, you seemed very confident. Hearing that, Huinon immediately affirmed, you just need to let me go into the examination to study. Hearing this, the Wei Tui also made a decision. It was not sure to say that you were honest or active. Next, she flicked her arms, seeing that before you made me so happy, I immediately gave you an exception. After saying, she was about to turn around to leave. Bang Suang-nu saw that, hurriedly called her back. You seem to understand the fairy version, so did you know the cause of my memory loss? But for this, the Wei Tui only answered one sentence. The error, I could not answer, hoping you have a fun time. The next moment, Huinon immediately appeared in another space. The atmosphere was wet, immediately made her know this place was a chi exam. But Bang Suang-nu K now is still thinking about the Wei Tui. Nom nom, this is really a fireman that can hardly grasp. Huinon saw that, asking her, you really don't remember a bit? Bang Suang-nu solo sighed sadly, because of that, we were very upset. In my mind, I couldn't think of a story related to the floor. After that, in front of you to remind, welcome you, the player Hua Quan Hao, the first phase began. Please use magic to bring broken bridge. Next, in the air, it fell to a lot of bridges. Seeing that, Bang Swine Queen said in astonishment, this was too simple. Huinon told her, this was just the first stage, equivalent to the boot. Very quickly, Huinon immediately passed through the first door. The next door was a weight test. Huinon has no option to rest, began directly. The next moment, a great gravity, in the blink of an eye covering this area, immediately causing Huinon's body could not help trembling. The test of this stage is to take the minute of the unit, to change the body gravity to admit. However, according to the current feeling, the effect seems to be 2 more than the previous 2, moreover the remaining 8 tests are not the story of the person. The next moment, gravity again soared, immediately brought Huinon on the ground, unable to stand up. Huin image is trembling, biting her teeth, although this was even more arduous than before, but nothing she could not do. A moment later, the second round test finally ended. Huinon weakened on the ground, gasped, lamented, the name of the other way. In the end, how many difficulties have increased? But soon, Huinon immediately sat up, wanting to continue conducting the test of the next stage. Bang Swang Queen suggested her, still a little better resting, but Huinon told her, the best is the best occasion when her body is still active. 1 breath, 1. Because the examination test will base on the hard level of the player, increase the reward, with her current state, continue, will receive a more valuable reward. The next test is the illusory test. Huinon recalled the previous memory. At that time she was from the hands of the monster to save her parents, risking their lives frantically fighting the monster statue. Because in order for those obnoxious illusions not to have parents, she suffered for 12 hours to succeed. This time there will be another illusory statue. Come to think of it, Huinon suddenly looked towards Bang Swang Nu Queen, definitely appearing the illusory statue of the Queen. But thinking back, she would not be able to easily pass it easily. After that, Huinon patted clothes, stood up, prepared to welcome the fight, only saw in front of her, condensed 4 shadows. That is the teammates who have challenged the Queen with her, frozen. Seeing this screen, Huinon also soon prepared psychologically. As expected, want to torture us, at least to this level. As soon as Huinon entered the third phase of the examination, the illusory battle, in front of her appeared 4 familiar images. It was the comrades that year, early in the afternoon of her. The people who had just appeared, immediately for the illusory image of suffering shouting, questioning her why they left them to leave. She is a traitor, a scam. This word just said, Bang Swang K hurriedly told Huinon not to consider it. These things are all illusions, but Huinon has a deep voice, a bass face, on the face with sadness, saying, we naturally know, but these stupid crowds, clearly know we'll die. It is still at the last moment, without hesitation to push us up. so how can we not hurt? So no matter how, we do not allow anyone to humiliate them. Huinon in hand condensed to Bang Chi Fong to receive the most inflammatory battle, but in her heart was very clear how arduous this battle would be. Special has the force of recovery and great destruction of great power. The House of the Asia has the magic of the Almighty, the remote attack of the waterfall and the art of me Austria. Myself at the same time dealing with them, no different from finding a way to die. Therefore, Huinon immediately intended to let the Queen helped and restrained the house in chloroplasts, but thus consumed a large amount of her spiritual energy. With her current state, most persistent for 30 seconds, but Huinon confidently laughed, 30 seconds were enough. After that, holding the sword field to launch an attack, she had to first resolve the waterfall and Ao had a weaker defense force. At the same time, Bang Swang Nu raised his hand to condense magic power, and in his mouth muttered, from the cold, awakening, to destroy the enemy. My soldiers! Only seeing the earth shocked fiercely, began to collapse, a bunch of ice fog in the blink of an eye breaking the ground, immediately heading towards the people who launched volunteers. The House of Asia saw that, shouting and telling everyone to be careful, and the magic power in the staff in his hand surged, in the moment of drawing a magic, bringing the conflict of Siu Nan to stop. However, in the illusory mind, it was transmitted to a painful battle, only for a moment, his spiritual spirit was frantically consumed. At this moment, Lap was a lot of leaps, walking in front of him, on the fist of burning fiery, heading towards Huin Image shouting, coming to make a battle ending. At this moment, Bang Swang Nu K once again took action again, a welding of the fellow spent swinging out, just in the blink of an eye, bringing the chloroplasts to freeze on the spot. Bang Swang Queen told Huinon without worrying about this side, she just needed to do well that she should do it. Upon hearing that, Huinon praised her to do very well, telling her to persevere for a while, but her words were not over, an attacker immediately took a lightning speed. Although Huinon had just avoided it, it was only Duba who had fluttered through her cheeks. Only seeing that the murderous waterfall said, next time you will not be so lucky. Seeing this situation, Huinon felt unbelievable, she did not expect, just a fantasy, could be like a real waterfall, using magic power. Such powerful power, if hit, only fear she would lose her life. After that, Boy Thak once again aimed at Huinon, but when she was about to pull the trigger, Huinon's body suddenly disappeared from her eyes. Seeing that, she immediately startled, immediately guessing that the illusory image could appear. The next moment, the silhouette of her back shook, the two-tie image in it appeared. But this is the skill of Huinon, Dahan, not giving the waterfall any opportunity to react. Huin's sword field immediately turned to her, immediately brought her to slash on the ground. But the kind of feeling of killing this teammate, making her heart uncomfortable. Not yet waiting for her to finish, an angry shout immediately transmitted into her ear. Huinon, how can you take action with the waterfall? Waiting for her to look back, as expected of me Austria, you killed your friends again, I wanted you to owe blood with blood. Huinon saw that, revealing a serious face, although using a sword to deal with me AO with the name of the sword is extremely unreasonable. But if she took the opportunity to witness her first-hand her death, conducting attacks, she was angry, she would definitely reveal loopholes. The next moment, me Austria turned to her to pull the sword to slash, which was this click, which also made her catch the opportunity. Bang Chi Fong received at extremely fast speed slashing her body. Having one click, the shirt was wrapped, kneeling on the ground, showing a heartbreaking face on the face. How can you treat us like that? Seeing this screen, making Huinon in the heart of extremely uncomfortable, obviously just illusory statue, just disgusted her like that. At this moment, a sound of a tooth sound rang. Hearing this sound, Huinon immediately changed her face. This sound, perhaps only seeing a handsome image from the dust came out, the crystal turned into debris, constantly falling around him. It was the special brave that broke the ice. Only seeing that he said aggressively, you think that by this small skill, can you stop me? At the same time, the state of the Queen is about to reach the limit. Only seeing on the staff of the house, the magic power rising, being attacked by the magic, quickly heading towards the fog, the sound of the people, according to the sound. The large ice crumbled, pouring down the Queen's dew ice at the bottom. Hearing an hour, the rubber immediately covered the space there, but waited until the dust melted. The dew of the female dew had no loss of hair. Only seeing in front of her, standing a body, originally Huin was chasing, because she stopped the ice rock. Huinon laughed and said, thank you for being persistent until now. But the next moment, a body image in the blink of an eye jumped in front of her, chewing swinging hands, facing the illusory image. The violent force came from the shield, shocking the trembling arm. The sassy fire, daring to leave us on one side, helped others. Special said, just launched intense attacks. At the same time, the House of Asia in the back, the violent magic, condensed into the magic, in the moment of emitting scary magic religions, towards the illusory image, temporarily made Huinon only struggling to avoid. Under the coordination of the two people, Huinon could not help but sweat profusely. Their coordination was too dominant. Specialized tanker, and added the house can attack remotely, even though in the present, this is also the most powerful combination of two people. If Huinon wanted to defeat them, immediately had to devote all their efforts. Huinon closed her eyes, took a deep breath, in the blink of an eye, the magic power covered the whole body, launched acceleration skills. The next second, the illusory image appeared in front of the Chloro, slashed down a sword, but in attack, he did not have half of the fun. The leisurely sound of the solid, falling into the illusory ear, made him horrified. Ah, the feeling of being slashed into the chest, really a letter. Only seeing the illusory wound that had just slashed down, was at the end of the naked eye speed, closed, shortly after that the grip of the fist, a straight, aggressive right to the direction he hit. Huinon leaned to avoid, feeling surprised in his heart. Indeed, his restoration force was really hard to believe. But at this time, the House of Asia once again condensed into the magic paths, in the blink of an eye like rain name, heading towards him to fight. Huin Image's flexible mobile body, bringing it to avoid, in the heart quickly thought of a measure. Specialized can be through the self-recovery force, so I could not fight with him. If the normal method is not possible, then he can only take a threat. But seeing Huinon fleeing, Special extremely angry. When do you still want to escape? What a tasteless fire. Hearing that, Huinon turned around and answered, yes, we also felt very meaningless, not equal to making a match ended. Huin's superficial words made Lapni feel indignant. Immediately aggressive force, like artillery shells, quickly jumped out. In the blink of an eye, appearing in front of Huinon, aggressively hitting a right, pounding on Huinon. The great force immediately caused Huinon to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt that his bones were crumbled. This fireman, indeed like a monster, hit through the defensive membrane, caused us to be inner. However, this is also his chance. After that, the illusory image brought the sword into a solid body, but for this, Lap Dac did not pay attention to laughing haha. This technique is useless for me, but I still want to praise your energy. Coming to death to the place still struggled, but Huinon revealed a deep smile. You are wrong, the person who is about to die is you. Only seeing the air image on the sword field of Huinon, like the storm wind, then the illusory shouted loudly, all death. In the blink of an eye, the air image was in his body, rumbling, piercing and being pierced out. This one was, the specialized spring immediately spit out a big blood sip. Such power, even though he had great self-healing force, there was no way to save, could only stagger on the ground, gradually dissipating. Seeing this screen, the House of the Heart was paralyzed to his name, but eventually could only look at the solid body, following the wind disappeared. Tears were tragic, from the corner of his eyes, he knelt miserably on the ground, and the whole body scattered the base, scary. At this time, the House of Asia had completely fallen into a state of crazy. The Queen of the Queen also realized the abnormalities of the house. The aura emanating on the body looked very dangerous, but the illusory image was also extremely serious. Anyway, he was the last enemy. Wanting to deal with Asia's crazy home, she had to devote all her strength. In the hands of the air, low voice, out here, died of predestined relationship. In the moment, the image transformed into a black bar, radiating the death of death. But 2A has 7 layers of magic shields and destructive glands to protect. Only the darkness means that the murderous attribute can break through them. Huinon gripped the black, and broadcasted. Although this weapon consumes magic, but now she only has this measure. Only seeing the violent magic on the house of the house, wanting to bring the existence of the whole space to tear. However, in that moment, the body of the illusory image is faster. The handle of Siu Lim launched people in front of his house. The black bar accidentally slashed down, immediately brought everything in front of him to delete. Huinon now also breathed in a breath. Fortunately he was just illusory, not a real house. If it was true, I lost. Along with the illusory statue of the house, Huinon seemed to see the teammates who had lived and died together. Quan Hao, I will wait for you. After that, the illusory statue completely disappeared on the spot, and at the same time, the announcement quickly appeared, you have passed the illusory test. Have a choice to enter the next stage, or the choice after receiving the reward left. For this, Huinon does not hesitate, we choose to continue fighting. After the illusory image passed the illusory test, she could not resist, fell asleep, until she again opened her eyes again. Although this skill is very dangerous, Huinon reluctantly said, this type of sequelae was considered light. Anyway, those guys were illusory, but extremely difficult to cope. Bang Swang-nu Queen asked Huinon. Next there were some tests, illusions that he said, we are not very clear, because the manager said, we'll change the topic and difficulty. But it is estimated that there will be 10 stages of testing and testing of spending tests. The later it makes people hard to endure. Although it is still relatively favorable, not as difficult as her imagination. But Huinon does not know, I can persevere in the second stage. Bang Swang-K asked Huin, is your mood okay? With the same co-friends for a long time, dancing swords, certainly very uncomfortable. But for this, Huinon felt okay, they were just illusory anyway. But there was a point that made her feel unfortunate, that was this time she did not see her parents. Hearing that, Bang Swang-nu said it was difficult to understand. Why does your parents appear in the illusory test? Because they died. Hearing that, Bang Swang-nu immediately petrified on the spot, full of urgency, ashamed, apologizing, the fairy said wrong. Huinon told her that she did not need to pay attention. After all, it was a long time ago. At this time, Bang Swang-nu used her small hand to pat at Huinon's shoulder, telling her, her parents, when she was 6 years old, she died, so she could understand her mood. Hearing this, Huinon also understood, Bang Swang-K was comforting her, it seemed that we also considered as a similar illness. After that, Huinon immediately left the treatment room, but the next topic was the test of no sleep. Once accepted, within the next 10 days, will not be able to sleep. For this, Huinon has no hesitation to accept. Next, the 240-hour counting frame jumped out, then the illusory image sitting on the surface of the ice, dry waiting for the passing time. Just like that, every minute of every second past 20 hours, Bang Swang Queen was afraid of hunger, and took out food for her, but Huinon felt hungry was also very good. So she won't be sleepy. Along with the time passing 60 hours, Huinon now has the body and mind of the fishing, body and spirit are tired, intense drowsiness filled with head. Bang Swang-nu saw that, hurriedly reminded her, thousands of times could not sleep, illusory image was weak and told her, helping me to wake up. Hearing that, the queen of the queen in hand condensed a snowflake, threw it in the illusory face. Along with the passing time, after 98 hours, the current illusory image was so sleepy that her eyes were red, feeling just in bed, she could sleep for a second. That feeling will definitely be very comfortable. As soon as he thought of this, Huinon's eyelids were unable to control. At this moment, Bang Swang Queen suddenly pushed the door out, loudly asked her, did you sleep? Very quickly, counting down only the last 24 hours, Bang Swang the Queen cheered for the image, told her to persevere a little more, immediately could be liberated. At this time, Huinon was so sleepy that heaven and earth were reeling, unfortunate, falling into a dreamy feeling, recalling his reward through the 9th period. It seems to be a first-class skill, heroic soul, and there is a pile of high-capacity rewards. At that time, she had spent a lot to receive such a good reward, so this time she at least had to clear the 9th period. Only so can rescue teammates frozen. Mindfulness to save teammates became the last pillar to support Huinon. But at this moment, the scream of the queen made her in the blink of an eye awake, immediately from the dreamy state of awake, urgently asked her whether I was sleeping already, not. But Bang Swang-K told her to see above the countdown, only to see the countdown was about 0. Huinon finally persevered until the test ended. Very quickly, the notice quickly appeared, you had passed the test without sleep, and continued to challenge. The next stage is to test the taste buds. Hear that, illusory photos tightly, silence for a moment, then steadfastly choosing to continue fighting. But after resting, Huinon also started the sensory test. She could feel clearly, the intensity of this test also doubled. After that, the next test was quiet testing. This was due to audio testing and silent testing, which is equivalent to another test. Make Huinon unable to curse the obnoxious manager in his heart. However, she must be persistent to the end. At this moment, Bang Swang-nu Vaughn was next to him, knocking on the ground, which was the Morse code that Huinon taught her in the middle. I mean, do you want to eat rice? Huinon helplessly shook her head, this fireman, why is it addicted to playing? But next, waiting for the illusory image is the empty test. This is the period when most players stop here. Empty is the original fear that humanity can hardly challenge, but only deprived of the senses, will become extremely helpless. If the spirit is weakened, it is easy to get lost in emptiness. Even the previous illusory image, when faced with this test, has backed down. At this time, Huinon also succeeded through a quiet test, but the thing that made her unexpectedly happened. Next we'll simultaneously conduct empty testing in the 9th phase, and test the 10th period. If you do not have the self-information through this test, please immediately give up, otherwise you will probably disappear forever. Seeing this scene, Huinon was hard to believe, just conducting an empty test was dangerous enough, and also had to conduct time testing at the same time. This is to want people to be in the lonely space, nothing, Forget time, always persevere until the test ended? However, Huinan was very quick to make a decision, because she had to bet all to get something in this copy. After that, Huinan on the ground knocked on the Morse code for the Queen of the Queen. I will go home. Bang Swine Queen understood, answered. No need to worry, you quickly go, the fairy will be here waiting for you. Huin Photo steadfastly said, we willing to receive challenges. After saying that, the notice immediately appeared, starting the 9th phase, the test was empty, and, the 10th stage, testing time. The next moment, Huinan was pulled into a piece of nothingness, no longer felt anything, even the existence of the Queen and her magic power disappeared. At this moment, there was only an unmistakable idea in her heart. I was Hua Quan Hao, consciousness of illusory image, so far always fighting. So we can definitely be through this test, we will definitely succeed. As soon as Huinan entered the final stage, the dual test was empty in time, she was in a pieces of nothingness, living one day for a year. In this darkness, she absolutely did not feel the passing of time, basically did not know how long it was past, not even felt her own existence. Like both people disappear from the world. This endless emptiness made her fall into serious skepticism. Is it because we are too hasty? She also wanted to control the foggy force soon, maybe we have to be the same as before, give up the empty test, again fleeing? Belief in Huinan gradually began to vague, but in the moment, she immediately steadfastly. No, this is my choice. We choose to achieve great forces, so even if it is a risk of life, we have to go through the test, we absolutely will not die in this devilish place. I am Huinan, Hua Quan Hao. The unmistakable idea of Huinan at this moment reached the peak, frantically burned, turning into a motivation to support her, just like that, not knowing how long it had passed. Huinan's consciousness gradually returned to her body, she also woke up at this moment, the Queen saw her awake, immediately happily gathered. Are you back? Huinan asked how long time had passed, the Queen told her, 10 days, hearing that, Huinan sat up. This hateful study test, I clearly counted for a month, the new result has over 10 days. At this time, Bang Swine Queen suddenly discovered something, staring at Huinan, talking about it, you seem to have changed a lot. Only the illusory image of the whole person spread out the temperament different from before, but for this, Huinan said, it is not surprising. However, like a snake peeling, but our body is really softer than before. Huinan took a deep breath, mobilized the whole body, in the blink of an eye, the magic power flowed out, moving around the body. A moment later, Huinan was surprised to discover something, her magic consumption was 0. It must be known that, even though she was a 17-year-old Huin, she had to consume 3% of the magician, but now the same level with the House of Asia has received the ghost magic. This is clearly stated, she has been able to control the perfect magic power. Therefore, Huinan decided to conduct a deeper inspection, in the blink of an eye, bringing magic power to gather on the receiver, then aggressively slashing forward a sword. Along with a loud explosion, immediately slashing on the wall a deep sword. Seeing this screen, the Queen also could not help but praise, this compared to the sword Tuong she used to use, much more dangerous. Huinan also looked at a surprise in front of her eyes, when she also thought that her wall was very perfect. At this moment, the announcement appears, you have approved the empty testing and time testing, calculating the reward of the experience. Huinan saw that, immediately the excited face, finally waited until the reward, but waited for a long time, the reward has not come. Huinan also thought that the system was trapped, suspiciously punched continuously into the notification frame. Bang Swang Nu also followed, at the side of the small applause constantly. The next moment, the interface immediately turned to her to make a warning, calculating, please don't urge, the manager is the way. Huinan now stopped moving in hand. Alright, we know, this different payment interface, making Bang Swang the Queen feel surprised, even the manager also appeared, what the reward was in the end, so formidable. She had just finished speaking, the reward of Huinan immediately started to play, along with the tinkling sound constantly rang. The attribute of Huinan also increased quickly. Sensitive intuition from level B increased to level E, heroic soul from level V increased to S level, the attribute point also increased to 20 points. Huinan saw that, could not help but urgently swallow saliva, these rewards, double compared to the 9th period. At this time, she suddenly remembered something, when I told how to increase the difficulty, she thought the deep saying that sentence, really did not know whether to say that you were honest or active. Turns out, the way Tui then has soon been expected, the examination will be based on the hard level of the player, increasing the reward. At the same time, Huinan also received a new level title, Extreme Breakthrough. The effect is, whenever a level promotion, the value of random capacity increases 1 point. Seeing the effectiveness of this title, Huinan also thought that she was dreaming, immediately told Bang Swang Nu Vong at her side, pinching her face. After pinching, the true pain of pain transmitted to the face. Huinon confirmed that she was not dreaming. She could hardly believe she could get such a playful effect. The value of the plus capacity 1, at first glance it seems nothing terrible, but this has the volume of small cities, waiting for her to reach level 130, can immediately receive more than 100 points of capacity value. With the passing time, she could pull out a larger distance with others. Huinon was also able to imagine the scene of himself escaping from everyone, standing on the top. Bang Swine Queen at the side was unhappy, telling her not to say these meaningless things. She really couldn't stand it. Quickly go out. Hearing that, Huinon also agreed, waited again, as if she was about to be crazy. After that, the two of them went towards the exit. On the road, Huinon also walked and exclaimed, "So late to start lucky." Bang swung, "It seems that we have no time to meet." Upon hearing that, the mocking female do, "Why did you start from just now?" saying the bizarre words. But outside the exit, the person in charge of examining spending, the eyes of the tortoise looked out, in the heart of extremely reluctant, "Has passed a month. Why is she still not out? Maybe there is uncertainty." But he just finished thinking. In front of him appeared a screen that made people surprised to drop his chin. Only found on the rankings of the spending test, the title of fluctuations, the name of Hua Quan Hao, dazzling appeared in the first place. Seeing this scene, the two people in the heart were incomparable. A new legend appeared. But on the other side, in an orphanage, a strange man went to this place, knocked on the door of the inner room, then a man opened the door. Ma Kung Dainan personally came here, in high extremely honored, but the man is the Mama Carl Signa. Long time no see. However, this place at first glance is so tasteless. The man laughed and said, after all, it was not because of the interesting work here, but because of the heavenly ghost. Hearing the word Tien Ma, Carl immediately showed a base. I said coherent, you were in Children with Fun, arbitrarily saying these words, okay? Hearing that, coherently raising hands, of course it is okay, not believing we can prove it to him. After saying that, immediately flicked his arms. In the blink of an eye, all children were like losing souls, standing on the spot, like wooden puppets that lost emotions. Seeing this scene, Signa furrowed his eyebrows, hated to say, these children really made people uncomfortable. For this, the baseman answered, we are training them to become a great ghost like him. After illusory photo through the examination, he returned to the association. Then Dukkim told Huin on the main story. He last time to investigate the orphanage, found clues. Hearing that, Huinon shocked in her heart, the orphanage of the other, bringing countless children to foster a scary ghost. Last time I raided the auction hall, the longtime drying artist Alma was from there. Then Dukkem opened the clues to have been investigated. This man named Torres Mello, a player who retired on the second floor. Although the player at the peak suddenly declared that retiring was not uncommon, but Mello's whereabouts after retiring were a bit bizarre. Heard from a few years ago, he often appeared near the city of Al. No one knew what he did there, only knew that sometimes he would lead children to appear in the busy neighborhood. But strangely, every time there are different children following him. Therefore, Dukkem immediately investigated the criminal records of the city of Al in recent years, which the coincidence has happened. Every time Mello appeared in a busy neighborhood, within a week, the police department always received a missing cruel report, so this is certainly a certain relevant. But the frequency of this name is every 2 months, next week or 2 months after he appears. Currently urgent is to find Mello in the city of Al. Scenes, Huinon has reached the city of Al. Bang Swang Nu Queen excitedly told Huinon to look at the big screen, where it was broadcasting the news that she was interrupted. Huinon reluctantly told her not to pay attention to things that didn't matter. They now have to quickly find Mello. Time passed very quickly. Huin photo from the early morning to the twilight, still not discovered the figure of Mello. Bang Swine Queen told him, rushing to not eat hot tofu, today here, let's go back to the shop first. But on the way back, Huinon was accidentally touched by a boy. The boy said a low voice, then quickly left, but the next moment, Huinon took his hand. Tell him to bring things just now stole from him, delivered here. Hearing that, the boy's face changed slightly, then threw Huin's wristwatch to the ground, then the arrogant expression said to Huinon, and thought a rich man. Looking at what, you still want me to apologize? But Huinon's calm words made him terrified. On the contrary, I was just thinking, whether to take you to the police station or not. Seeing the boy's expression, Huinon was a bit unexpected. He was just arbitrarily saying a sentence. Unexpectedly this child was so scared. So immediately approached the boy to ask, did you be a member of the beggar? Hearing this word, the arrogant boy cried out, but what? But Huinon heard his answer feel happy, then so good, saying that, you definitely very familiar with this place. A moment later, Huinon took the boy to a restaurant, also called him a large table of food. The boy devoured to eat food in front of him. Huinon saw that he told him to eat a little slowly. Don't choking. Not enough can call him more. Hearing that, the boy hurriedly waved his hand, said no need, he was very full, but when he said, he hesitated, gripped the bread in his hand, just, only I was full. Make people feel guilty. Huinon immediately understood his meaning, called the waiter, told him to bring all the dishes on the menu, and asked the boy, their beggar how many people? The boy told him, a total of 16 people, so Huinon was generous, told the 16-part package, and then Huinon asked the boy's family situation. The boy told him, he had no parents, nor did he have a home to go home, he and a bunch of children in the same situation living together in a place like the warehouse. Huinon asked, no adults help you? For example, an orphanage. Speaking of which, the boy remembers a person saying that the parish priest of V, he will visit them once a month, moreover every time they come, they will bring us in the artist to the amusement park. The parish priest said that not only can you study, but you can wear clean clothes, one day 3 meals can eat. But when it comes to this, the boy's face appeared a little scared, but I did not want to go to that amusement park, always felt that the parish priest was not right. Hearing this, Huinon had a speculation in his heart, the boy said, although he did not meet them, but the direction of the priest asked, the priest would bring their hand letters. From the letter can be known, they seemed to live very well. After listening, Huinon laughed and said, so that priest was really a good person. When did he come after? 2 days. However, what do you ask for this? Upon hearing that, Huinon immediately expression was tragic, tears sincerely flowing down. Actually, I have a lost brother for many years, saying that the parish priest can help us find it. Bang Swang-nu saw that, hated a sound, this lie did not bother to sip the script, but the boy saw that he believed it was true, saying that until then he would let him and his father meet. Scenes, vaults of Vidin, present, Popte Austria, in the night discovered a shadow of people. Unexpectedly, so late someone did not invite but came. He raised his voice in a low voice, who? But when he saw the person clearly in front of him, immediately showed a shocking face. He did not expect, the 5 heroes of the world, the illusory image, appeared here. He immediately went up first to ask, I clearly heard that you were taking care of the disease, why did you suddenly come to me? Huinon said, lying too long, her body stiffened, so going out for a walk, long time no see. Western Austria looks happy, I really did not expect to see you again. It seems that the prayer of the old man here has touched the blue sky. After saying that, he turned towards Huinon, bowed deeply, and said ashamed. Thanks to the 5 heroes, we can live in peaceful days, Huinon told him, no need to notice, some of them, all because of this, newly committed to suffering. However, I have something to ask you, do you hear an orphanage named Nakveen? Hearing Huinon's words, Western Austria showed a suspicious face, the orphanage of the musician? I have never heard. Receiving the answer, illusory image in the heart, even the affiliated communal house is also fake? The other fire were so big, daring under the eyelids V, the name of the parish priest kidnapped children, certainly not wrong. But after obtaining the answer, Huinon was about to leave. However, before he left, suddenly remembering a thing, talking to West Austria, these days, near the world may occur a big fire. To prevent the most, you still arrange the fire trucks away. After saying that, the illusory image turned into a ruin to leave, the western shirt hurriedly called Huinon, waiting for a bit, but his sound had just finished. Huinon had disappeared on the spot. This fire name, always suddenly disappeared. As soon as the illusory image was from the beggar, getting the clues of the musician, he went directly to the residence of Manikok. Afterwards, Makok brought with him the illusory image, went to the church, but on the way, the Kwang-nu queen discovered something, that was the footstep of Manikok extremely gentle. Huinon assessed for a while, asked him, are you a player's lifetime? Hearing that, Makok immediately stopped at the spot, his face blushing and asking him, how could he know, could he be a player? Huinon smiled and said, looking at your footsteps immediately. Makok scratched his neck, seriously said, not wrong, we are trying to practice to become a player, although this road is very difficult, but even so, we will not give up. Because we do not have parents to rely on, nor have a kind family, so if we want to protect the family well, this is our best choice. Moreover, the parish priest said, in the musician who has the player who educates the player, can help us become players. Hearing this word, Huinon immediately shook in his heart, he immediately guessed, this is a bait to seduce children with wealth. As long as we can get a certificate of player's status, we can immediately enter the copy of money. One day, we will become a great player like Huinon. In the heart of Makok filled with aspirations, completely considered illusory image as an idol in his life. Unexpectedly, his idol is now right next to him. Then the two of them went to a small alley, but at this moment, Manhwa saw unexpected outside. It was his former co-friends, Anna. She arrived in the musician 2 months ago, unexpectedly appeared on the road again, and the man next to Anna attracted the attention of Hwinon. If he did not look wrong, this guy was the goal he came to the second time, Mello. It was so worn out to find iron shoes, and finally found it. After that, Makak excitedly ran towards Anna. Mello asked if Anna was familiar with him. Upon hearing that, Anna did not answer. He was the leader of our beggar, so you dedicatedly greeted him. Upon receiving the command, Anna immediately turned into another person. The gloomy gaze also began to have a god. Next, enthusiastic, happily rushed into the heart of Makak. Mr. Manhwa, long time no see. Mello also went to greet Manhwa. Hello, I often hear Anna mention you. But at this moment, Hwinon suddenly appeared behind Manhwa, cut across them. Mello frowned, asking this atrium, and at the same time, in the heart of the illusory status of Hwinon. He wears a mask and sunglasses, does not want to show a real appearance? Hwinon laughed, haha, my name was my name, a tourist, the current Makak is his tour guide. Next, the two Hugh shook hands, but when his hands clenched, Coherent immediately noticed something wrong, feeling amazed in his heart. What is this fire guy? Perhaps coherently smiling and asking Hwinon, are you a player? Hand force is very large. Hwinon scratched his head, laughed, he was a 27 level player. After listening to Hwinon answered, Coherent disdainfully smirked, newly granted 27, it turned out to be an unworthy answer for us to take action. But this sentence of Hwinon immediately made him terrified. That's right, this is from the musician too? Hearing that, Makak said to Hwinon, yes, I used to meet him with the parish priest. Hearing here, Coherent immediately did not calm down, hurriedly asked Hwinon. Why did you know the musician? Hwinon, eyes deep, slowly opened his mouth. Actually we came here because he was looking for his brother who had been missing for 15 years. After saying that, the tears of nose did not need money to spit out. The queen's face was helpless. This fire was started again. Hwinon said, when looking for his brother's whereabouts, knowing this place, musician, so he could show him the list. Cosentage a little thought, speaking in their hospital, no child over 15 years old, but when he said, he suddenly stopped, feeling like that. If so, chasing Hwin images, saying that perhaps outside will know the existence of the musician, until then, it will not be good. So he changed his voice, we thought a little, we still go to see it together. You confirm it with your own eyes, will be faster. Hearing that, Hwinon immediately thanked him. Not long after, Hwinon immediately followed the Coherent to the orphanage of the musician. A red-haired girl went to greet a Coherent greeting, but in the blink of an eye, the Coherent expression of the bass, low voice, you went to confirm a little. Anyone followed us. Then Coherent with the illusory photos, visiting in the orphanage, then they went to the ceremony, but the children dreamed of becoming a player, which was training here. Then Coherent to bring them into the sightseeing, when passing by a man, a voice transmitted into his ear, confirmed, no one watched. After obtaining the answer, Coherent applause, saying that he thought of a good idea. The corner of the mouth lifted up a bad smile, photos, if you were a player, then take the senior status, pointing a little for these children, how? A moment later, Hwinon stood on the podium, listened to a Coherent introduction, everyone noticed a little, today we invited the current player, photos, as seniors, to show everyone. There are also the old monks, also in help. After saying that, a bunch of young men and women went in, moreover in their hands held weapons. A bunch of aggressive people standing in front of Hwinon. Seeing this scene, Manhwa immediately felt the change of the atmosphere in the yard. Asked Hwinon, the atmosphere became so ancient, waiting for him to look closely, clearly discovered, the eyes of the crowd in front of him, all turned into red. Immediately threatening him to startle, Hwinon told him to see clearly, and remember well, red eyes were the decisive characteristics of the Manan. Cosentage smiled coldly, the name of the fire, it was also unlucky, again in front of me mentioned the musician. Hwinon asked him, did these children drink the blood of the Ma clan? Coherent shrugged, affirming, as you see, not drinking the blood of the ghost, how can it become a ghost? After saying that, he laughed and said to Hwinon, although they did not want to initially, but after seeing me kill the kids, immediately obediently drank. Hearing this word, Mani carved out a sound, kneeling on the ground, in his heart was full of unbelievable, he used to have his friends early in the afternoon, all turned into a ghost. He did not know this, even though they said they didn't want to come to this place, they were still tough and took them away, but they harmed them into this form. You guys, a bunch of animals are not equal to dog pigs. Malaysia was interwoven, swinging her fist, rushing towards the Coherence, but not yet waiting for him to touch him, immediately being beaten by a red-haired girl beside a right to fly. After turning the 2.5 rounds, falling on the ground, coherently laughing loudly, mocking the Malaysia is a worm of the ants, but facing such a mocking, Malay has no way. Can only tremble the body, helplessly. Makak clenched his fist, facing the funeral, angry. Someday, Huinon will come to collect you. But hearing this word, coherent face sarcasm, completely not in his heart. If you say this 25 years ago, it may still work, but now the illusory image will definitely hide somewhere in the disease. Moreover, even if he again returned, there would be no ghost fear of him. At this moment, a set of clothes on the Malayer only saw the illusory image coming in front of him, calmly said, Mani Kak, the player was like that. Even if the person treasures to die in front of him, he will overcome, continue walking forward. If you want to become a true player, even if you encounter an opponent who cannot win, you have to pick up weapons, fight to the end. However, if you are not a player now, then this time, let me help you. Only seeing Huinon once again worn on the typical mask, he at this moment became a heroic hero, illusory image. Makak was bewildered to look at a screen in front of his eyes, in an unbelievable heart. In the end, what happened? Why did he wear a mask of Huin photo? Could it be impossible? Such beneficial people, how can they come to help people like us? Saying so, but if he is really illusory, then he is his only hope now. Therefore, Makak immediately turned towards Huinon's voice loudly, begging you, saving my friends. However, the ghosts opposite, seeing this screen, just feel funny. You tell me, this guy is illusory image. You think that called the image is immediately illusory image? Really laughing and laughing. Manan went to the front of Huinon, mocked, you went on stage, indeed like being acting, if you were illusory photos, so I was 5 seconds later, is it the head will fall to the ground? After saying that, he provoked with his fingers to poke Huinon. For this, Huinon casually said, without so long. After saying that, a attack in the blink of an eye pierced his body, only to see Huinon moved, appearing behind him. Surrounding the darkness of the darkness, seeing this scene, the funeral of the mandarins immediately turned away, because Huinon used, was really a dark skill, the dark defensive. Coherent now could not calm down, screaming and telling him quickly, killing him. Upon receiving the order, the people immediately turned towards the illusory image to launch the attack, which was coherent and the heart was terrified. The man in front of him used the darkness of the fake. Could he really be illusory? Or say, he is just using the same dark skill, but no matter what, he is a player with very strong strength. The poor appearance at first, it was certain that he pretended, so he said, he immediately had to fall into danger, but if the Carl Cygnus Palace was present, the situation was not the same. At the same time, the funeral at the scene, towards the illusory image, rushed up, saw that, the illusory was just raising his arms slowly, then the plucking, flicking his arms, fluttering. The next moment, one of the darkness of the black Malang suddenly appeared, in the yard, with a fast speed, horizontal stab, no one could enemy. Eyes that even Malang was summoned by Huinon was not a rival. The funeral of the people thought of the fought, starting to dance around, want to find the right opportunity. Solve the illusory image. At the same time, one side extends the time, waiting for the institute to come. However, Huinon glanced at their intentions, did not pay attention to say, only do some useless things. He compared to 25 years ago, not only raising magic power, but also in the examination of spending, performing the rate of magic loss was 0, now he can be limited to the magic. Along with Huinon holding the fist, Malang in the yard, the speed again soared, directly turned into a black lightning, just for a moment, immediately brought the Manan to run away. Seeing a day before his eyes, coherent in his heart also confirmed a cold truth like ice, this man, really a magic hunter Huin photo. Turns out, he a breath of 100 ghosts and the legend is true. But now the situation for him is extremely disadvantaged, can only be angry and scolded, conservative and quickly played. Everyone rushed to us, catching the other, we had to last until the ghost came to the hospital. As soon as the illusory photo raided the orphanage of the musician, he was with great strength, easily solving the crowd of Mainan. The eyes saw the situation was not good, hurriedly commanded the children, wanted to take advantage of children to besiege illusions, extend the time. Seeing this screen, Huinon in anger, this fireman took advantage of these children as a shield. Under the anger, obsessed with the power out, before we got angry, quickly avoid it. The atmosphere was like waves, immediately suppressing them in the spot. In the moment, each person in his heart felt scared, began to back down. After that, each person knelt on the ground, seeing that the children could not stop Huin photo, coherently running away. Hate, what a useless bunch of useless people, the great mistress has not come, continues like that. Even we will be in danger. But at this moment, he staggered, wrapped an hour, fell on the ground, coherently scolded, what was entangled in my feet? But when he looked closely, on the blink of an eye filled with horror, it turned out that it was his lower leg, not knowing when he had separated from his body. At the same time, Winon took a step towards him, and gave him a problem. You used to stand on the stance of the forced children to turn into a ghost. Because they thought through, were threatened to break the honey, coherently pretending to say, of course yes. Hearing that, Winon huffed coldly. If that was the case, even if he was dead, he would not feel unjust. After saying that, in the palm of the image of the air, in the blink of an eye turned into countless sharp blades, tearing his body, immediately causing him to spit out a big blood sip. At this time, the coherent face was thick towards the illusory image, begged for forgiveness, and responded to him, the wrathful hand of Hwinon, aggressively bringing his head to the ground. This is a revenge on behalf of innocent children in this place during this time. Then immediately launched the skill of the spirit of the white fox, began to read the memories of Coherent. In a random time, Coherent meets the blood of the Ma clan. The strength is not equal to him, living on the bottom floor of the player. Because he achieved a force towards the people who had despised him for revenge, he was lusted by lust, becoming a ghost. Hwinon saw that, laughing coldly, he did not think about improving his own strength, only relying on others, a one by pursuing force, not turning into a new ghost. Next, the illusory image is fast, see the memory of the coherence, about the Ma-nan association. After that, he saw, coherently when he had just become the manager of the musician, he called the man in front of him as a great master. The great master for his expression was extremely satisfied. Because the case of the player is missing continuously on the second floor, there is also the event of Yulin village, which is all the power of coherence. Next, the great master let the coherence know the reason for the establishment of the musician. The original musician was not because of fostering a great man who was founded 24 years ago. Ma-nan hid in the dark place, went to the second floor border, established the association. They were afraid of the 5 heroes after eliminating the freezing state, pursuing them, so they felt extremely insecure. At that time, Hwinon was the ghost of the funeral, but the book of the chairman of the Association of the Magic Association was the establishment of the musician. From the musician, fostering the great force. Like the forces of the 5 heroes, the type of overwhelming force that they have personally experienced, witnessed, is also the most powerful skill of the Black Prime Minister's attributes. Bring this type of force to their ownership. In other words, musician is the place founded to foster the second illusory, just restoring half of the ability he owns, or whether it is a quarter of a quarter. They can all have great ghosts. Although they also fostered the same ghost, but it was just a rough rubbish, but now they have more reliable measures than musicians. It was the player who really used the dark defensive of the fake. He just needed to return to the second floor, waiting for him to come. But after watching the memory, the illusory image of the whole person could not help trembling. Now in his heart he felt shocked. He did not expect. The funeral of the child oppressed the children, causing them to turn into a ghost, again because of fostering the second one. Thinking about it, in his heart he was indignant and blamed himself in his heart. So far, this place has been forced to become a ghost. Thousands of children, all because of him, has just encountered such a thing. Hwinon was angry, bringing the mask to throw hard on the ground. Seeing that, Bang Swan-K hurriedly comforted Hwinon. This was not his fault. Hwinon hugged her face, miserable, said, I know, but even so, my mood is still very bad, because he understands better than anyone. The player once turned into a ghost. He could not turn back into humanity, but he could only bring the children to turn into a ghost road. This is how painful people are. After that, Hwinon returned in the ceremony. Mani Kak immediately hugged Anna here to ask, why did they not wake up? Is it possible to quickly take it to the hospital? After saying that, Mani remembers the blood of the Ma-nan, choked, right, there was also the blood of the Ma clan, had to draw blood to get out. Just withdrawing blood, they will turn back into normal people, right? May you save my younger sister. Hwinon was heartbroken to look at this screen, but he was very clear, to this country, there was no other way, could only touch the head of the Malaysia, saying an apology. That is impossible. I understand your mood very well, but it is because of that. The new ghost is considered a boil of society. Ordinary people who drink the blood of the Ma clan will appear 2 situations, either because they cannot adapt and die, or turn into a ghost. At this moment, Anna suddenly opened her eyes. Mani Kak saw that, hurriedly agitated to ask her. At the same time, the others also woke up. Mani Kak saw that, and thought that they were safe and unscathed, provoking and hugging Anna in their hearts. However, Anna was not right now. His eyes gradually lost his charisma, then completely turned into a cool red, his hand gently held up, his nails turned into sharp claws. Shortly thereafter, aggressively scratched towards Mani Kak in front of him. Hwin images quickly, bringing Mani Kak lifted. He was very clear now what situation is, because the ghost almost all the brutal temperament, the extremely poor temperament. So there is a great force, which will cause them to constantly produce a pulse to kill. But those who drink the blood of the Ma clan, from which turns into Ma Nan, is the same. Huinon looked tragic, softly saying an apology, then prepared to take action, bringing Anna the last road. But at this moment, a notice appeared, from the opponent who felt the lowest ghost, can use the skill of the black-hearted fake, absorbing magic. A sudden appearance appeared, causing the fellow pupils to shock. He did not expect, I could absorb Mama, maybe like that at that time, absorbing the Queen to at circuit so? Therefore, Huinon immediately used the gas to bring Anna to imprison. This phenomenon was completely beyond his expected. He never knew the dark defensive fake could still be used like that. At this time, Huinon remembered the great master said, ordinary people were not players, drinking blood of the ghost, can only turn into half of the ghost. Perhaps it is because of this reason, so how can the weapon be drawn? But Mani carved at the side at this time also lowered his determination, towards the illusory image that made a request, so that he would bring them to the last way. Anyway, we are the one who takes them to this musician, otherwise, it will not arise like that. Huinon told him to think carefully, if doing so, this memory would probably follow him all his life. Hearing that, Makak clenched his fist tightly, steadily talking, you told me, the player had to carry the burden to continue moving forward, right? Hearing the words of Mani Kak, the illusory image on the face was full of appreciation, gently rubbing his head, you were really good. Very few players will be crying for others, you will later become an elite player, but you are not necessary, so soon that you have to shoulder such a heavy burden. After saying that, Huinon turned towards Anna, raised his hand, in the blink of an eye, the ghost seemed to be attracted, converged in his palm, forming a bridge energy. But on the other side, Carl Signa woke up, he did not expect, I took a breath of 17 hours. It seems that the pursuit with Katvu, resulting in his physical strength not keeping up, one day, I will take revenge on him. Next, he paid attention to the message in the communication device, obviously the previous coherence sent him the news, so he stood up to the ceremony. But when he went to the scene, seeing a hard to believe, all equipment in front of him, being moved away, this place, there is no ghost shadow. At this time, he was vague, full of doubt, obnoxious, what happened in this place? As soon as Huinon destroyed the orphanage of the musician, he brought with him to the V church, but the appearance of Huinon, causing the attention of everyone, unable to focus on him, this makes Mollycock feel unnatural. Tian and Huinon said, everyone was not blinking at them. Huinon told him not to pay attention to these things, anyway, being beside me, immediately had to get used to this. However, although Huinon said so, he still discovered, these eyes, compared to 25 years ago, was hotter. After that, a person in charge of the church came out, told Huinon, 217 children he saved, completed a comprehensive health check, resulting in, they did not turn into a ghost. Really thank you very much. Hearing this result, Mani Kak immediately was happy, then needed to go to Huinon, and once again thanked him. If possible, he wanted to publicize this, to once again warn everyone, to be vigilant of dangerous ghosts. Hearing that, Huinon said, depending on whatever he wanted to do, but he also had a request, it was these children, all of whom were no guardians. That's why they became the target of Manan, moreover, it was in the city of such things. So the responsibility of the congregation is very large, because you do not take good care of them. Hearing the words of Huinon, West Austria also agreed this truth, so he said, the congregation will be in charge of these children, provide safe accommodation for them, and let them receive education. Hearing this word, my cock could not help but widen his eyes, tears were happy, immediately poured out, did not dare to believe what he heard. Huinon patted his shoulder, told him, this was the truth, as long as he was here to receive education, where to go to work, would not be rejected. So don't cry, really a day until the evening crying non-stop. Upon hearing that, my cock hurriedly dedicated, he was just his eyes in the dust, then he told Huinon, I would constantly try, become an elite player, making his first pretense. He will definitely repay this great love. But Huinon waved his hand, rejecting the words of Mani Kak, his hand gently rubbed his head, we need not to be the lower, but a teammate. But the condition of becoming my teammate, extremely engraved, so you must start trying from now on. Hearing that, Mani Kak laughed. Yes. At this point, the link between the boy and the man, at this moment, was formed, then Huinon destroyed the orphanage of the musician, the news was spread everywhere. At this time, Carl Signa also knew this situation, indignant scolded Huinon, bastard, ruining our plans. At the same time, he feels regretful in his heart, if he is awake, he can collect illusory photos. Before that, Hua Quan Hao was like a cockroach, fleeing, illusory photo, you waited, waiting for me to collect Hua Quan Hao, immediately it was your turn. At the same time, Huinon also returned to the player association, but he just returned, immediately discovered the outside was extremely noisy, so he went to the observation window. When he looked closely, discovered that the outside was all human, congratulating him back. But after seeing the shadow of the illusory image appeared, the crowd immediately became more and more boiling, cheering. The wave was higher than the wave. Seeing this scene, Hwin-on immediately stood in place. He did not expect would arise this kind of situation. At this time, Duk-Kam appeared by his side, telling him, "This place appeared in the blink of an eye that appeared more than 50,000 people, but they were all for watching you. For welcome and thank you back." Hearing this word, Hwin-on in his heart could not calm down. After that, the association staff also moved forward to express thank you to him, then invited him to enter the association. But when walking to the door, Hwin-on could not help but stop. His eyes glanced at the crowd of people who were cheering, swearing in his heart, "One day, we would let the people of them." Seeing this scene, on the way in, Duk-Kam told Hwin-on, at his request, taking the name of Hwin-on, organized a press conference. "However, your purpose, isn't it simply because of the declaration of cooperation with the association? Do you have any plans?" Hwin-on was silent, removed the mask on the face, asked for a question. "Did you remember when I wake up? When we wake up for the first time, see the scenery outside, feel the peaceful world we dream of finally done. But when we come close to observe, we discovered the world is not as good as what is seen. Manan, because there was no 5 heroes that became aggressive, the weak was trampled, but at least 25 years ago, the ghost would not be so aggressive." Hearing this, Duk-Kam shocked, saying that it was possible to be done under the restraint of the 5 heroes. But he was no longer a character now. "We know, our current force is not equal to before. At first we also felt that it was enough to recover to the point that we could save my teammates enough, but reality did not allow it. At present, no one can be like before, restraining the other funeral, so they can because of creating existence like us, and doing such a thing. We have to make them remember, some people can control them." Hwin-on's words immediately made Duk-Kam think of a possibility. "Could you not want to take the illusory status again? Kwan Hao, you also know, Q2 and other senior players, why not take the new generation of illusory image? Because the more elite people, the more they will be noticed. The more they pay attention. Hero is not only noticed by the enemy. Once you declare to take the illusory status back, regardless of whatever you arise, everyone will find you. If you do not appear in time when they need it, they will blame you. So say, whether you or your teammates are enough to try, the present is the time to let go." However, for this, Hwin-on is just reluctant to laugh, saying that he knows, but now he can shoulder this responsibility, only him. Although his ability is not enough, but the influence is still enough. Looking at the appearance of Hwin-on, Duk-Kam also knows how to advise him, can only reluctantly patted Hwin-on's shoulder. "Depending on the kid, what do I need to do? Just say." Hwin-on pointed to the sky, said softly, "I need you to help me, bring the microphone's volume to the maximum, so loud that our sound can be transmitted to the second floor." But at this time, at the scene of the press conference, everyone was waiting for the appearance of Hwin-on. But this press conference, not only the great master and leader of Big Six appeared, even high-ranking players come a lot. They will definitely be because of inviting Hwin-on to join me and scramble for you to die. But Chow Thursday Hao was next to him, absolutely did not listen to Nam Hao saying anything, only to see him his whole body excited, completely a crazy fan appearance. "We can see Hwin-on again, really too good." A moment later, Hwin-on brought with him Duk-Kam. Duk-Kam told reporters he could start asking a short question, but some had just raised a sharp problem. Suspecting whether he was a real illusory or not, he could prove his identity or not. This word just said, the scene immediately stirred up, people talked lively, feeling that this fire was crazy, so that Hwin-on proves that they are not fake goods. As for this, Hwin-on smashed the table, agreed, and immediately proved to him. Next, the illusory picture pulled out the sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword was pulled out on the body of the fire. A force of uneasy force diffused on all 4 sides. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but shudder. This is a swordplay, moreover, it is a flawless sword spot, really hard to imagine. This 25-year-old man is so strong. At this time, everyone was amazed at the expression of Hwin-on, followed by Hwin-on Thursday Truong Kim, so that the next person would ask questions. "I want to ask a bit." This time he resolved the second event. "Is it declaring to his return outside?" Hwin-on told him, "I was inherently planned to hide, because when I regained consciousness," Duk-Kam said, "my sacrifice and teammates made the world good." Hearing this sentence, we feel very happy, but also feel secure, because this world did not need us. But when we were in the second world, we saw the Carmen of the musician, we did not have to hide. Because in the last 24 years, nearly 6,000 children were kidnapped and lost their lives. But in fact, we can completely avoid this event. If the player, the association and the Lean Thursday association, the Manan absolutely cannot come back. The cold words of Huinon, causing the scene to fall into a piece of seriousness, everyone urgently looked at him. Huinon continued to say, "We want to borrow this opportunity, turn a sentence." All the ghosts heard it clearly, "We have returned." The next day, Huinon was on the sofa, watching the news of her return. Everyone for this, excitingly deployed a fierce discussion. Some people worried his current strength, there were also people with Huinon to maintain absolute trust. But at this moment, a shrill scream transmitted into his ear. Huinon hurriedly ran to the next room, asking what Bang Swang K wanted to do. Upon hearing that, Bang Swang Nu laughed darkly. Bao Huin images for herself. The movie player Bang Fong returned to part 2. Part 1 he finished watching, Huinon angrily holding control. "I said did I have taught you how to use the control? Do not have every time shouting loudly." However, the Queen completely did not listen to his ears, smirked, and told him to pour him a cup of tea. Huinon said, "The corner of the convulsions, you consider me a slave?" But then, Bang Swang Queen was a pet with him. Okay, may you, hearing here, Huinon also all the way. Alright, we know, but Huinon wants to let him feel a bit of the taste of humanity. Take out a bottle of carbonated soft drink in 82, poured into the glass. You try to see, this is a refreshing drink that everyone now loves to drink. The Queen took a breath, immediately surprised. Wow, what is this? He expression urgently, angrily said, "The contractor, the drink that attacked us." Huinon immediately refrained from laughing, full of satirical said, "This is a carbonated drink, but it seems that you don't seem to be suitable for drinking this." Ha 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 ha. Huinon's satirical laughter immediately made the dew of the Queen terrified, trembled and gripped the small fist, grinding his teeth and gnawing silently. Obnoxious, we would not forget this humiliation. But when he saw Huinon adjusted the TV for him, his face happily flew up, plopped down in front of the TV, excitedly waiting to start. Haha, tolerance is the Germany of the monarch, I do not accept, this time immediately forgive you. Huin images coded, helpless expression, this little son, really simple. After that, Huinon immediately prepared to go to the training room, since after the musician defeated Manan, he immediately promoted to level 29, moreover the value of magic also increased significantly. Thus, he can try to use the previous skill. But at this moment, Dukkem called him, asking him where he was now. He needed him quickly to a trip. The leader of Big Six came to find him. As soon as Huinon knew that Big Six leader wanted to see him, he felt extremely suspicious in his heart, so asked Dukkem, "They came to look for Huinon?" But Dukkem said, "They came to find Hua Quan Hao." Hearing this answer, Huinon immediately silent, in the blink of an eye understood some stories. His press conference, obviously opened up urgently. But the captains quickly arrived at the scene like that, over time to say, not right. In other words, they were from the beginning because inviting Hua Quan Hao, just arrived at the first floor. Huinon asked Dukkem, with his identity, "Is there anything else cannot refuse?" Dukkem has a headache, and inherently, he also tried to refuse, but there were several extremists who said that, if they could not succeed, invite you, then definitely destroy you. Hearing that, Huinon laughed softly, immediately thought of a magic, if so, we had a good intention. After that, Huinon went to the meeting room, went directly to the guard, frankly asked some people, "The great name of the peak Big Six GLM, is there something important?" Hearing that, the red-haired girl did not circle, answered, "Of course, because of inviting the head of the examination to study." Hearing that, the others also gave the same way of speaking, but Huinon heard it reluctantly shrugged. It was too embarrassing, because of the personal reason, we could not transfer the association. Hearing Huinon's words, the man told him, if it was because of the contract violation, he did not need to worry, the association would replace him with all. But Huinon said again, "Not this problem," then took out a sword shell. When seeing this object, the pupil of the man shrinked, filled with trauma that could hardly believe. Because this is the illusory weapon used in the Antarctic version. Huinon explained to everyone, this is a delinquent for him. Since he directed the Manan to declare war, he immediately on the second floor searching for power could help him. But we have been chosen by him, becoming a representative. Hearing this word, everyone showed a urgent expression, they did not expect Huinon to build their own forces. Chow Thursday Ha at this time blushed, surprised, the first chicken was the representative of Huinon, their relationship was so good? But if he could join the power of Huinon, with him dealing with Manan, then the propaganda effect brought, basically not a comparative advertising. At this time, Huinon turned towards everyone, raising 3 fingers, saying that Huinon gave 3 conditions for himself. Firstly, in order to eliminate personal feelings for the special association, the representative needs to stay in the association. Secondly, on the second floor, select the association with the ability to collect excellent and influential news, conduct cooperation. Thirdly, the cooperation association is not hidden, need to provide the news that Huinon requests, but do the newspaper. After receiving the news, Huinon will recognize and publicize the merits of the relevant association. But after listening to the condition of Huinon, Chow Thursday Ha in his heart is also very clear, in the current situation, Big Six because to receive the recognition of Huinon. Regardless of whatever, they will agree, because after the last press conference, outside are criticizing the association, eating and sitting, not doing well to deal with ghosts. So these associations, life are not pleasant, but the responsibility of protecting the cypress, naturally falling on the illusory role, the initiative is also held by Huinon. After that, the people present at the scene said that, it was important, they could not decide, need to solicit the opinion of the great master. Hearing that, Huinon waved his hand with everyone, so waiting after you finish the internal injury, contacted me again, I still have a job, please make a report in advance. But after Huinon went away, the man sighed, saying that their current situation was really awkward, like chickens chasing dogs, nothing. However, Hua Quanhao became the representative of Huinon, so there was no way for him to join the guild. Perhaps Huinon discovered that Hua Quanhao had the potential to compare with the 5 heroes? But it is because of that, he has the right to become a representative. Anyway, the eyes of Huinon soon became famous. When the gunner was only owned by the level D, everyone ignored him, but only Huinon discovered his potential. But on the other side, Huinon had just been out of the meeting room not long ago, immediately heard behind someone called him, turned his head to look back. Turned out to be Chow Thursday Ha chasing. He smiled black, greeted Huinon, however, the last time the two of them clearly greeted goodbye, and also made an appointment to meet again on the second floor. Now this meeting, isn't that reunion as expected? But when it comes to this, Huinon changed her voice, but to prevent the most, I still tell you first, I will not let acquaintances go to the back door. Chow Thursday Ha hurriedly waved his hand, saying that he did not mean this, moreover even if he told me to go to the back door, I didn't want to. At this time, Chow Shuxia suddenly showed a shy face, his face was slightly blushing, asking him, was his relationship with a very good image? Not very close, we are just a business relationship. Hearing that, Chow Thursday Ha hastily urgently, agitated to ask, so did you have met him in real life? I mean, have you ever met him in a private place? Huinon casually said, of course yes. After getting an affirmative answer, Chow Thursday Ha immediately took out a magazine, brought in front of Huinon, sincerely bowed 90 degrees, so if he met him next time, he met him next time. Please help me, tell him to sign. Seeing this scene, Huinon immediately stood in the picture, surprised to look at the story of the great H people in his hand, shyly said, I will return to help you ask a bit. Hearing this, Chow Thursday Ha looked forward, full of small stars in the eyes, offered a request for Huinon, so can you tell him to help me write a sentence? To our beloved fans, Chow Thursday Ha, convenient to tell him to help us draw a heart. Hearing that, the illusory image of the mouth twitched, not so cheesy, how to write? Seeing that Huinon said so, Chow Thursday Ha shyly cried out, we did not have to tell him to write, but if the illusory image did not want, then there was no way. Huinon saw that, could only agree, I would help him to transfer words. Thanks to him, we will consider this as a traditional treasure. Thank you, the first chicken. After saying that, happily waved small hands, leaving, illusory image looked at the magazine in hand. He did not expect, there was this thing. A moment later, Huinon went to the training room, adjusted the attribute table to see, at this time his rank was level 29. Based on this level, he must be able to level 60, restoring all the previous capacity values. From the moment he walked up to the second floor, he would become a new person at the bottom floor. Even if he can take advantage of Huinon's reputation, it is necessary to have the help of the news of the super large association like Big Six. Moreover, because of the second floor strategy, he also needs to adjust his skills. Although the method of operating the magic power that he currently uses is very effective, but because he will quickly mobilize the magic power, so in power and speed, it will be relatively weak. But the skill can add this defect, only one, that is acceleration. As soon as Huinon entered the training room, he was about to hone the previous skill a bit. Next, he summoned 10 images of all levels. He had just appeared, immediately swung his fist, heading towards him to attack. Huinon quickly tilted his head, dodged the shot. Shortly after that, the magic power surrounded his fist. A right to hit immediately brought the figure to beat, dissipate on the spot. But Huinon for this is not satisfied, because this type of attack is very strong, but wasted a lot of magic power. The magic that he owns is relatively small, so it is impossible to use this method for a long time. He also tried, only using magic power at the necessary time, but this will lead to the power and speed of the attack. Therefore, he needs to think of a method of solving this problem. Sakawaye once told him, controlling magic power, concentration and spiritual force, three things that lack something would not work, otherwise the skill would lose meaning. He needed to remember the feeling of moving magic power quickly in the circuit, so Huinon carefully recalled the words of Sakawaye, bringing magic power quickly in the body. The intention to catch that kind of feeling. Only see the magic power float on the illusory person, boiling up, carrying the sound of thunder, rumbling around, then, suddenly clenching fists, a horrible air, exploding in it. Acceleration. Just hearing a loud noise, the scary force in the blink of an eye came out, the strong shock force swept up the sky full of heaven. Bang Suang-nu was full of traumatic, looking at the scene in front of her, only saw in front of Huinon, was devastated by the terrible force to no longer shaped. Bang Suang-nu's face was surprised, loudly crying out, "The contractor, you were too dangerous." However, Huinon sometimes did not answer his words. The blushing face, the whole body trembled on the spot. After a while, the illusory image recovered, telling him, "This is the result that acceleration brings. Although the body is strengthened, the shipping speed of the brain will not be strengthened. Simply speaking, the brain is overloaded." Because of this shortcoming, he was in the illusory period, at most could only use 10 minutes of acceleration, so before the strategy of the Dongtan village. He needed to overcome this problem, bringing acceleration to the point where it can be applied to the real battle. Time was very fast, passing 7 days. At this time, in the training room, the Queen hugged the gun to measure the temperature, check the body temperature of the illusory image. "The contractor, your body temperature is too high, this is very dangerous. Only see the image at this time, red like a boiled crab." The Queen hurriedly told him, using the dew to cool down, but Huinon said, "I tried it, just using acceleration, was very complicated. If you use more ice mist, it will be harder to control. Want to do that level, at least take a few months of time." But Bang Suang-K thought again, wanting to say again. Do you think that?" Hearing that, Huinon looked straight at him, forced to ask him if he knew anything or not, but the Queen laughed naughty, dark, of course, then. "But I won't tell you. As the contractor of the ferry, you must enlighten yourself." Huinon saw that, arrogant said, so angry, "Not to say, I did not ask you." But according to his current level, it was enough to apply to the battle. Therefore, Huinon immediately contacted Thapin, telling him to help me arrange a transmission person. He wanted to go to the eastern city tomorrow in Antarctic. The next day, Huinon, under the help of the transmission to the Antarctica, the 4 sides of the bone cold, making him a second, also did not want to stay here. Talking to Huinon a sentence, "Wish you a successful strategy," and immediately transmitted it again. After that, Huinon went to the front of the gate of the village, which was one of the extreme copies of the world of Dongtan. Next, the illusory image adjusted the information to see. Conditions, under level 80, limited number of people, 30, strategic conditions, defeat the city owner, difficulty, extremely high. Huinon looked at the information, exclaimed, "This is the first-class copy that even the second-floor player cannot work?" Bang Suang-K saw that, asked him, "Still need to prepare psychologically?" Hearing that, Huinon stepped up, "We soon prepared psychologically well." After that, a road moved forward, entered the copy. At this time, Bang Suang-K told him, walking northwest. Huinon heard that, curiously asked, "Did he know where this is?" The Queen of the Queen replied softly, her gaze looked far away, the citadel was dim in the snow wind. "This is the kingdom of Bang Fong that we have dominated, the territory of Nafo Haiyan." After Huinon entered the Dongtan Ban, Bang Suang-nu said, "This is the territory that she has once dominated. Nafo Haiyan," but made him not understand, "I clearly disappeared, why is Dongtan still in a copy?" Therefore, Huinon too decided, first went to see and said. Huinon was full of joy, asking Bang Suang-K, she still remembered other things of this citadel? For example, who is the owner now, what are the troops in the city, where there is a secret tunnel, so on. Hearing this, Bang Suang-K immediately angry, away calling, "Are you currently letting me bring the national secret to you?" But Huinon laughed secretly, "You said that, I might be heartbroken. Are we now grasshoppers on the same rope? Like the type of relationship, always must be together." The cheesy words of Huinon immediately made the Queen said, speechless, while temporarily falling in hesitation. At the moment Huinon was about to continue to open her mouth, she hurriedly cut him across him. "You don't say any more. Can I tell you even? These disgusting words make me goosebumps." Hearing that, Huinon showed a satisfied smile. Bang Suang-nu asked Huinon, "Remember the cave of the Queen at that time? She was originally going to bring all the writers under the expansion, arranged on that side, they were at the first floor to deal with the knights, just a very small part. There are other writers, not from Nafo Hyung to recall. But in the past, there were a total of 27,000 people, but she could feel, the troops of Dong Tan and the copy had greatly reduced, saying that only the Knight Khan was there. She is a loyal and devoted knight with her, and is also the owner of Dong Tan, pretending her to be the first sword of the kingdom, the most perfect knight she knows. Hearing that, Huinon asked the power of the knight. For this, the queen of the queen raised a finger. Huinon suspected, you could not say it, and she fought, at most can only be persistent for an hour, but the queen constantly shook her head. So your idea is, I can only persevere for 10 minutes, not just a minute. At this time, Bang Swan K also told Huinon answer, my idea was, she just needed to use one finger, she could tear you into a small piece. Anyway, the knight of the female version is so strong. Hearing this word, the illusory sweat flowed, her grandmother, not even stronger than you. Bang Swang Nu widened her eyes, loudly crying out, you want me to say how many times to remember, I said, at that time my strength was weakened a lot. Hearing that, Huinon sighed, alright, then there was no need to worry, anyway, the strength of the Ridicon Khan would definitely be like you, weakened, followed by us to see her first. But when Huinon entered the citadel, this place was mostly red as the main color. Curious, red does not represent the color of the king? But the queen told her, the situation of each country was not the same. In her country, white was the symbol of Hongnat. Convenient to tell you, this road is called the Low Knight, just go through this red carpet path, will become an elite knight. Once, many people want to become a knight, coming to Dongtan to take the test. This is a test called a ridiculous proof. After opening this door, there will be a huge arena with hundreds of knights and people who challenge through the talent with the knight, to prove how strong it is. Although she did not know in this citadel, there would be many knights, but the principle of proving the knight was a single match, so it would not appear the situation of the opponent massively rushing. Hearing this, Huinon felt a bit large, touching his head, asking, just defeating 100 knights is okay? But Bang Swine K told him, not so. After he finished defeating the knight and the commander, he also faced the other man, and the king of the knights was 101 people. After that, Huinon immediately pushed the door in, caught the eyes of a bunch of military knights, strictly waiting. The next moment, the door behind him was slammed. The knights in turn pulled out the side of the hip, an air of murder filled with this space. Huinon hurriedly took out the black dragon, in case, now immediately started? Only seeing a blue knight wearing a blue war, walking up to the high radio, facing the illusory image of the question, I am the Eastern Knight, Harun Smith, strangers. What are you coming here to do? Huinon heard that, immediately tried to say a sentence, but Bang Swang Queen hurriedly interrupted him, telling him to say, I was because of the testing test to prove the knight. Hearing that, Huinon was extremely confusing, but Bang Swine K said, saying that for him there was no bad place. After saying that, immediately urged Huinon, quickly followed the fairy. Hurry up! While the two of them struggled, Harun shouted loudly, I asked once again, what did you come here to do? If you still do not answer, I will consider you an invasion. Seeing that, Huinon reluctantly sighed in a breath, collecting Black Dragon in his hand. All strict. For training will continue until one of the two sides let go of the sword losing. Then immediately told the first knight to step up, only to see the man withdrawing the sword behind his back. Loudly speaking, I am a Navy Norbaner Na Hyung Bi, please teach. Seeing this screen, Huinon laughed softly, it was interesting. Is this the method of the knight? Where to arrange it, extraordinary is not bad. After saying that, withdrawing the black dragon, the next moment, the two immediately delivered to each other. After that, each knight in turn assigned Huinon. Moreover, each knight was not a mediocre person. If calculated according to the rank of players, they were at least 100 fake powers. Although they do not have superior ability as players, but their ability to use weapons is almost perfect. Moreover, also use Kim Kwang with personal style. Their fighting power, even more dangerous than players. This kind of opposition, just like that, lasted 3 months. Huinon also in the process of constantly fighting, from the martial appearance, turning into a sluggish appearance. After handing over with the knights, Huinon is also the first time to know, Kim Kwang can still be so diverse. The player only uses one kind of outline, is to pour the dominant magic to the body of the sword, making the sword of air like sparks. But the Dongtan Knight creates a diverse manner, has a diverse form, has the same as a thorn that grows on the sword, and has a feather. Feeling strange, he asked Bang Swine Queen, did Nafo Hyung also exist the player system? Hearing that, he shrugged, how could there be that kind of thing? They are not the same as the player, can promote or increase the capacity, but rather rely on the whole life to accumulate magic and train the body, to reach a higher realm. Therefore, the Du Queen asked Huinon, when using a sword, did there need any enlightenment for weapons? Huinon rubbed his hand, said, "No need, just need enough magic value," and explained to the magic, "is enough to use the sword." Hearing Huinon's answer, the Queen also told him the difference of the knight. The strength of the type of existence is like a knight, regardless of weapons, for them to say, in the heart of indomitable will or not, more important than the weapon itself. Our knights, just finding the weapon we can control, and create a sword that is suitable for weapons and tactics. Hearing this, Huinon fell into reflection, thinking about the words and weapons suitable for himself. Remembering the skill of using the proficient weapons that I own, causing him from the beginning, he can control all the weapons well. Therefore, he just needs to choose a hand-to-hand sword, without suffering, any weapon is right for him. That said, because I had created a sword, so there was no way like them? Bang Swang K laughed black, I was not this idea. You are now like a water pitcher that has poured water, if it is poured another thing into the water will change color. In other words, you are now like a water bottle, with the potential to contain objects. Hearing that, Huinon patted her thighs, immediately made a decision, so my goal in this village was, because to learn the secret of using combat weapons, thereby creating a new sword. Just like that, experiencing a period of training. Huinon once again challenged the knight, but different from before, this time he held a sword. Just facing, Bitch immediately swung the sword, heading towards him to slash a sword of the wind. But facing this one screen, Huinon laughed softly, we were no longer we first came here, only hearing the room. Dao Kim Fong Quang Man immediately slashed at the sword of the illusory image, waiting for the dust to dissolve. On the body of the illusory image left a small crack, but he was still supporting this click. However, the prestige of the shock still makes him tremble, but now, his face is full of smiles, now, this skill is mine. After saying that, swinging the sword, jumping up, shortly after that, imitating a sword. Purple sword, falling on the bitch, immediately brought him to defeat. Seeing this stage, the knights immediately stirred up, they could hardly believe. This man, so fast, learned bitch's skills. Huinon told himself, really, good things must share with others. After that, start fighting in turn with Knight Stone. Not knowing how long it was past, Huinon finally defeated each knight, but Haoan also went to his back, heading towards him, respectfully reaching out his hand. At this time, they admitted Huinon. If you don't violate it, can I tell me your name? Huinon put his hand, grabbed his hand in front of him, puffed out his chest, reported his identity. I called Hua Quan Hao. Hearing that, Haoan laughed, what a good name, I absolutely will not forget. Next, he brought a medal assigned to Huinon, which was a certificate of the knight, which means he has approved the proof. May be the owner. The knights turned to Huinon, raised the right to congratulate, Hua Quan Hao, wish you a wind. Seeing that, Huinon also waived the ceremony, then went into the great representative of the owner, but had just come in, Huinon immediately felt a pressure. The atmosphere in this place is heavy, like pressing on his heart, but he quickly found the origin of the air, obviously the strongest knight of the kingdom of Nafo Haiyan. The owner of Dong Tan, knight's father and butt. After the illusory image through the testing test of the knight, he entered the room of the owner. However, just a simple eye, Huinon immediately realized the unusual great power of the knight. The cold killing intent spread around, making people not cold but trembling. At this time the queen also realized, the knight knew that Huinon was a player. Illusory image smiled softly, took out a weapon. Seeing that he killed behind like that, probably not wrong, so no need to talk nonsense, directly declare war. Holding the sword field, displaying the posture, the next moment, the two of them immediately delivered to each other, illusory image holding the sword field. With extremely fast speed stabbed out. Even in the blink of an eye, there are many remnants, however, even if the speed of the illusory image is faster, so attacking this lightning fast, it is still easily resolved by the knight. Seeing this situation, Huinon could not help but swear for an oyster, obnoxious, this fireman, did not waste any effort, immediately helped his attack. Therefore, he decided not to retain his strength, immediately launched the acceleration skills, the magic power moved in the blink of an eye became even more chaotic. But Bang Swangqueen felt that he was not so good, just started using such a large energy consumption skills. Huinon said, currently there is no time to measure these things. Help us check the time to maintain acceleration. Hear that, the Queen answered, he at present could only persevere for a minute 2 seconds, illusory eyes stopped. So from now on, the hour. The next moment, jumped up, rushed in front of the knight, the school sword like thunder, aggressively slashed down, but the school sword in his hand, again because he could not stand this scary force. Gradually starting to appear cracks. Seeing this screen, Huinon felt wrong. The next moment, immediately was beaten out by a knight, a rumbling, banging hard on the wall. Bang Swangqueen urgently called Huinon, waited until the dust dissolved. The school sword in the hands of the illusory image had broken into two halves, completely unable to continue using. The difference between the two people, indeed a difference in a heaven. So Huinon immediately took out the black dragon. The knight calmly looked at Huinon. Then step by step, walking towards him. Along with that, there was a foggy battle. In the blink of an eye, the fog was filled with this space. Huinon hurriedly covered her nose, asked what was this. The queen of the queen. Bang Swine Queen explained, this is called Grey Dew, is one of the skills of the knight, although the fog is not special. But if he was in a dense fog, launching an attack on you, it would be very dangerous, because when the fog obscured your eyes, you don't know where to attack from where to fight. At this time, the time to maintain the acceleration skills of Huinon, only 40 seconds left, but now he completely doesn't see clearly in front of him. In this situation, continuing to struggle for him extremely disadvantage, so he decided to stop using accelerated skills. Then focused on the spirit, observed the surrounding environment, looked left and right, searched for the whereabouts of the knight. At this moment, the body of the knight suddenly from behind him rushed out. Fortunately, Huinon promptly discovered danger, tilted his head to avoid this click, soon then quickly dodged aside, stretched the distance. But he also did not miss the opportunity to embody this time, again launched the acceleration, heading towards him. The black dragon danced frantically, launched a fierce attack. However, his attack was all supported. At the same time, the knight grabbed his hand into a claw, at a fast speed, squeezing Huinon's neck. The huge force came, immediately caused the illusory image to spit out a sip of blood. The knight once again broadcast force, aggressively sealed the image to the ground. The sword in his hand, aimed at the head of Huinon, paced on his ear, stabbing into the shoulder. But at this time, Bang Swang Nu Vong was next to him, hurriedly helped Huinon to relieve, condense out countless tip of the ice, towards the attacker. The red icon moved, dodged attacks. But this also made Huinon breathe, then he hit it again into the grey mist. Huinon saw that, his face stopped seriously, he could not be so passive again. The darkness of the body was overflowing from his body. Temporarily hiding his own air, Bang Swang K asked, couldn't directly ambush him? As for this, Huinon said, this is not possible. In front of the fake power like him, it is very difficult for me to completely hide the whereabouts. After saying that, taking out a bottle of injury, pouring on the shoulder, the current situation for him to say, it was really too bad, because constantly using acceleration, his mind was about to not be able to operate. Moreover, this damn fog is also a problem. At the same time, the values of the ridiculous capacity, both higher than himself, the current illusory image, was completely led by him, continued like that, basically unable to break. Therefore, the illusory image in the eyes flashed welding, thinking of a method of breaking lumps. At the same time, the knight was also in the fog, searching for the whereabouts of Huinon. Suddenly discovered in the fog, a shadow of the mat, then his body exploded, towards him rushing over. Often swords breaking the fog, slashing the other person's shadow, but the next moment, he immediately discovered it, because the shadow of the person just now stood, empty. At the same time, an air of ice quickly spread quickly, immediately bringing his legs to freeze on the spot. At this time, the knight also discovered, this was a trap, but this rank trap, basically could not besiege him. But at this time, the sound of the illusory image, from the air in the air. Do you know how the fog has formed? The fog is caused by the steam in the air to stop into countless small drops of water, then floating in the air that formed. In other words, just lowering the temperature, the water drops will conclude, directly the small drops of water, the naked eye cannot be distinguished, quickly starting to turn the ice. Feeling dangerous, the knight immediately wanted to escape from this place, but Huinon said softly, now wanting to run, it was too late. The next moment, the whole space in the blink of an eye was frozen, and there was a shadow in front of Huinon, the strongest knight of Nafo Haiyan. The knight, the father of Lai Mong. Shortly thereafter, Huin Photo held up the black dragon in his hand, a sword stabbed into his body, declaring the victory of this battle. Earlier, when the illusory image brought the black dragon into the body of the knight, his fresh blood immediately dyed the ice red, the ice on his body began to crack. A dry cough suddenly transmitted into the illusory ear. Seeing this scene, Huinon felt wrong. Could he say he was not dead yet? However, the knight did not make another movement, just stared at the space next to Huinon, full of anxiety, low voice, sorry, the King of Highness. Although the current body is a fairy, the queen does not appear, but that familiar feeling, he basically could hardly forget. Huinon saw that, asked, she was not going to be embarrassed? He seems to be looking for her. Bang Swang Queen looked at the knight, fell into the taciturn, a long time later, slowly said, we did not have that status, the responsibility of the monarch, was to protect the cypress. But the Eastern Knight is also the cypress of Nafo Haiyan, but we do not protect them well. Despite saying that, Bang Swine Queen is still towards the knight, reaching out of her small hand. The king, you must remember carefully, you must remember carefully. The righteousness of the weak, just a screaming in silence. Hearing that, a tear, from the tough hat, slowly flowing down, even the great knight like him, there was a soft place in his heart. But the softness of the knight, the queen that he pursued for a lifetime. At this point, the Dong Ban successfully received a reward for the arsenal key. You have restored a part of the lost capacity. Because of the influence of extreme breakthroughs, the capacity value has increased. You have successfully strategically hidden the hidden door of the Dong Tan copy, proving the knight. Making customs prizes, skill of using weapons proficient, from promotion to S. Huinan happily looked at the rich rewards constantly appearing in front of him, nor did he work here for 3 months. Moreover, thanks to the extreme breakthrough, his capacity value increased. This trip seemed not wasteful. Thinking about it, the laughter of Huinan was even more crazy, making the Misty Queen the corner of her mouth twitching, stupidly standing on the spot. Hurry to tell him, stop laughing, laughing hard to hear death. Hearing suggestions, illusory photos, dissatisfied, so many weapons, she could only choose a dish. Bang Swangnu laughed, seemed to, the manager Gray, always cared for you. Huinan has a headache rubbing the head, this kind of interest, making people very uncomfortable. After that, she immediately brought her eyes, placed on a lot of weapons in front of her, but in these weapons, she first removed the sword similar to the Black Dragon. Finally bring the locking target on a long sword bar. The situation is cold, ranked and rare. This weapon will cause the person to be attacked. Compared to normal bleeding more seriously, this weapon is performed magic to reduce weight, so the weight is lighter. When the blood of the enemy, the physical strength of the user will be restored. After reading the introduction, Winan did not expect to have the function of sucking blood. Bang Swan Queen, seeing that, asked, this weapon is so good? Of course, just need to have the function of sucking blood. Even if faced with many enemies, she can also recover physically, one side of the battle. Hearing that, Bang Swan K said, she liked it. We now quickly left. The copy was about to close. Then, Winan immediately left the arsenal. On the way out, she discovered something unintended. It was a mysterious portrait hanging on the wall. The female in the picture, the whole body exudes a noble atmosphere, making Winan unable to exclude and beautiful. However, at this time she suddenly realized a point. It was the outfit and hair color on the painting, seemingly a little familiar. After that, I remembered the Queen. This place was the territory she had once dominated. So turning her head to tell her, is this person on this? Looking closely, it seems like that. You remove the bizarre mask down to see, covering all your eyes already. Hearing this word, Bang Swine Queen immediately red to the ears. Half a day could not say a single sentence. A moment later, embarrassed shyly loudly crying, I did not want. You do not say whether or not, go out quickly. Scenes, Winan returned to the player association, moreover received the therapy of the master. Tian was beside him, glaring at Winan, like he didn't recognize him. Because the current illusory image is filthy, like the survivor has just been saved from the deserted island. It is difficult to make people think of, this is the superstar Hua Quan Hao. Winan temporarily felt embarrassed, said, really exaggerated like that? As for this, Tian sighed a breath, these things were not important, as long as you could return peacefully. I immediately thanked heaven and earth. But at this time, besides there are many people of the player association to see, stirring talk about Hua Quan Hao in front of him. It is said that he in 3 months, alone, one of the 3 extreme strategies, such a dangerous person, is it really the same association with us? After that, Tian said he wanted to take him home, then the two of them went out, but just went out, Tian immediately turned to Huinan apologize. I should take him to a more quiet place. But Huinan felt that this was not her fault, after all, I left 3 months to return, they had this reaction. At this time, Tian stopped his foot, feeling that they had such a reaction, on the contrary, as possible. Because during the illusory period in the copy, people protested more and more dangerous, even the entrusted and assigned funding, were interrupted. There are too much people, even asking to return the previous funding fee. The president also suffered many suffering. But this is no way, anyway is Hua Quan Hao, because the association rebuilt the image, so even if criticized, the association has nothing to say. However, after listening, Winan seriously told Tian, even if the image is better, what's useful, you do not need to pay attention to the words of the other people. Hearing Huinan's words, Tian felt extremely surprised. In a short time of 3 months, the attitude of the other people immediately turned into such, could he really not pay attention? If I am you, I will think, in the end what, I want to go to a higher floor. Hearing that, Winan answered in a deep voice, it seems that you have a misunderstanding for me. We are constantly climbing up, not for others, on the contrary, we are completely because of ourselves, doing so. Even if this is because of this, that feels disappointed to me, there is no way, because I say it is true. But Tian agreed with the words of Huinon, showing a comfortable demonstration on the face. Of course, the grace of our grace, we are always unaware. I am so stupid. Seeing the appearance of Tian, Huinon smiled black. Sometimes you were very stupid. Hearing the teasing of Huinon, Tian pouted, turned away. You said it right, I seem to even contact you with Big Six, and I foolish to forget. So I would like to make a report in advance. Hearing that, Huinon immediately dumbfounded, hurriedly told her to wait a bit. But on the other side, a man headed towards the person in front of the newspaper, illusory photo contact with them. Hearing that, the movement in the hands of the man stopped, asking Huinon what he said, but he was the president of the congregation of the CC Sag in the Sin Sin. He told us, within half an hour, bringing news related to ghosts, good adjustments sent through. Upon hearing that, Tam Sin did not think of conservative, brought the document with the same level, assigned to Huinon, but his secretary advised him, whether to think again or not. Because Huinon affirmed also directing other associations, making similar requirements. Because he was in the original elevator, met another Big Six. Hearing this word, Tam Sin fell into thought. Could Huinon want to let the internal associations fight? He felt that we were in this empty time, implicitly colluded, moreover to control the news. It seems that he intends to eliminate the association with relatively weak intelligence. They were completely jokingly in their palms. Therefore, Tam Sin immediately patted the table, made a decision, except for a special and peak intelligence, and the rest sent to him. We want to let Huinon completely understand, the monk hammocks, the only public is worth his cooperation. At this moment, after the illusory image conveyed the intelligence to Big Six, the high rise of the associations immediately guessed the intentions of Huinon. But their thoughts, also completely in the control of Huinon. He was facing them, making a request within half an hour to receive the news, completely for taking advantage of the attitudes of the Big Six masters. Not long after, Huinon immediately received the news he wanted. Seeing that, Huinon laughed softly. The fire worked for the great factory, indeed we're very on time. No even half an hour, he has received intelligence from the associations. Huinon excitedly looked at the intelligence in front of him, laughed. The problem of these intelligent people is that he always thinks too much. He was in Dongtan for 3 months, just giving them full time to unify the palace, thereby restricting the level of spreading intelligence. But what if the illusory stimulates a bit of their competitive psychology? Thus, because in order to strengthen relations with Huinon, they assert they will provide higher quality intelligence than other associations. Because of this, Huinon has received a lot of high quality intelligence that has not spent money. They Big Six this title, calling is also very resounding, but the solidarity, really poor. But now, the way to enter the second floor border has 10 days, before that, Huinon and Bang Suang Nu had to devote all their energy, fully prepared. He must first remember all the intelligence that Big Six sent, but the appearance of the Dewey girl leisurely ate the biscuits, watched movies, made Huinon a bit confused. Intelligence in hand also could not control itself. How did he feel? Only he was trying. After that, turning his head, saying the queen, the opposite of playing happily, only I was studying. Only see the queen, a piece of biscuits, small mouth constantly chewing, hearing the words of Huinon, immediately jumped up, loudly protested, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is it? The female version is also learning cultural knowledge. After saying that, pointing to the drama behind, when imaged the corner of the mouth twitching, how can you look at the look and play happily? After that, Huinon exhaled softly, looking at the intelligence in front of him, he needed for 3 days, bringing these things to see for a while. On the second floor border, Roban is the only empire, which also means that the Roban Empire dominates most of the second floor. But Big Six takes 25 years of time, penetrating deeply into the nooks and crannies of the empire. They are roughly divided into 3 factions. The first is Noyet Kin Chi De and Zich My Hammock, belonging to the Emperor's faction. This faction is taken as the center, is the faction with the most aristocracy in Big Six. The second is the Maze and the Fate of the Association, belonging to the Noble faction. This faction gathered local nobles outside the royal family. Finally Bak Nan Tan, the delegation faction. This faction had the support of the imperialism, the temple. But the Harlem Association escaped from these 3 factions. At the same time, in Dukkem office, Tian came to find her. Seeing that, Dukkem felt extremely surprised, asked her what she was looking for. Tian said, I had a words to tell her, finished talking, from the pocket to take out something, then delivered to Dukkem. This is my resignation application, hopefully he can ratify. Dukkem looked towards Tian, asked, could tell us the reason? She must not be temporarily moved, decided to resign. Hearing that, Tian could not help it, gripped her hands tightly, asked her if she still remembered the first time she came here. Dukkem nodded, saying of course, then falling into a memory. A few years ago, in the Sumian area of the second floor, there was an elite therapy, dubbed the Holy Woman. She lives her life for others to live, but when she really has difficulty, no one will be as happy as helping her. Finally, in her darkness appeared a ray of light. That person was clearly virtuous, which this Holy Woman was the current grace. Therefore, Tian for Dukkem Tun is not inferior to Huinon, because she is the only one, when she is difficult, reaching out to help. As long as Dukkem is content, I really want to continue to do this job. But after talking to Hua Quanhao yesterday, he began to think of life. The basic motivation made himself different from before. So he decided to find the answer. Hearing that, Dukkem smiled happily, congratulated her, finally found the way she should go. Thank you for saying so. Can we leave the company, bring this magic seal to him? Hearing that, Dukkem immediately said it was possible. Congratulations back. The player Truong Tian, after a while, Dukkem brained bees, listened to Huinon's words. It was hard to believe that Big Six was in the fingerprint. Huinon once again affirmed. This desert, just afraid you also dare to sell Bao Bao. Later, Dukkem did not blink to review the intelligence in front of him. A moment later, could not help but sighed softly. He thought that the association had caught up with them. Looking like that, he had a very long road to go. Huinon comforted Dukkem, motivated to have a new target. Isn't it? Yes, one day, we will shoulder to shoulder with that goal. Next, Huinon cares about the situation of the association during this time. Dukkem told him, the association has recruited players on the second floor, and also reorganized the intelligence agency, currently constantly expanding the base on the border. But the pioneering team has had 20 years of accumulation, so it is not a one-sided overnight can catch up. They occupy valuable places, used to expand the border forces. This point makes people very upset. Speaking of which, Dukkem was full of anxiety, sighed and said, if they could not create great dedication in the war, want to catch them up, it would not be so easy. However, for this, Huinon encourages him, without losing confidence. Anyway, unpredictable life. Next, Huinon looked at Dukkem, seriously saying, a week later, we want to go to the second floor. Hearing that, Dukkem fell into thought, seemingly thousands of words to say, choking in his heart, but in the end, the words wanted to say, all turned into a word. Dukkem was moody, his face was uneasy, blaming himself, he had no face to meet him. If he could soon expand the influence of the association, immediately on the second floor supported him. Huinon looked at his old friend many years in front of him, told him, no need to blame, so far, he did things, so much, thanks to him, I had a new identity. It is also easy to get a certificate of player, moreover, he also provides himself with equipment and residence, and there is a series of non-counting help. He gave himself the best support, he was his most resilient support. A way to come, really thank you, my old friend. At this time, in the night of the player at the night, Huinon suddenly saw a person in the corridor, which was Tian who had just come out of Dukkem's office. Seeing Huinon, Tian on the face showed a confused ray. Huinon asked her, now why is it still in the association? Tian frantically said, I want to help the president to handle documents. Hear that. Huinon feels difficult to understand. Why does he submit to you to do this kind of thing? No, we have to give suggestions to him. Tian smiled wryly, saying that, now not early, I have to quickly return. Good night, Quan Hao. After that, he turned around, under the eyes of Huinon left. At this moment, Dukkem heard the noise, also from the office. Strangely asked Huinon, you haven't gone yet? Hearing that, Huinon looked narrowed, aggressively stared at him, you let my secretary work more late at night. Dukkem heard that, immediately felt unstable, because the grace of Grace resigned, he told himself to temporarily keep the secret, then hurriedly moved the topic. This kid, do not manage so much, just where you bring the object I have just prepared for you to take away. Then immediately brought a piece of paper to Huinon. Huinon saw that, asking what to write here. This is the address of Asia 2, the son of his former comrades, Boy Waterfall. Dukkem said, later you went to the second floor, immediately helped it. The thing is, does that boy still remember what I look like? When leaving, Dukkem turned to Huinon a problem. You want to take the illusory status to find it? Huinon laughed softly, I thought again. Going before, bye-bye. Huinon stared at Huinon just came out. This person is the Ma Carl Signa. You finally appeared, Hua Quan Hao. Not long after, Huinon immediately came from the convenience store to buy items. As soon as he went out, he met a lovely little cat. Towards him meow non-stop, the cute appearance, immediately melted the heart of Hwinon. However, this time he did not buy things that could feed him, could only say an apology. The kitten heard that, immediately changed his face, angrily turned his head to leave, in the blink of an eye no longer had a cute appearance. This makes Hwinon unable to tease this kid, it's really smart. At this moment, a shadow of people attracted attention to him, only seen in a deep alley, standing a shadow. Hwinon immediately stopped his eyes, he almost did not detect the appearance of this person. Looks like a high-class player. The man told Hwinon, we changed one place and talked. After saying that, taking out a red crossbow tree, carrying killing intent, coldly saying, you probably don't want to fight in this type of locality. Seeing this scene, Hwinon immediately paused his face, because he glanced at one that realized that weapon, the name of the lens of the horizon, was a toughened equipment, specialized sniping. The owner is a ghost Carl Signa, so Hwinon also immediately took out the black dragon. You said a palace offered dare to face the opponent, is this a mistake? But when he heard this, Carl Signa laughed coldly again, it seemed that you understood me very much. So, the situation is easy to do. Saying, he raised the crossbow, aiming in the air. You said wrong, in the normal situation, it was not wrong, but it was under the premise, the strength of the two sides equally. Next, installed the name, raised the palace, aimed at the distance, saw this scene, Hwinon immediately turned away, he knew the goal of Carl Signa. It is clear that the ordinary people in the convenience store not far away, or Dukkam in the association. At this time, Carl Signa's sound was full of intimidation again, Hua Quan Hao, if you didn't want to see innocent people in this area, die tragically. So before we get angry, obediently follow the words we say. As soon as Carl Signa threatened Hwinon to leave, the two went to a place without people on the mountain, saw that Hwinon did not run away, Signa laughed, so brave. Next for you two options, the first is obediently wearing a magic seal, following me, hearing that, Hwinon laughed softly, this one I don't want. Another option? Signa raised the corner of the mouth with a cold smile, another, that was cut off her legs, then like a dog, we were pulled away. Saying, the magic power is cold, piercing the body. Seeing this scene, illusory eyes stopped, unable to horror, fear. This fire name, based only on magic power, can immediately spread out such a great power. This is a high-class player of 100, Carl Signa. However, Hwinon's answer is beyond Signa's expected, we choose the third. The sword school pointed to Signa, moderate or the air on the fresh mountain, very suitable as a place to bury your bones. Hearing this, Signa was immediately angry from inside. What a arrogant fire, your imagination was really rich. Then pulled the school, installed 3 arrows, in the blink of an eye, the arrow turned towards the magical image. The next moment, On's name seemed to flash, just in the blink of an eye, Hwinon immediately brought all the arrows cut off. Seeing this scene, Signa was extremely surprised. How can this be? He was a new job for not a year, could help the arrow, the bow shot out. Hwinon took a step out, casually said, you asserted that it was impossible to explain, why did a player not come to level 30, can help the arrow by the high-end player 100? However, you must know, in this world, there are many exceptions that make people unexpectedly, but I, is one of them. Signa now knows he is wrong, too disdain for the fire in front of him. Anyway, he is alone a 1-star copy, strictly said, the first floor is no one who is the opponent of this guy, if he goes to the second floor, it will definitely grow faster. Come to think of it, Signa could not help but reveal, if his ability was even stronger than the prediction, saying that in the near future, he would be with Q2 equal. However, unfortunately, such a talent, today will have to fall in this place. Then again raised the arrow, aimed at the illusory image, the blood of red blood from the arms poured out, surrounding the arrow. Signa shouted coldly, died, and his aphids. The next moment, the arrow at extremely fast speed shot out, tear the wind, in the blink of an eye shot in front of Hwinon. Hwinon quickly twisted her body to avoid, however, the evil story happened, the arrow was inherently rushed away, again changed direction. Like locking the illusory image, constantly directing him to attack. Seeing this screen, Hwinon felt hard to believe, this fireman was using the magic to control the arrow? Signa laughed coldly, welcoming to the waters managed by us. The next moment, the arrow flew dancing to a place behind the illusory image exploded, immediately bringing that place out a large hole. Seeing this scene, Hwinon was startled in the heart, the power of this arrow, so big. Moreover, the more important thing is, he is not only controlling the direction of the arrow, also bringing his magic power to diffuse into the entire space, leading to his actions difficult. Make Hwinon really fall into the sea. In this situation, even though he just needed to be hit once, he would lose the chance to win. Therefore, Hwinon immediately launched acceleration skills, the magic power boiled in the blink of an eye covering the whole body, then looked towards the arrow that was rushing to the top. The next second, the black dragon has overcome the speed of the arrow, slashing out. Each sword exactly welcomes the arrow being shot. In the blink of an eye, it was like turning into a closed wall without gaps, bringing the arrows coming, the whole slash down. Seeing this stage, Signa shrinked his pupils. She could hardly believe her mission was blessed by her magic, and was stopped by a player who did not come to level 30. But very quickly, she was sensitive to being aware of all the things before her. It seems that during the time when I escaped from pursuing, the feeling became the padding. Hua Quanhao is not just a lucky rookie, he is an opponent that we need to bet everything to fight. Thinking all the way, Signa could not help but smirk. The smile gradually became crazy. Currently we will no longer despise. In the blink of an eye, the magic power was like a hurricane, but very quickly became quiet, feeling anomalous, illusory image and suspicion. This magic swirl suddenly became very quiet. It was bizarre, she felt. I seemed to enter the center of the storm. Only see Signa stretched the school, animals, horrible magic around, like wanting to turn into an entity. The arrow locked the illusory image, the killing intent behind said, hoping you will feel honored. Currently we really have to say goodbye. Only seeing the other magic power has turned into a long-standing shape. Violent long chi. The sound had just stopped. Signa shot out an arrow, only saw the long dragon taken from the violence, flying wildly, definitely had to bring all the previous things in front of and destroy. Along with a loud explosion, Huinon was immediately violent to the village. However, waiting for the bear dust to settle, Signa discovered anomalous. The space exploded in front of him, exuding a cold air. What is this cold magic atmosphere? At the same time, Huinon also made movements. The darkness of the rotten, in the blink of an eye, haunted the force to launch, in the blink of an eye, bringing this space to cover. Seeing this scene, Signa was both amazed and scared. She could not expect it. Huinon also owned two types of attributes. Moreover, it is the darkness of the attribute and the fog. Did she always hide her ability? It is really beyond her imagination. Only seeing the illusory image around the dancing, the violent dragon, has been frozen into statues. Coming to this country, Huinon finally devoted all her strength. Anyway, she could not ignore the cause. As soon as Huinon also showed the foggy and obsessive attribute, she did not intend to hide her strength. Today must definitely bring Signa to kill here, otherwise her identity will be exposed. Signa smirked, seeming not to tell me your true identity. If so, I can only force you to open my mouth. After saying that, she spread her hand, low voice, opened the arsenal. In the moment, the back appeared countless arrows, like opening the secret of the regal. Have you been prepared yet? Let me use the attack more intense, take you to death. Seeing that, Huinon did not hold back, bringing all the power to the acceleration. The violent magic power, frantically burned, turned into a continuous force. She currently needs to speed up. If not continuing to last, the brain will face overheating danger. The best method is, before she shot arrows, stormed, tightened her head. The next moment, the illusory image like an arrow left the palace, the body broke out, saw the actions of the illusory image, Signa laughed coldly, again rushed to death by herself. After that, swinging your hands, shooting countless arrows, enjoying our heavenly hoavu. You will be in the reign of this hell name, breaking the flesh. However, facing this countless arrows, Huinon revealed a smile. Seeing this stage, Signa immediately shrinked, a feeling of insecurity around her heart. What does she laugh? Only the illusory body gradually turned into a discharge of air. This is the moment she is always waiting. Waiting for Signa to determine whether he must die, but the moment of relaxation, the next moment, Huinon appeared on the back of Signa. This is her skill that haunts her mobile. Without waiting for Signa to react too much, Huinon quickly swung the sword in her hand. But making Huinon unexpectedly, at the last moment, Signa leaned again, avoiding a mental stimulation, one of her swords, unable to take her on the spot. At the same time, Signa's sharp claws suddenly appeared, aggressively grabbing the illusory image, hitting the black dragon, emitting a collision sound of iron and steel. Immediately bringing the image backwards in front of him, an unsuccessful click. Huinon could not help but frown. The recovery force of this fire name is really too strong. Even if his hands are slashed, he can immediately recover. But if you want to become a ghost, you have to drink blood of the Ma. But because the body of humanity cannot endure the power of the ghost, so most people will bring the blood of the Ma clan diluted with water, then drink. But there are some crazy people, because of the overwhelming force, will directly drink blood without being diluted. Which one? Two crazy survivors will become a ghost, and can use the capacity that the owner of the blood owns. Carl Signa gradually walked towards the illusory image. At this time he also guessed, Huinon originally did not use the skill suddenly disappeared, because of the limited use. Then next, let me take you to the road. In the blink of an eye, countless swords brought again to the illusory image, but now, because the Supercother born using accelerated skills, his head became more and more hot. A trail of blood flowing from the nose. We just knew it, you said you want to take me on the road, really hurting people. Hearing that, Signa smirked, if you want to wear magic bracelets, I can forgive you a life. Hearing this, Hwinon was a bit quiet, the corners of his mouth gradually curved to curvature, revealing a sarcastic smile, directing him to do a friendly movement. You put away, stupid. Signa laughed, giving Hwin a petition, if you want to kill me, remember to close my neck carefully. Hwinon did not say much, but broadcasted, then suddenly broke up, jumped up. At the same time, Signa's man Tien Kim Vu was also ready, turned into a large net, screaming out, illusory images risking his life to swing Black Dragon in his hand. He now felt that his head was about to explode, but even though he brought the speed of the sword to the limit, it was still no way to prevent all the ambassadors. Not long after, on the body, many places were injured, but even so, Hwinon did not want to stop. Handing the sword, dancing faster and faster, the sword was still supporting, Signa gradually urgently rising. The fire of the fire worth death, brought my sword to cut off. He at first sight was about to be extremely limited. How could he continue to move forward, in the blink of an eye? The ambassador again increased to a speed. Seeing that, the illusory image stopped, swords like electricity, tearing the wind, bringing all the ambassadors, cutting off. The next moment, the body moved, sword in front of Signa, swung the sword up, slashed towards Signa's neck, but the next moment, Signa's speed faster. Using a hand to squeeze Hwinon's neck, immediately caused him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, along with the force in his hand growing louder, the sound of the bone of the shattered image gradually rang out. Signa immediately showed a successful smile, that we won. However, it made him unexpectedly, the illusory image in his hand suddenly turned into an dissipated image, as a devil appeared behind him. Hwin's sarcastic voice transmitted into his ear, stupid, the loser must be you right. The next moment, the illusory image of the sword like a sword slashed down, was one jacket. Signa took an hour, fell on the ground, he knelt on the ground. Spewed out a large gulp of fresh blood. In the heart full of hard to believe, how can that? Hwinon turned his head, casually said, eat it, pretended to fake. Only see the false darkness of Hwinon, appearing in the yard, horrible atmosphere, like the evil dog from hell. Seeing this screen, Signa was filled with horror, constantly backward. At this moment, he finally knew the true identity of Hua Quan Hao, which was the enemy of all the ghosts and illusions. Signa painfully criticized the shameless T-image, and dared to deceive the world like that. What purpose does he hide his true identity? Hearing that, Hwinon smirked, casually said, anyway you were about to die, it was not necessary to know so much. After saying that, Dark Black Prime Minister immediately rushed towards him in a creaking cry, bringing him to swallow. As soon as Hwinon killed Signa, he ordered the Dark Prime Minister to swallow him, and used the confession skill of the spirit to read the memory. At the same time, Bang Swang Nu K was at home, her small mouth constantly chewing, passionately watching the drama in front of her. But ate for a while, she suddenly felt incorrect, the small hand holding the popcorn also stopped in the air, suddenly brought over the burdock, then fell on the sofa, screaming. The crook, you don't have to say waiting for me to finish watching this TV series return? Why hasn't returned now? But Hwinon on the other side had finished reading Signa's memory, but after watching, Hwinon revealed a serious face. Unexpectedly Signa for catching herself, in a situation where sword was traced, crossing the border to the first floor. This makes Hwinon worried, he is currently being traced, will he not be involved? But making Hwinon feel happy is that he is still in Signa's memory, finding Manan's intelligence, not counting his holes. But the Manan Association is located in the Sumian of the second floor, intelligence roughly like what he has from the Festival of the Hammock. Wait for him to the second floor, these intelligence must be effective. At this moment, the notice appeared, due to many times using the confession of the spirit, the skills from the level C level to the level B. Seeing this screen, the illusory image was happy. So, could he see the previous memories that could not be seen? However, immediately notified could not be read. Hwinon was disappointed to close the window, indeed it would not be so easy. After that, reaching out to pick up the lens of the horizon on the ground, he wanted to bring this to the association. At this moment, Hwinon suddenly felt terrified, a scary atmosphere was quickly approaching him. Waiting for him to raise his head to look, in front of him standing a shadow, the surrounding radiating the air of 10 parts. Hwinon immediately guessed his identity in front of him, surely he was Q2, the 7th floor in the incense, sword saints of Kai Vu. The illusory image of Signa Nu, Kai Vu was clearly on the 2nd floor, unexpectedly so fast chasing. The speed is scary. Kaivu pulled out the side accessories, cold voice, your anger suddenly disappeared on the second floor, harming me not knowing how to do it for a long time, unexpectedly you ran to the first floor. Hearing this, Hwin-on immediately dumbfounded, these words of him, every word he could hear and understand, but when he put it back, he did not understand. Next, Kaivu continued to say, the stench of the ghost on your body, and the taste of the great word Trui tongue box, as if it would not disappear. Carl Signa, this time I absolutely will not let you escape. At this time, Hwin-on finally responded, looking at the crossbow tree in his hand, cold sweat flowed. Here, perhaps saying, he sees us holding the lens of the horizon, so it takes us to be Signa. So Hwin-on immediately hurriedly explained to Kaivu, he asserted that it was misunderstanding. However, not yet waiting for him to finish talking, Kaivu immediately pulled out the sword school, with the speed that could not catch up, slashed out a sword. Only saw him killing coldly, saying, I will not be deceived by your sweet words, this time I will not make the same mistake, today you must definitely die here. Seeing this screen, Hwin-on immediately sweated his head, this situation, that he could not expect. This fire has absolutely no hearing of his explanation. Hwin-on gripped the bow in his hand, decided to tell the truth of the truth. Although this will make things more troublesome, there is no other way now. So he immediately spoke loudly, we resolved Carl Signa. Hearing this, the first reaction of Kaivu was that he was deceiving him, but Hwin-on said there was a way to prove his identity, then called Duk Kam. A moment later, Kaivu also from Duk Kam, confirming Hwin-on was Hua Quan Hao, then, towards the illusory image, he bowed deep and apologized. The player promised Quan Hao, sorry, I misunderstood you. Hwin-on waved his hand and said it was okay, anyway in exchange for himself, he would probably misunderstand. But even though Hwin-on said so, Kaivu still felt anxious, so he wanted to compensate him. Next, he brought a drop of medicine, chopped on the illusory face, the next moment, his entire body wound in the blink of an eye healed. The state of the whole person, in the blink of an eye, restored to the original, which is the holy water that can cure all wounds. Hwin-on shyly said, this small wound, how can I use the mystic in this legend? Hearing that, Kaivu shook his head, his face was sincere, righteous, you did not need to feel the pressure, I just wanted because my mistake was responsible. Seeing the expression of Kaivu, Hwin-on was a bit unintended, unexpectedly this era, there was also such an righteous player. Kaivu also turned towards Hwin-on, expressing his curiosity. Although he knew the strength of Hwin-on was very strong, not only customs clearance of unmarried copies, moreover, he broke his record in Hwin Photo at the Challenge Academy. But even so, he was unimaginable, a level 30 player, how could he solve the Carl Signa level 100? Hwin-on told him, and do not disclose our abilities to others. Also, hope you can help me once. Kaivu thought slightly, then opened his mouth, helping you the opposite is not difficult, but if you use the force of violating humanity, then I will absolutely not sit still. Hearing that, Hwin-on laughed softly, rest assured, regardless of whether or not the future, that kind of thing will not arise. After saying that, Hwin-on took a step out, under the feet of the dew spread, in the moment of bringing the entire space, turning into a pole of the geography. Along with countless ice sperms constantly appearing. If our transactions have been achieved, I immediately bring the force in exhibition for you to see. Seeing this stage, even if Kaivu was dubbed the sword, could not help but feel surprised. This skill is really not trivial, not only enough to hit the disadvantages of Makan, but not inferior to those S-level skills that are not bad. Moreover, he thought of one thing in the blink of an eye, so this was the key that the association used to suppress the trend on the third floor. Hwin-on heard that, whoever was home, did not expect you to understand so many things in the blink of an eye. So you must be clear, these things absolutely cannot let the ghost know. For this, Kaivu did not directly answer, on the contrary, he pulled out the sword again. In the blink of an eye, sword light as guild, cut out the space, immediately brought the tape behind the illusory image, slashed the hole. Such powerful, immediately made Hwin image blankly, in a rumbling, all the crystal completely dissipated. Kaivu Thursday sword into the shell, casually saying, I naturally clearly your importance, an hour ago, I was here to kill Carl Signa. As soon as Hwin-on killed Signa, he encountered one of the 9 tails, sword Saint Kaivu, and Dat-tan traded with him, let Kaivu declare to the outside, Signa was killed by him. After that, Hwin-on immediately returned to her accommodation. He had just returned, Bang Swine K appeared in front of him, black face looking at him, this immediately made Hwin-on startled. Bang Swine knew resentment to ask him, know what time is it now? Hwin-on looked at the clock, answered, an hour. Bang Swine Queen was angry, he said he would immediately return, harming people alone at home to wait so long, next time to return soon. Hwin-on reluctantly touched her head, said, at this time, Bang Suangnu also discovered the abnormality of Huinon, although there was no wound, but extremely struggling. Immediately after asking Huinon whether something happened or not, Huinon said a sad face, happening a big thing, I just killed Carl Signa, he was a real powerful ghost, the previous fire-related people, basically could not be compared to him. Speaking of which, Huinon suddenly exclaimed an hour, the world was so big, really the middle-class wall was loyal. Since I woke up in Bang Fong, I always tried to rescue my friends, but until today I met Kai Vu. He was really aware how much other players in these 25 years have improved. True fake, as expected, are on the second floor border. When he saw that moment, he understood why everyone likened Tu as the sky. Moreover, the personality of Kai Vu was also extremely gentle. Come to think of it, Huinon suddenly taciturn. Bang Suang K Queen asked him, why not continue? Hearing that, Huinon clenched his fist again, nothing, we just felt we should make more efforts. This world also has 8 fake powers of the same level as the century, moreover, there is a clear will be an enemy. Master Vine Nezid, hail, he was the master of the dryness of the artist Alma, and was also a ghost. Not only aimed at himself, he also ordered Carl Signa to bring us level up. Huinon because understanding the first floor situation, so it was always very good, but the second floor was the world unknown, he had never set foot. This made Huinon in his heart could not help but feel obscure. Hearing that, Bang Suangnu Queen gently rubbed Huinon's head. The contractor, confident, you can definitely do very well. Anyway, so far, you are very good, isn't it? The comfort of Bang Suangnu Queen made Huinon a bit embarrassed, shyly said, why did you suddenly like that? Bang Suangnu huffed softly, who told you that the face was miserable? Like a small dog. Huinon laughed black, we of course can do very well. In this world, we are the legend of touching in myths. Seeing the appearance of Huinon, Bang Suangnu pouted, you do not say these nonsense words, I see you become crazy again. At this time, Huinon suddenly remembered something, told Bang Suang Queen, tomorrow I could have to go out early. Speaking of which, she laughed softly, before going to the second floor, we wanted to say goodbye to the same person, but on the other side, Kai Vu was with the woman in front of the meeting. The woman Yin Yang monster, praising her is so dangerous. Hearing this word, Kai Vu fake stupid, what's wrong? After that, the woman came in front of him, asked, remember her duties? Or say, in these months, did you forget it? Kai Vu said, I naturally did not forget. That's good, after all, you are a sort of Siwon, Kai Vu. After saying that, spreading his hand, bringing it to Kai Vu, so quickly tell me, the whereabouts of that thing. The horizon, where? But the woman, who was the president of Tin Tin Chi Noyet, Tun Tang Nguyen, but after listening, Kai Vu was quiet. This appearance, angry Tun Tang Nguyen impatiently shouted, you talk, really you kill Signa? Everywhere on the news is reporting this, Kai Vu casually answered, that he killed him, not wrong. So why don't you bring that Bao tree back? This is your task. Or say, Signa compared to the harder imagination? Hearing this word, Kai Vu immediately gripped his arm, and again fell into a deep battle. Because for Kai Vu to say, as long as he wishes, even using one hand, he can kill Signa, moreover can let him say all the secrets. Unfortunately, before he went there, the superior rookie was rising, the player Hua Quan Hao, resolved Carl Signa. If he relied on his own strength to kill Signa, then the spoils of the reason should belong to him. Moreover, he also Hua Quan Hao has achieved a convention. Come to think of it, Kai Vu after thinking for a while, giving an excuse, before he took out the palace, accidentally killed him. Hearing this word, Tun Tang Nguyen gritted his teeth and nod, so angry that his whole body trembled, dubbed one of the 9 Tu, sword prime minister. It seems that because of the 2 perfect words that were born, Kai Vu could accidentally. This reason is that Tun Tang Nguyen cannot accept. The Battle of Lei Din, towards Kai Vu scolded loudly, you were too unreasonable. Is it while fighting is injured? Kai Vu could only quietly endure the president's resentment, telling her, I'm okay. After a battle, Tun Tang Nguyen reluctantly sighed. The story has come to this country, as if finished, although it is not possible to complete the task, but there is no way. I will tell the Duke. Upon hearing that, Kai Vu could only have a small voice again, making Tun Tang Nguyen just lowered his anger, almost flared up. From now on, you forbid to apologize to me. But after that, Tun Tang Nguyen seriously asked Kai Vu, what was the true cause? Do not think of using a clumsy lie to deceive us, because based on our understanding of Kai Vu, glancing at this one that this is strange. Kai Vu reluctantly laughed softly, indeed still could not deceive you. Although we do not have the lens of the horizon, we harvest something more valuable. Seeing the appearance of Kai Vu, Tun Tang Nguyen became even more curious, he was very long, did not see Kai Vu so happy. In the end, what? Hearing that, Kaivu looked towards the vast blue sky, revealing a deep smile, a new future. As soon as Huinon was about to enter the second floor, he went to the museum to store his teammates, watching his old friend not seeing it for a long time. Huinon temporarily felt sobbing. He also tried to conduct a room, but the announcement of the status table was also in the expected. At present, he is still not valid for magic. However, from the expression of the Queen, the current state of Huinon is still progressing. Hearing that, Bang Swine Queen immediately surprised. Both Moody said, like that, not wrong, seeing him such a figure. Huinon suspected or asked him how. Could he say that he felt sorry for him? Hearing this word, Bang Swang knew a taciturn battle. Biting his lips, his face full of sweat, Huinon reluctantly sighed. You just need to tell me whether they are still alive or not. Bang Swang Nu King looked at the people in Bangdu, clearly stated to Huinon they were naturally alive, just too much. If he wanted to eliminate the seal, then he had to become stronger. After obtaining the answer, Huinon finally looked deeply in the field, then steadfastly turned to leave. Bang Swang Nu saw that, hurriedly chased after him. You immediately had to leave the first floor, not looking at them a few more times? No need. Before entering the second floor, we want to be with Noah. Dukam is a bit longer, about them, immediately without, wait until it can really face. Looking at the opponent more than late, we trust, that day will come very quickly. But during the next time, Huinon also went to the whereabouts of Noah, with him for a long time. Although his technique was still so poor, a game did not win the illusory image, however, the actual physical strength the older it was. But before breaking up, Noah also gave Huinon sincere wishes. I trusted, wherever you are, you can definitely do very well. Very quickly, Huinon immediately went to the artificial island in the Pacific Ocean. This place was the original elevator, connected to the second floor world. After that, the association of the association immediately appeared, welcomed him, and made him clear the attention when saved on the second floor. He will stay at the Roban Empire, but in the Roban Empire, a noble covers the sky, so it is best not to play with them. In addition, at the border, he not only has to be wary of the ghost, but also to be careful of the player, because many players will take the opportunity for the association to not pay attention to the opportunity and commit crimes. So next, good luck. After that, Huinon immediately carried a short mood, entered the second elevator. The elevator compared to him predicted that it was much smaller, estimated to be only 12 people. Then he immediately pressed the second floor button. Along with a tinkling, the elevator quickly flew up, straight to the sky. But when Huinon saw the scene outside, could not help but widen their eyes, only saw the outside. There were countless elevators. Seeing this scene, Huinon also understood why Manan could sneak up to the second floor behind the association. Along with a tinkling, the elevator reached the second floor. But when Huinon walked out of the elevator, the scene of the outside world, causing him to temporarily stand on the spot. Architecture in front of him, full of fantasy world style, compared to the world of the first floor, different from one heaven, like entering the game world. At the same time, the title of ambassador exploited the spring of Huinon also promoted the effect. All values of capacity increased to 30 points. Moreover, Huinon can feel clearly the magic power in the air. This place is much darker than the first floor. Therefore, he could not help it, greedily took a deep breath. But this figure of him, falling into the eyes of others, like a countryman who had never seen life. The players of the associations evaluated the bizarre fire name in front of him, his appearance. Just looking at the new rookie to the second floor, it was not necessary to make this type of fire in the association. Next, a veteran player in their guilds came, poking their heads, considering the bustling arising in front of him, but when he saw clearly, immediately surprised, widened his eyes, because he glanced at the person who realized the person in front of him, obviously the superior Nu Tin Tin, the player Hua Quan Hao. At the same time, the people around him also realized the fate of Hua Quan Hao, hurriedly informed his home association. At the same time, all the associations were competing, wanting to bring Hua Quan Hao to recruit their homes, but at this time, a body came out, laughed softly. Hey this, you like that? I do not agree. The first person attaches importance to the first chicken, is me, so let me take him away. As soon as Huinon arrived at the second floor border world, he could feel, in the atmosphere of hidden ghost extremely strong, temporarily could not help but take a deep breath. Seeing the appearance of Huinon, Bang Swine K hated mocking, do not have such a crowded place, we see the face, but for this, Huinon does not notice. Laughing darkly, I was inherently adaptable. At this time, Huinon was also among the people who discovered a familiar body. Oh, this is not Chow Chow Thursday Ha? Then facing her loudly waving, Chow Thursday Ha ran slowly in front of Huinon, angrily said, really too unfortunate, if he played 2 more days, I wins. But he said, it was the game when the two broke up. After that, Chow Thursday Ha led Huinan to a cafe. This place only the noble could freely come in and out. Hearing that, Huinan said in astonishment, "Unexpectedly you were a noble." Chow Shuxia laughed. "Ha, just a standard of Nam Tuok, even the territory did not have." After that, the two of them started gossiping. He asked Huin Photo, "What was the first impression for this place?" Huin Photo drinks coffee, slightly thinking, "Making our feelings, we feel this place is very new, completely unlike the first floor, like entering a magical world." Chow Shuxia turned to Huin on a hypothesis. If he said 30 years ago, humanity could not prevent the monster from the copy overflowing, what kind of this world would turn into? Huinan said, if it was really like that, the situation would be very optimistic. However, Chow Thursday Ha told him, this kind of thing once arose in the border. In 1,000 years ago, it was said that this place has also had a lot of copies, but because it could not be prevented from the monster from the pounding overflow, humanity has thus undergo a destruction. After a long time after that, although the whole village had disappeared, the monsters from inside the copy were proliferated and survived. Hearing this, Huinan was a bit hard to imagine. This place was once destroyed. At this time Chow Thursday lowered his face embarrassed, asked Huinan, "The last time I asked him, how?" Huinan glanced at him and knew what he said, immediately took out the great story of Mai's great nation. Chow Thursday Ha agitated, bringing the magazine into his lap, his expression of excitement. "Thank you, Huinan also really draws a heart, I really like him." Then give an envelope to him, telling Huinan, this is the gift he bet on, a letter of introduction he wrote by himself. There is this, immediately conjoin the great Maliba of Maliba to eat together. If Tu Tuok is satisfied with you, said it will be tasked for you, if you receive the entrustment of the indigenous people, you will receive the corresponding reward. So everyone wants to be generous and familiar with the nobles with the nobility, moreover if they want to go to another city, using the transmission port is the most convenient method, but now he doesn't seem to be used. Hearing that, Huinan worriedly asked, "Why not?" Chow Thursday Ha Bao Huin looked at his status window, only seeing above clearly there was an additional tourist identity. Turns out, after entering the second floor, the identity of all players will turn into tourists, can stay here 90 days. If you try to do the task, you can immediately get a fake adventure from the adventurer. After explaining all for Huinan, the two of them left the cafe. But before breaking up, Chow Thursday Ha also gave Huin Photo an imperial map. There was also a special instruction of their members. This is also considered as a gift that this senior, for him, you must try to promote. Next time meeting, invite us to eat an expensive meal. The Queen of the Queen saw that, laughing black. Interestingly, don't you feel she is very similar to the fox? Huinan heard that, reluctantly sighed in a breath, she always gave me things, but I felt like she was like a kitten or a puppy. You don't understand a little woman, what are you planned? Huinan said, first finding a place to live. Bang Swang Queen excited, pointing to the luxurious hotel behind, Sandrina Hotel over there? This decoration is very attractive, but Huinan pointed back. No, I want to be there. Bang Swang New Queen in the direction of Huinan just looked, immediately did not sit still, Oe shouted. Not that, this Lu Quan was crushed like that. Huinan laughed, said, you didn't feel, the name of the early mist of Shek, very cool? Moreover, we need from people of all kinds, listening to the latest news. But in another place, a man was surrounded by a bunch of evil people. After being beaten, the man voluntarily delivered all the gold coins on him. The bald man gripped the gold coins in his hand, laughed evil, watched, I said, robbed the player, of course there was only no loss. As soon as Huinan entered the second floor, he chose to stay in a shop named Swang Early Swang of Shek. Although there is no luxurious decoration, it is even closer to life, easily getting intelligence. Like Lu Quan in the game, not only the owner of the border, adventurous, but also players from the first floor. But the method of distinguishing the two people is very simple, that is the player who needs to wear the finer, but the adventure is not needed. Bang Swang Nu asked Huinan next to prepare how to collect intelligence. Huinan laughed mysteriously, said, had a plan, then picked up the menu on the table to see. 100 Kobe coins, equivalent to a silver coin, then 51 Kobe is. Therefore, Huinan took out a bag of gold, poured onto the table, sparkling gold coins, banging down. This screen immediately made the store staff roll with two eyes, saying that this is gold coins, not Kobe copper. Huinan frowned and said, I just arrived at the second floor, so it was a bit unclear. After that, the store staff, from the hands of Huinan took away a gold coin, said that he would spend money later. In addition, the store staff also reminded Huinan, in a crowded place, once taking so much money, is a very dangerous act. Huinan collected gold coins in hand, laughed, I will remember the words of the fox. But his dazzling action has made everyone pay attention, because people have money, which is very easy to play mosquitoes. Only see a man strode to the front of Huinon, a big hand patted his table strongly, the smile did not mean well, saying, "This player, let's talk a little. I did not go around, I was very interested in your money, we found a quiet place, exchanged exchanges, how?" In the words of the man full of intimidation, the wise person all overlooking his intentions, the natural image is no exception, it seems that he is the biggest fly here. Then agree with the words of the man, "Okay, so you lead the way." The man saw that, laughing sarcastically, it seemed that the old man said it was not wrong, the player was a fool. However, very quickly, he immediately because of this thought, but paid the price expensive, only saw the illusory image alone brought them to beat them to the people. Kai Nan was the toy in his hand. Seeing this stage, the man finally feared, this time he kicked the iron sheet, causing trouble with the person who should not cause trouble, the illusory image took his hand. Placed on his face, coldly, knelt down, knelt. Upon hearing that, the man immediately knelt on the ground, Bang Swang Nu Vang at the side, hated to say, really a crowd of rubbish, followed by, Huinon told him to answer his problem well. Bring everything you know, tell me, including the whereabouts of the old man. Hearing this, the man sweating profusely, faltering he was unknown, but when he saw the scary atmosphere of Huinon, immediately down, he must be in a casino. A moment later, Huinon went to the casino that the man said, the chaotic atmosphere in the casino made him temporarily feel unkindly adapted. Constantly coughing, mocking, is this a casino or a whore? Based on the news that the thug provided, his old man named Fry was a notorious thug here, the things related to entertainment were strictly controlled by him. Moreover, doing business with nobles, so compared to the limbs like them, more and more. Feeling the atmosphere completely different from Lu Quan, Huinon knew that she needed to be serious, then went to a gambling table to sit down. The opposite man said, he was a bit strange. Huinon told him, "I just came here yesterday." The man heard that, showed a sinister smile. "There is no small gambling here, is your money enough?" Huinon smiled faintly, said, "Of course enough." Then the people immediately started the game, but not long after, the man frowned, sweating profusely. Because the current situation exceeded his plan, it was over an hour. Yet Huinon's card has not lost all, this is still in the situation facing the gambling genius is him. It is unbelievable, this fire name looks clearly a new person. Did he say he is an old mouse experience in camouflage? However, the truth is, Bang Swang Nu Vang beside Huinon, always confidential, depends on others who do not see her, fly around everywhere, see the opponent's post clearly. At the same time, Fry on the second floor was also closely monitoring the situation, but she did not see any fraudulent loopholes of Huinon, could only pour the luck of Huinon too good, but can feel, he is a very strong player. However, this fireman dared to touch his money, this is something Fry cannot forgive. Therefore, immediately ordered the subordinates, led Huinon. At this time, the man in the casino did not know how many games, just continued like that, he was about to go bankrupt. Therefore, deciding to use another method, signaling for the division behind the post, the divided person immediately understood the idea, started to fry the card. And the queen of the queen also discovered the person who divided the cards. Hurry out loudly for Huinon, this is clearly a fraud, even the division of the cards with the same with them. However, for this, Huinon was soon expected, although they were revealed later than their estimates, so Huinon had a card, said, "Today to play here." Seeing this situation, the man immediately panicked, hurriedly told Huinon to play another game, anyway his current luck was so good, but Huinon was completely unauthorized. "Whoever, we win so much, a little scared, if you lose it is very sorry." As soon as Huinon was about to leave, a man appeared, called him back, "This fairy would like to stop, our old man wanted to invite him to drink a cup of wine. Please follow me up to one trip." Bang Swang Queen heard that, speculating, the so-called old man must be the elder of the thugs just now, then Huinon immediately agreed, "Please guide the way." After that, Huinon was immediately led to the VIP room on the second floor. Fry did not turn around, said faintly, "Players to the casino can always use the miraculous competency. But do you know why I don't stop them from coming? Because we have confidence, get back money from them. Hello player Hua Quan Hao." After Huinon Tang was big in Frey's casino, he was invited to the VIP room on the second floor. Fry read the information collected in his hand, the name Hua Quan Hao. A professional player, about 30. Your fire name is also quite famous. Hearing that, Huinon laughed softly, the investigation was quite detailed. Fry said coldly, "I just asked a little arbitrary, the other players honestly told me, so saying, normally should show themselves a little good. Although the player who comes to the casino can always use miraculous methods to cheat, but do you know why I don't stop them from coming? Speaking of which, Fry suddenly gripped his hand. His face was deep, because he was confident, regaining money from them. All the entertainment streets of this city are within the scope of our control. Moreover, we and the nobles have a bad relationship, so no matter how strong the player is, here are just outsiders, cannot fight the nobility. You feel that I say it is correct? Hearing that, Winan also seemed to agree, finished speaking, reached out to the pocket, brought the card that had just won, threw it in front of Fry. I have a proposal. As long as you tell me the intelligence about the noble, I can bring the entire card winning, return it to you. Hearing this, Fry frowned, like hearing something unbelievable. You want to use money to win, by my intelligence, are you still not clarifying the situation? Stealing money in your hand to me, just a small thing, only seeing two thugs, holding weapons, moving towards the illusory image, seeing this screen, illusory image in his heart side. Originally, we want to solve this peacefully. It seems that it is not possible to say it to you. The next second, the sword field of the thug sweeping towards Hwinon. Hwinon was slightly leaning, quickly dodged, then raised his hand, his body suddenly broadcast force. A kneading, hugging the hooligan to the ground, then like throwing trash, throwing it in front of Fry. Hwinon stepped on his feet with a thug, said faintly, I talked kindly, you should hear. After saying that, squatting down, picking up the card on the ground, the magic power was excited, flashing at the tip of his fingers. The next second, like a bullet shot out, hit the man with a thug, immediately made them lose their fighting capacity, cried miserably. Hwinon clapped, reluctantly sighed in a breath, you have to be beaten to wake up? But at this moment, a sound of bullets transmitted to his back. Fry pointed the pistol at the illusory image, threatened, he was not moved, the illusory image turned to look back. In his eyes flashed astonished. The bald head has a pistol in hand, like holding the holy in hand, laughing haha, saying, this is the crucial weapon that you, players, like the most. If you now deliver the whole card out, then go out, I will forgive you a life. However, for Frey's intimidation, Hwinon seemed to not listen to the ears, asking Fry himself, so intelligence about the noble, did not tell us? Fry heard that, was also made by Hwinon's words, choking, speaking loudly, of course, it was impossible to tell you, you stupid. It is best to take the opportunity to spare you a life, quickly go away. But as soon as he talked, a monstrous black shadow swept his arm, waiting for him to complete his soul, the pistol in his hand disappeared and could not see. Not knowing when, appearing in Hwinon. Hwin imaged the corner of the mouth lifted up a sarcastic smile, faintly said, now, so it was our turn to say this. Seeing this screen, Fry was immediately threatened to the cold sweat, this fireman, when to take it? Is this really brave that players level 30 can own? But now, Fry can only try to threaten Hwinon. The player promised Quan Hao, you must think carefully, once the trigger, you will cause disaster into the body, so for us is not beneficial, isn't it? But his words, falling into the illusory ear, absolutely no threat. The innocent expression said, this could not be sure. Hwinon expressed, making Fry even more frightened, the whole body could not help trembling. Damn it, this fire guy was really planning to open fire, perhaps like that, he died here? Only seeing the image slowly close the safety latch, the intensive taste looked at him. Unexpectedly, you have the same spirit. Seeing this scene, Fry was immediately threatened with pants, hurriedly prayed for the image of forgiveness. We can't say it? You thousands of times do not open fire. But the sound had just stopped, immediately heard a gunfire. Fry closed his eyes tightly, waiting for death. However, the situation he predicted did not arise. Only see the bullets flying fast, illusory with faster speed, one hand caught. Hwinon laughed and said, soon responding was not good, then, next, you clearly 20, telling me. But in the next time, Hwin photo from the mouth of Fry has a lot of intelligence about the second floor, so happily tell them, maybe go. The people who were tortured by Hwinon had an indescribable suffering soon. Hearing this word, I thought that Hwinon was joking. After being affirmed by Hwinon, immediately turned, fled from this place. The Queen of the Queens saw that, breathing a sigh of relief, so it was finally quiet. Hwinon thought a little decided, and now the first thing to do is to go on duty. Not long after, she immediately went to the notice of the task. Hwinon glanced at the content of the above mission, finally decided, received a mission to hunt for the border, but from the mouth of Fry they knew, 10 days later, the hunting congress would be held. So before that, she had to quickly promote to level 50. At this time, Bang Swang Nu was not satisfied, using her small hand to pull Hwinon's hair. The contractor, can't you go a little slow? Too myth. What, you don't have to fly yourself? But for this, Bang Swang Queen Lai Lai Truck said, I'm lazy to fly, making Hwinon immediately the corner of her mouth twitching, can only reluctantly agree with her, walking a little slowly. But now, among the crowd, There were a few people quietly letting the eyes to Huin on. The people on the face revealed the sound of the sound, paying attention to the illusory image. There is no better prey than the player who has just arrived at the second floor. After Huinon received a hunting task, the player did not mean well around, also quietly noticed her. Then Huinon went to the place where Bian Lang appeared. Based on the size of the footprints on the ground, her body must be very large. This makes Huin image vague a bit of expectation, how strong the opponent will be. Hoping to be an interesting opponent. However, at present, the fog is dense in the forest, so it is necessary to wait for the fog to dissolve, see clearly, to find the area of those fire. The appearance of the illusory image made Bang Swang the queen a little bad, crying, "You look very excited." Huinon touched his head, laughed black. After all, when on the first floor, we have never seen such a monster. This is both an opportunity to evaluate the strength of the monster border. Bang Swine Queen warned Huinon, even though that could not be underestimated. At this time, a low roar transmitted. Huinon immediately summoned out the shape of the Mandarin. Bian Lang finally appeared. Only seeing in the forest, the Bian Lang growled, facing the illusory image. There were some long tails, like the whip. Huinon jumped up, facing Bian Lang to launch the attack, but the speed of Bian Lang was faster. The tail in the blink of an eye stabbed towards the illusory image, just in the blink of an eye. Huinon immediately knew why the player did not dare to accept this task, because these firemen were more difficult to deal with. However, this is the opposite that stimulates Huinon's victory, which he still wants to play a little, then solve them, but now he changes the plan. Directly had sharp spines, with extremely fast speed, screaming. However, the illusory picture holds the market, such as electricity, dancing fast, in the moment of Dien Quang Hoa Thatch, bringing the tail of Bian Lang slashing horizontal. The pain broke the tail, immediately made Bian Lang cried hard. Huin imaged the corner of his mouth curved up a curvature, wins his ability to rush, his ability, because the messenger exploited spring that was increased, medium or could bring them to adapt a bit. But as soon as Huinon and Bian Lang Dai Chien, behind there were a few shadows, staring at him, looking at the illusory appearance of the great god, some people temporarily stepped back. A man regained his spirit, said, he was alone, we had 4 people, but some of them know the fate of Huinon. Tell them, that fire was the famous Hua Quan Hao on the first floor. In terms of capacity, he was almost the same level as the century. Hearing this word, they felt hard to believe, because Huinon clearly came to the second floor not long, moreover he was only 30, some of them, the average level above 70. The man who craved to look at the weapon in the hand of the illusory, the equipment just looked at the value of hundreds of gold money. If we sneak, it would make him unable to return. I was in charge of quietly approaching him, behind him. Hearing this word, the corners of the mouth twitched, in a cold sweat. This fireman, choosing the simplest thing to do, the man continued to cheer on the few people. Just get a few hundred golden money, we can live well, go to welcome success. At the same time, the illusory image in the yard also brought the crowd of Bian Lang to solve. The next just need to return to the task, his fame could immediately increase. Xiao Thursday Ha told him, the higher the fame, the more the reward can get, but no matter what, based on the mission, it is difficult to improve fame. If it is possible to catch criminals, it is possible to raise great fame. Bang Swine Queen heard that, not happy to say, she also wanted to pick up the family. Huinon scratched her head and said, I picked up my body once, there was no problem. At this time, Bang Swang Nu Queen discovered something, excitedly told Huinon, your aspiration seems to be about to come true. From recent, someone has directed us to come close. Huinon in the direction of looking, maybe my fans? Bang Swine Queen heard that, face full of helplessness. Where did you end up thinking? Huinon turned around, confidently said, she asserted that because she was my fan, so I just broke out of the bleeding of the monster, going to this place. You are right, the words of Huinon also make the man unexpectedly, so he immediately followed, right, not wrong, can you sign me? Huinon revealed an easy to approachable smile, of course, you have paper and pen? Can I write wishes for you? Seeing this scene, Bang Swang Queen was temporarily helpless to the extreme. At the same time, his accomplices, quietly approached behind Huinon, saw the scene. Bang Swang Nu Vong directly laughed, the contractor, you see what I said, there was nothing about the fan, these firemen were obviously playing games. Illusory photo reluctantly sighed a breath. You think that I really don't detect, you are too disdain for me. At this time, the man towards the illusory image offered the last request, could he shake hands with you? Huinon immediately agreed, but at this time, her face suddenly became base, cold-hearted speech, you felt, based on 4 people, immediately enough to deal with me? Saying, in the hands of welding air that out, the air of the dew quickly spread over the arm's arm, illusory ice cold eyes over. At least bring 40 people to come, you can fight with me. Seeing the plan of revealing, behind, his accomplices immediately raised his master, stabbed towards Huinon. Huinon moved her body, magic power in his hand poured out. Carrying a swirling magic power, one attorney hit, immediately brought the man to fly out 2.5 meters, another in his hand condensed the magic fire. In the back, towards the illusory image that shot strongly, Huin image back, bringing the man in his hand in front of him, his attack was like that falling on his teammate. After that, the image of his body turned around, turned to him to rush over, his big hand, a shot grabbed his head, in 2.5 seconds, hit 2.5 rights, the other saw the situation incorrectly, immediately prepared to run away. But Huinon did not intend to ignore him, only saw the point softly, the fog of the fogged force came. Coming. In the blink of an eye, the Bang Bang liked to fly quickly, in the sound of a bag, bringing him to fall on the ground, but Bang Swang Nu Vong said to Huin Photo, he brought these people so, bringing back will be very troublesome. Huinon smirked, who told them to do something worth beating like that, but thinking about, if these fire families were assigned to the security team, their fame could definitely improve. Huinon could not help but be happy. Bang Swang Nu King looked at this chaotic screen, reluctantly said, yes, the contractor, your fame will increase a lot. As soon as Huinon completed the hunting mission, he returned to the mission association. The appearance of Huinon made the person in charge a little surprised. Because he remembered the illusory morning when he had just accepted the mission, unexpectedly, he returned. But the next moment, Huinon's actions made him even more traumatic, only saw a large pile of wolf skin falling in front of him. He glanced at one glance, this is all whip. Not only that, but also perfectly preserved. This is enough to prove the power of Huinon extremely powerful. Can bring them a kill. The person in charge of asking the illusory name, we called Hua Quan Hao, heard this name. The man immediately patted the table to stand up, face full of excitement. Unexpectedly, he was the person who captured the criminal in the case of disappearance ago, really too dangerous. Huinon was a little embarrassed and laughed, he did not expect, the news was so fast. After that, Huinon immediately left the guild. At the same time, the announcement appeared, fame increased 550, but along with the fame increased, Huinon no longer needed to find the mission table. Until then, someone will lead him to the entrustment. Bang Swang Queen asked Huinon, how the feeling of fighting here. Huinon satisfied laughing, talking very interesting, like playing games. At this time, the attention of the Queen, suddenly being fascinated by a place, illusory image followed his eyes, discovered a familiar body. A arm swung on the head Fry. He was just about to scold his head, which was crazy, but when he saw the illusory image, the corner of his mouth swallowed again. Huinon questioned, did he be bullied? Fry saw that, hurriedly explained, big brother, he was unjustly for us, was the request of this great promotion, really too much, completely exceeding the scope of our capacity. Huinon glanced at Dai Tuk, felt that he must have the hardship of saying, after all, he looked at the dress, and the mood was also very good. So, asking Fry, Dai Tuk had any request, Fry waved his hand, told them to go to his office to talk in detail. A moment later, Fry introduced the end of Huinon. Great name is Hakan, formerly a mercenary, but currently retired. Then introduced the illusory image for Hakan, this person is the player Hua Quan Hao, you do not look at him like that, in fact he is very strong. Hakan heard that, did not believe this. He is even stronger than you? Frey's corners of his mouth twitched, awkwardly said, probably stronger than himself 3 sheets of paper. Huinon did not compare too many words of Fry, but he said, asserted, and I knew not the same. After that, asking Hakan to have a story, Fry wanted an explanation for Huinon, him, a mercenary who had retired, wanted to go to the dungeon, and told me and he went to the strategy there. Huinon finished listening, thinking a little, the last monster fell into the material, certainly very worth the money, blaming him not to go to the dungeon. So ask Hakan, do you know the intelligence related to the dungeon? Hakan turned towards the two of them, slowly telling, it was the grave of the great thief, Shaflin. 10 years ago, he and his wife, still a mercenary, had a copy of the village, and discovered ancient culture, above the content of the contents related to the statue of the 5-colored goddess. It is said that the owner can become very healthy. From that day onwards, they immediately investigated the goddess statue. They were planned after retiring, taking a risk to find, but last year, his wife suddenly fell ill. Moreover, because it was an end-stage cancer, it was impossible to conduct therapy or surgery, so the goddess statue became his only hope and goal. After that, he received the news, the goddess in Shaflin's grave, he had been alone there, but could not beat the monster there. Fry after hearing, constantly shaking his head, great urge, although your situation is very agree, but how I say, I can hardly do it. Hearing this, Hakan reluctantly sighed. That's okay, I understand, should not force you to do something I want to do, but at this time, Hwinon puts my hand on a cup of tea, saying that I wish to help him. Tomorrow morning we started. Hearing this word, Hakan immediately rejoiced and agitated towards Hwinon expressed his thanks, so he just needed to help his wife to find caregivers. At this time, Fry at the side spoke up, "You rested well, looking for caregivers, this was given to me." "Really? Then really thank you." But Hwinon now also falls into reflection, but compared to the reward of the prison bunker, fame for him is more important. Using the dungeon of the tunnel, to accomplish him more beneficial, but he did not want to ignore this dungeon. The next day, Hakan brought the illusory image to Shaflin's grave, then the two immediately entered it. He remembered, the last time he came, there was a bunch of goblins, rank at about 60, moreover the fire inside, the more advanced, their skin was like blood, red, compared to normal, double. Hwinon immediately guessed, it was blood love. Hakan signaled Hwinon a little small voice, those firemen all rushed straight up, a little nor afraid of being injured. At this moment, Hakan suddenly dropped the lights in his hand, quickly turned around, raised the crossbow, shot out 2 arrows, the correct arrow brought a bloody blood hit sneaking dead. Hwinon saw that, praised, fired very well. Hakan humbly said, "I have 30 years of experience. Let's go quickly, here everywhere is filled with the taste of those fire." Hwinon silently judged around, this place is not like a tomb, on the contrary, like a cave, but fortunately, everything is favorable. But at this moment, the whole Sun Dong began to shock intensely. Hakan quickly guessed what was happening, were those who had arrived, then and Hwinon leaned back together. From this static movement, the number of enemies certainly surpassed 10 or more. Hwinon swung his hand, took out the weapon, the voice was calm, revealing absolute confidence, regardless of how many enemies, it was not important. The next moment, countless blood loved to bring 2 people around, seeing that, Hakan felt unstable, this place had more than 50 children, did they always wait for us? Hwinon told him, the olfactory of the goblin was very sensitive, it seemed that they remembered your smell carefully. Hearing that, Hakan gave birth to a ray of despair, because based only on the 2 of them, basically could not deal with so many goblins, absolutely no victory. Therefore, he immediately told Hwinon to run away quickly. I covered him, went to recruit some trusted people and returned. We have to find the goddess statue, assigned to Sophia, our wife. Although saying that is very shameless, but this is my last request. However, Hwinon laughed softly, refusing Hakan's request. I refuse to help you flee, this is still you do yourself. As such, your wife will be even more happy. Only seeing Hwinon too agile, Truong Thuong danced, rushed into the blood of love, killed 4 sides, each time she swung Truong Thuong, took away a life of blood. Seeing this screen, Hakan on his face was filled with unbelievable looks. Hwinon stopped the movement, turned and laughed, I said, regardless of how many enemies, it was not important. Along with the illusory image rushing into the blood of love, the school of dance, stirring the battle of the fog, even though the number of blood is more love, nor is it his opponent. The body moved, arbitrarily reaping the life of the blood in the yard, only in just a few breaths, all blood has become the soul under his injury. Bang Swang K chuckled, you indeed in the blink of an eye to resolve. It seems that training is still effective. But Hakan was next to him, in his heart, he was shocked, an exclamation, the strength of Hwinon was really terrible. He was a 30-year mercenary, still the first time he saw such a great man. Even if the player level 80, just afraid is not equal to him. Completely, Hakan towards Hwinon, expressed thanks. If it was not for him, this place became his burial place. Hwinon smiled faintly, you were not old, immediately worried about the burial story? Behind the road, we need to go together. Then the two continued to go deep in the dungeon. Hakan said, the taste of those firemen had disappeared, waiting for this story, I immediately retired, until then with Sophia to live happily. But his words had not finished speaking, and was interrupted by Hwin. Wait a bit, wait after finishing the copy, we heard him say the planning plan. We have never seen anyone who said such a word, could be peaceful. At this moment, Hwin's legs seemed to step on something. Hakan immediately sensed that Hwin stopped. The next moment, in front of the illusory image, appeared a large hole, inside was full of thorns, there were some core tests. Obviously a dangerous trap. Hakan's face stopped saying, although the illusory image was very strong, but the more powerful, the easier it was to be simply haunted by the trap. So in the dungeon, at any time it is impossible to relax vigilantly. Hwinon said scared, fortunately he was here, if not almost happened a big deal. Hakan laughed this old man, still very helpful. However, the owner of this tomb, the personality is so fierce, establishing so many pitfalls. Fortunately, we are very knowledgeable to set up and dismantle the trap, then immediately give Hwinon a little performing, and ask him if he wants to learn an empty-handed hand. Huinon looked closely, said that he would seriously study, only saw Hakan bring the rope using 2 nails to fix together, then bring the rope on the ground cutting off. But the weapon above also was intended to stay. The trap was so easy to solve it. Not long after, the two went to the end, a room. When Hakan pushed the door in, immediately shining his eyes, only saw in the room, placing a coffin. Above scattered a lot of gold coins, in which there was clearly a sparkling goddess statue. Hakan thanked Huinon, just ran slowly, but Huinon frowned again, feeling not right. The story was not able to be so convenient. Certainly there is another legend. Hakan looks excited, agitated to look at the goddess statue, exclamation, Sophia, if it is also here. But as soon as he was immersed in joy, a silent black shadow without a sound appeared on his head. Huinon immediately discovered that the shadow of black existed. Hurry out loudly, reminding Hakan, immediately avoiding it, and quickly grabbed, heading towards him. At the same time, a monster behind Hakan, revealing his head, lucky to promptly chase, stabbing an injury, bringing it back. But that monster, also in front of the two of them, revealed a complete form, only to see him had a more robust body than normal blood, surrounded by blood titches, devil. But this is the common blood, poured magic. Huinon glanced at one immediately. This fire was intentionally created, perhaps the fire association of the Manan Association? After that, Huinon was directed towards the blood of love quickly. The market was stabbed, aggressively stabbing into the body of the blood, but the blood of love was like not afraid of pain. An output of the market. At this time, the effectiveness of the bleeding and blood suction of the Mandarin leader also began to launch. In the blink of an eye, physical strength, magic and recovery speed of the illusory image increased to 600%. At the same time, the illusory left hand, taking out a pistol, raised, aiming at the blood of love is a fire. At the same time, the illusory image poured magic into the gun. In the moment, the magic power from the muzzle poured out. The next moment, the violent fire poured down, suppressed it. Immediately bring blood to beat into a sieve. However, the force of restoring the great love of the blood very quickly adapted, stretched out his arm, swung quickly, turned towards the illusory image, grabbed. Huinon moved to avoid, bringing it all to avoid, but this also aroused the excitement of Huinon's fighting. Holding the fist, putting the force emanating, aggressively launching a skill of punching jaw, hitting the chin of blood. Immediately after that was a fleeting charge into the air, kicking out. Huinon did not hold back, one shot on the blood, the fist like showers, quickly swinging, strong fists, one after another falling, temporarily bringing blood to see as sandbags, frantically trampling. Huinon shouted loudly, I want to see, you can support how long? Shortly after, Chung extremely bloody love, just like that he was touched and touched to death, poured out a large amount of physical strength, illusory image swaying his body. Hakan saw that, hurriedly ran slowly to his side. Huinon was comfortable lying on the ground, exhaled in a breath, although the name of this fire had many ignorance, but the faithful monster was a monster. The queen saw a hot body like a fireball, immediately examining the legal exam, helping him to cool down physics. At the same time, following the defeat of blood, the notice constantly appeared. The illusory image was also rapidly increasing, in the blink of an eye increased to level 43. All power also increased to 3 points, which made Huin image exclaim, catching a large fish, indeed compared to catching small fish, promoted faster. After that, Bao Hakan could now take the goddess statue. Hear that, Hakan was full of urgency, excitement, slowly walking towards the dream treasure, expected for a long time. We can finally get it. Hakan touched the statue of the goddess, told Huinon, other treasures were all of her, this is that she deserves to be accepted. Huinon evaluated the museum in front of her, very quickly. One thing that attracted her attention, was a blue sperm, emitting light. Huinon uses the system, opens the information of the props, the spirit that the spirit loves, can strengthen the force of the spirit. Seeing that, Huinon was overjoyed, told Bang Swine K, waited for her to return, immediately let her eat. However, Bang Swine K hated to sigh, I don't want. Her expression made Huinon a little unexplained, this is not the spirit that Lin likes? Moreover, it is possible to strengthen the force. But Bang Swang Nu was arrogantly said, she was a queen, even if she turned into a spirit, could not eat rocks. At this time, Hakan turned his head and said to Huinon, if the object was finished, we immediately returned. But on the way back, Huinon was always sad, this little son was still picky, how could she make her eat here? Transition, the two of them returned to Hakan's home, and brought the goddess of Sophia's chest, the iridescent light emanating, slowly enrolling her body, causing the state of Sophia, with the naked eye speed can be seen, better. But Huinon at the side told Fry, it seemed that for Sophia but spent a lot of money, not only hired her 2 people to work, but also for her to use premium medicinal herbs. Unexpectedly, you still have such a face. Huinan's compliment made Fry a bit embarrassed, a little embarrassed. This was nothing, I was young, and used to eat them a few meals. The present is just returning the previous debt mistress. Hakan turned to speak to Huinan, his wife was gradually restoring the force. It seems that the legend of the goddess is true. Now Sophia also towards Huinan, expressed thanks. I really do not know how to thank you, really thank you. Not only saving my husband, but also saving me. Speaking of which, Hakan once again turned towards Huinan, bowed deeply. Thank you, once again thank you, you are our benefactors. Huinan saw that, waved Hakan's hand without such aura. After all, he had tried, this was the merits of the two of them. After that, Hakan and Huinan waved goodbye. Later had the opportunity, definitely invite you to eat rice, to express my thanks. Huinan and Fry went out of Hakan's house, he from Hakan's living conditions, overlooking the problem, Hakan's economic situation, seemingly not very good. Fry told Huinan, although the couple were mercenaries, earned a lot of money, but since Sophia was sick, they all used it all the time. At this time, Huinan could not help it, took out a bag of gold, gave it to Fry. Fry excitedly said, "Is this my part?" Huinan laughed, "You think a lot, this is for you to take care of the two of them. Also, do not say that we give." Hear that, the smile on Frey's face in the blink of an eye disappears, disappointed, Bach high inspiration. After saying that, I asked Huinan why to try them like that. For this, Huinan gave the answer, we had no special reason, just felt that they were honest, so hoping they could live a little better. However, if you were discovered, embezzled this amount, heard here, Fry hurriedly cut the illusory image. Why did you worry? Other things do not say. In this method, we have the principle. Scenes, Huinan returned to Lu Quan to rest, but now he was awakened by a sound. Cat lead when the men, because of your noble virtue, applauded. Fame 10, captain of Mac's security team, because he missed you and felt regretful. The fame of the 10, the love of the grocery store becomes your fan. Fame plus 5, not long after, the fame of Huinan has come more than 1,000, which makes him extremely satisfied. He glanced at him immediately, because yesterday, so fame was increased. He has now reached the lowest requirement, can talk to the nobility of the border. After a while, Huinan deliberately prepared for the queen of a small cakes. The queen of the queen's eyes shined, stared at the cake. Excited to ask Huinan, what is this situation? Huinan told her, later did not need to do hard things to increase fame, can focus on promotion. After that, Bang Swang Nu Vong chewed the pastry, but ate a piece. He immediately stood in the spot, looking at the illusory picture, a worried battle, asking how she did. Was that not delicious? However, his anxiety was redundant, only to see the small face of the misty queen full of pink. It seemed that the whole world was bright. Huinan in the cake, sneaking up the spirit powder, because dealing with the picky child, there is no better way than this way. Anyway, the body is the most honest. Next, Huinan opened the community forum, wanted to investigate a little monster emitting a ghost, but made him unexpectedly. The forum was locked, but he quickly knew the cause. It is to collect PP to unlock the forum, but PP is the player point, is also a common cryptocurrency on the second floor, can be through community activities collecting, but he could not, because of the PP collection, but all day doing community activities. Therefore, Huinan thinks of another measure, which is calling Chow Thursday Ha. Chow Thursday lowered his legs and asked the illusory image. Huinan asked, if I want to collect PP, is there any good measures? Chow Thursday Ha thought slightly, then told Huinan, the video forum must be very suitable for him. It is to bring the hunting video, or the video of the team to play buff posted. The higher the views, the more PP collected. The illusory image immediately felt, this is a very good method, so he can both level up and collect PP. Next, he turned to Chow Thursday Ha, asked the last problem, did you have heard the monster using a ghost? Hearing this word, Chow Thursday Ha immediately sat up seriously, thinking of Fen, saying that he had never heard. Why did you suddenly ask this? Huinan laughed. Haha, I'm just curious, thank you for your answer. At the end of the call, Huinan was a bit disappointed, but this answer was also in his plan. But Bang Swan K felt, Huinan was a bit too simple. What if she was pretending not to know? Huinan felt, did not exclude this possibility, saying that Big Six has held this intelligence, but agreed to negotiate, decide security. However, Huinan said that taking the Master King Mesopotamia as a representative for Big Six, perhaps really did not know this. Currently, the opening distance has been over 25 years. If there is still no intelligence related to the monster using a ghost, then it is clear that these fire names, no appearance for too long. Come to think of it, Huinan decided, I could not waste such a time. She now has to go to the hunting ground, only become stronger, can have more and more capital. After Huinan decided to go to the hunting ground, she and Bang Swang Nu Vang went to the nearby hunting beach. This was also the illusory image that mentioned her last time. When she came to hunt, she had to work with her to cooperate in hunting, but Huinon suddenly came up with the idea, asking whether the Queen wanted to try hunting the swamp alone. I want to confirm a bit, she can promote how many forces. The Queen also feels that this intention is not bad. Huinon asked her if she needed anything. Hearing that, the Queen was a little thought, you must focus well, after all, the forces of the fairy is based on your spirit, the rest, you keep looking forward to your eyes and eyes. The female fairy will definitely make you open your eyes. A moment later, Huinon went to the swamp center, the swamp might towards her, besieged. This made Huinon feel a bit strange. This was still the first time in her life was surrounded by swampy monsters, then asked the Queen can be. Hearing that, she immediately flicked her arms. The contractor, you do not despise me. The next moment, welding gas filled the diffuse out, in the blink of an eye, bringing countless marshes frozen. Shortly after that, the Queen K. The next second, welding gas stops into a thorn, piercing the body of the swamp. The do of the female do laugh, this is my force, how? However, Huinon saw it, a little bit unhappy, because the requirement of the hunting task was to take 100 boxes of swampy monsters, but she brought those boxes, all crushed, so what to do now? Upon hearing that, Bang Swine Queen shyly scratched his head, coughing two voices, we went the next place, this time I wanted you to see my strength clearly. Very quickly, Huinon immediately brought with Bang Swan K to go to another place, only to see her again flicked her arms again, in the blink of an eye. Welding violent gas, immediately bringing the swamp to freeze. Then raised his hand, once again condensed to the thorns, aimed at the swamp in front of him, swung his small hand, immediately brought its body throughout, but this time, the thorns did not destroy the centrifugal lymph nodes, which is the same ganglion, together. Huinon saw that, praised, you made a speed of speed, indeed very fast, the accuracy was also very high, the essence of the speed emitted a bit slowly. Hearing this word, Bang Swan K did not happily sighed, even if you say that, I have no way. Huinon patted her face, comforted, do not be moody, you can do auxiliary, have seen is helping a lot, you call a ghost tape, how? Last time he was busy fighting, he did not see her. Heard this, the Queen immediately regained his spirit, clapped his hand, huffed softly, only seeing the flying block dancing, colliding with each other, using the next moment, immediately stopped into a giant ghost statue. Huinon asked, last time seeing this fire, can freely operate, she has a sense of autonomy? Yes, but it is still an idiot, when fighting, it is still better to manipulate ourselves. Hearing that, Huinon asked her, could it both manipulate the statue and support me? Upon hearing that, Bang Swang Nu King immediately confidently filled, we were the Misty Queen of the Kingdom of Nafo Hyon, which could exist to freeze the world. Even though the present is only a spiritual body, it reaches your request, absolutely no problem. Huinon saw that, laughing softly, so in the real battle to show us. After that, Huinon immediately brought with Bang Swang K to look for a new swamp. After going through a day of hunting, they successfully collected 100 centrifugal lymph nodes, but the ghost tape went through a hard day, also liberated into the swamp. But like the Misty Queen said, the intelligence of the statue is really low, if there may be children's intelligence, it is good. But no matter how, at least the result is still satisfied. Huinon thought, after returning, what to prepare for. Hearing this word, Bang Swang Nu said doubt, she was not from tomorrow, just hunting for promotion is okay? Huinon said, I was the same intention, but because she compared to her imagination was even more beneficial, so changing her intention, her current goal was the hunting congress. Originally, Huinon was indicated in the congress, taking a good achievement, thereby making the Lord respect herself, but according to the current situation, she seemed to be able to launch in the congress. But now, she first had to let the Ma Tuong Tang reach level 50, but after returning to the town, Huinon first prepared to go to see a person named Salsa Kenny. As one of Frey's debtors, her career is a magician, whose metallurgical history of the second floorboarder is an unmarried floor. Metallurgical masters here, the drug training has been famous for its quality, so these people are called by the player. But Huinon knows these things, still from the place where the Heavenly Association is, gaining a part of the document, which is the family and noble need to understand. The true identity of Kenny, in fact the nobles, Charlotte Camiste, this is the elite metallurgy, even Big Six is very excited. Although she did not know why she used the fake name, hidden her identity. After that, Huinon went to Kenny's residence. This was an old, murky house. Seeing that, Huinon could not help but know it, not knowing that it was a ghost house. Then knocking the doorbell, and loudly called Kenny's name inside. Very quickly, a body appeared out of the window, his eyes stared at Huinon calling the door at the bottom. For this, Huinon responded with a perfect smile. After that, the big door was opened. Kenny carried a bottle of red wine, lazily leaning on the door. "Who are you? What are you looking for?" As soon as Hwin-on came to Charlotte's house, she said she was through fry. Hearing this, Charlotte immediately scolded a voice, obnoxious, and was debt collection? Not happy to tell Hwin-on followed her, and told her, "Now I don't have so much money to pay interest." But Hwin-on told her, "I was not a debt collection. Moreover, on the contrary, I can help her pay all the debt." Hearing this word, Charlotte stopped, followed by the hidden body. Metallurgy Master Charlotte, chemist, heard that you in the metallurgical aspect, creating very deep turmeric, so I came this time. I wanted to ask you something. However, Hwin-on had just finished speaking. Charlotte did not think, refusing her request. This made Hwin-on feel surprised, asking her why she had not heard, immediately refused. "Only see, Charlotte brought alcohol in a bottle to drink a little shallow. I don't need to think that you can know. You want me to help you make some medicine?" But the next moment, in the hands of the illusory image, suddenly appeared a knitting, magic power, in which the rising out, in the blink of an eye, it appealed to the entire mental of Charlotte. This is the interior mascot of the nine-tailed hoe, a thorny material, so not everyone can control. I hope you can use this interior, helping us to research and create a spiritual medicine. However, if he says it is impossible, then there is no way. But seeing this rare and hard-to-find spirit, immediately made Charlotte fall into hesitation. "I will usually not, because you are provocative, this childishness that changes your thoughts, but your name is hateful. Show me this kind of item." So I could not help it. "So what do you want me to use it?" Hwin-on pointed to the head to say, "We need spiritual medicine to improve the spirit." After listening, Charlotte told Hwin-on, "So you prepared money, 5 days later came to find me." After that, he brought the inner knitting into the ground, but in this day, it was enough for Hwin-on Tang to level 50. Scenes, in the Lu Quan, Bang Swang Nu K was sleeping passionately. At this time, Hwin-on secretly turned towards her, reached out, and pulled a small blanket on her body. Bang Swang Nu was awakened, angrily shouting, "What are you doing?" The fairy version is very sleepy. Hwin images mocked, "You finished eating snacks, immediately sleep, very quickly will turn into fat spirit." Now that the hunting time, hearing that, the queen is a bit unable to understand. "Now it is night, what do you want to hunt?" For this, Hwin-on touched his head, laughed mysteriously, and once you knew. After a while, Hwin-on brought with him the queen to the side of a hung, and told her to seriously listen to the 3 goals she said carefully. They had to accomplish all within 3 days. The first is promoted to level 50, the second is to foster the goodness between them, finally taking advantage of the video function of the community, recording videos, making players. "So, we used the foggy force, is it okay to come back?" Hwin-on said, "When filming immediately did not use skills, followed the filming immediately thanks to you." The next moment, Lei Hung's attack immediately beat in front of Hwin-on. However, the benefit of the illusory image went later and came first. In the blink of an eye, bringing the sword into the body of Lei Hung, a clean click neatly, solving it. Hwin-on hurriedly turned his head, asked, "Did he come back just now?" After watching, Hwin-on said satisfied, filmed very clearly, but Bang Swang Nu Vong felt this video was a bit boring. Moreover, there is no method of Loi Hung. Who will watch this type of video? For this, Hwin-on also felt a bit boring, but I clearly had a strategic method. Hearing that, Bang Swang K hated to say, using a sword to kill all, also considered a method? Hwin images of the corner of the mouth twitching, so what to do? We only know this method. Bang Swang Nu Queen pointed to the small hand, loudly speaking, "You have no idea like that, how to make a player." At this time, another Leo Hun was about to head to her attack. Hwin-on said, "The video story later think, we first coordinate a little, solving this fire name." The next moment, Leo Hung opened his mouth, blood rushed forward. At the same time, only seeing them around them, the foggy force flooded, small ice crystals, floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, Lei Hung rushed to the front of Hwin-on. The next moment, the illusory body moved, with extremely fast speed slashing out a vertical sword. But unexpectedly, Leo Hung was backward, and still had a rebellious power. The bear's hand in the blink of an eye was about to hit the illusory face. The next second, in front of Hwin-on, suddenly appeared a shield, bringing the bear's hand swinging in front of him, supporting. Shortly thereafter, Bang Swang Nu raised his hand, Han Swang Chi force in front of his chest quickly stopped, in the body of Lei Hung, rumbling exploding. The bandage from inside pierced its robust body, only using 14 seconds, immediately brought it a tutorial. This is Bang Swang Queen who thinks of a good idea, which is first learning a little video of others posting. But at this moment, in the air suddenly flew up a signal for help, a cry for help, from far away, a bunch of hung chasing us, please help. Hwin-on looked at the ammunition signal in the distance, falling into thought, This is ultimately for help, or a trap? But Bang Swang Queen stared at the signal of the bullet, her eyes shine, then the expression of excitement, shouting loudly, "Not wrong, the contractor, this is this." As soon as Huinon saw a signal for help in the air, could not help but doubt, this was finally a trap or really praying for help. But Bang Swang knew was full of excitement. Bao Huinon quickly chased to save people. Thus, she can immediately bring her to save people back, posted, until then confirmed the view's sword, from which to receive many players. But Huinon said that this is even more like a trap. After all, who will hunt at midnight? On the contrary, it is dangerous. This is likely that the hunter wants to attract players with fishing, but Bang Swang knew K feels, so it should go. If this is a fake rescue signal, then they immediately reverse, filming the hunting video to kill hunters. After listening, Huinon also felt very sense, anyway, we would not be disadvantaged. Bang Swang Queen is really a small genius. At the same time, on the other side, a crowd of players fleeing, behind a bunch of Lei Hung chasing without letting go, but very quickly, they were immediately caught by Lei Hung. The bear's hand carried a heavy force swinging out, temporarily shocking the numb man's arm, also accompanied by a thunder force, causing him to paralyze his whole body. The next second, Lei Hung's bear's hand patted the man, but at this time, his arm suddenly stopped in the air, turned out to be his teammate next to his hand, restraining it. Another player quickly seized this opportunity, aggressively swung the school, stabbed towards Lei Hung, but his attack, only incision of the skin. The next second, Liu Hung immediately slapped the man in front of him to fly. At this time, the player in the yard completely fell into a weak position under the violent attack of Lei Hung, supported misery, was about to not resist. Right at the moment of thousands of pounds hanging hair, a body suddenly appeared, giving Liu Hung a mental stimulation. The event suddenly appeared, immediately causing the chin of humans and bears at the scene, surprised to fall. Only seeing Huinon Tutai stubbornly, laughing softly, "I see your situation seems to be a bit dangerous, so that I will come to help you." At the same time, Bang Swang Queen was satisfied to record the illusory scene on the yard, saying that this one was really cool. Huin photo holding the owner, looking at Lei Hung in front of him, he could not be in the video, excessive ostentatious, so when he took action, it must be in moderation. But also did not show too weak. That's why I decided to use the owner, to deal with these fire. Normally, players will not use hunting players, because that is not only high danger, but also low newspaper. But if he could rely on the owner, beating him to death, it was enough to prove his strength very strong. The next moment, the bear's hand brought the sound of thunder, swinging in front of him, but Huinon leaned back, easily dodged. Then in 2.5 seconds, stabbing 7740-9, although each attack is not enough to mentally, but winning the number of times. In the blink of an eye, Lei Hung was immediately stabbed into a sieve. The great power that Huinon showed, causing other heroic dragons, in the heart of fear, temporarily standing at the place of observation, then Huinon immediately intended to proactively attack. If just now showed speed, then immediately came to show the force. Next, he immediately rushed towards Liu Hung. The next moment, the small owner immediately in the big bear's hand, colliding with each other. The thunder force in the blink of an eye penetrates the illusory body, but this has no effect on him. In his hand suddenly emitted the force, immediately bringing the big beard hand. This screen made Lei Hung dumbfounded on the spot. Unbelievable, this was still the first time he encountered humanity with a force bigger than him. At the same time, Huinon captured the opportunity to Lei Hung's blank, swung his head, stabbed him directly into his head, immediately brought his head down. Along with the illusory image of the booming force, bringing Lei Hung to behead, immediately causing the players to be next to the traumatic look, the remaining two Lei Hung children were also threatened to break the liver. Staggering and ran, then a player was saved, stepped up, deeply thanked Huinon. But another player very quickly realized the status of Huinon. Is he a player who promised Quan Hao? As for this, Huinon affirmed that, hearing that, the man said, "I always pay attention to him." Although it was a bit late, but still had to congratulate him at the testing contest, get the first rank. Hearing that, the woman at the side also helped him. "Thank you for saving us, so let us thank you." The next moment, reminded in front of Huinon immediately jumped out, anonymously gave him 100 points of players. The man said that he had just arrived at the second floor, found it difficult to collect, was the player point, later he was in the mission table to accept the mission. We would definitely help introduce. Huinon saw that, also accepted the good ideas of some people, even though he was not because of revenge in hand. After that, he opened the video that Bang Swang knew turned out, inside clearly turned around, the heroic appearance of Huinon defeated Lei Hung. Huin images bring the player to the cutting score, and start adjusting the rotation angle of the screen. It is also suitable to increase some slow movements. Thus, a unique video was born, but the final step is the title decision. As for this, Bang Swang K happily let him put, I think about your image, you feel called a Dark Knight Knight online, how? But Huinon basically did not hear the recommendations of Bang Swang Nu Queen. A pat-pat battle arbitrarily entered a title, immediately making the do of the Queen OA cried out loud, so obnoxious, how could you be like that? Huin image is mocking, you are not like a queen, but a little girl. A moment later, Huinon continued to hunt for Liu Hung, but the coordination of his fighting in Bang Swang Nu also became better and better. This also makes the goal they set, completing two, one is to foster the idea, one is promotion to level 50. After that, Bang Swang Nu Queen suggested that he wanted to see a little response from the video, confirmed a little on the rankings, but when he opened the rankings, the two of them widened their eyes. Because the other video in a short time, immediately break through more than 10,000 views, moreover, through the video, received the player's score, reaching nearly 3,000 points. This immediately made the two of them happy to face, moreover there were many comments below. Huinon clicked on each one, people did not regret praising the expression of Huinon, Flabby praising him was really too dangerous. Making a new player for no 1 year, catching Liu Hung is like catching Goblin, but there is Bach 2 immediately with darkness. Some people feel that Huinon is nothing terrible, changing him, he is okay, moreover will not release any hung. Unlike him, finally running 2 children, at first glance like an amateur. But there are also people looking out, Huinon obviously intentionally not chasing. A crowd of people on this, carrying out intensity, this made Huinon feel extremely reluctant. But making him most noticeable, still a comment, attacking him is based on the equipment advantage, to be able to have this kind of power. Changing who wears equipment manufactured by Noah, maybe, the do of the queen hugged her legs, reluctantly sighed. Humanity may be because of this kind of argument, so there is no dignity. However, at this time Huinon, also attacked by the Black Death to the defense. The face of the base, Yu said, it seems that they must let them see clearly, how we are punishing the blood, so that those suspicious people, all shut their mouth. At the same time, Chow Thursday Ha on the other side, also saw the video of Huinon. The man at the side was also surprised, really too dangerous. I seem to understand why the illusory image let him be the representative. But Chow Thursday Ha looked at Huin's image in the video, was a bit suspicious, illusory image could not point to Hua Quan Hao before? Why do we feel, the two of them use the owner, there is a strange similar way. However, he thought back, feeling unable to, anyway, if he really wanted to learn, confirmed he would learn techniques, not the defense. A few days ago he asked himself, how to collect the player's point. It seemed that the present must not worry right now. But on the other side, Monk Von Niza is listening to the subordinates reporting. Lord, we have clarified Lu Quan and room of Hua Quan Hao, do you need to bring him to bring? Hearing that, Niza said no need, that position was not very good, in the years of his eyes and ears, you first watched him first, waiting for him to leave the city. And the action was not too late. However, to prevent the most, bring 2 more people. Speaking of which, in the eyes of Niza, the light flashed through, 3 times, the other fireman had avoided 3 risks. If he said this time he survived, then we immediately took action. Along with Huinon Tang's ending, he was about to go to participate in the punishment of the blood, but looking at Bang Swang Nu curled down, making Huinon laugh out. It seems to have to buy her a proper blanket. Scenes, on the square of Dan Tao penalty love, lined up long, but even so, no one gave up, because it was said that this time he scored, he could see the nobility. But now, the attention of everyone at the scene, being attracted by a person, is the player noticed on the real-time rankings, the darkness of the darkness Hua Quan Hao. It can be said that he is the most recent Super Neo. But a man in the crowd, also realized Huinon, excitedly moved forward, greeted him. Players promise Quan Hao, very highly inspired you can come, with your strength, will definitely bring great assistance to the punishment team, you follow me. I introduce you to the captain of the punishment team. Seeing this situation, those who lined up behind, fans, then the man immediately brought the image to the front, where it was conducting the entry test. Only through examination, can join the drafting team. After that, the man immediately introduced the image to the captain, Captain Phoebe. This is the player Hua Quan Hao, recently quite famous, his strength is very strong. Hearing that, Phoebe laughed haha, told Huinon, can see, you are very realistic. However, this punishment, it is necessary to minimize the sacrifices, so it is necessary to conduct a test of the power for the registered person. You first go to the other side to wait a bit. Wait for your turn, immediately up. The opponent tested this time, the Knight of Cat lead one. Huinon only looked from the outside, could immediately see them very strong, but the contest on the radio, also about to start. But what made people unexpectedly, this battle ended very quickly. Weber writers, mirror in one face, immediately brought the man to defeat. Huinon saw that, could not help but emit the sound of the chant, "This is the level of the border, ridiculous, ridiculous?" Thus, the standard gate is too high. It seems that in 30 people, only one person will meet the standard, then the next person to participate in the test, on the pitch. Hello, I am a white sword player. However, hearing this name, everyone was surprised. They did not expect this urge was still alive, but seeing Bok King-vu with no iron, Weber asks him, really doesn't need any weapons? For this, Bok King-vu is okay, no need, please teach more. After that, he clenched his fist, his mobility, quickly rushed towards the Weber, but his fist was supported by the Weber. Shortly thereafter, Bok King-vu immediately launched attack continuously, but each of his rights was supported by the Weber, even gradually falling into the lower position. But Huinon also in the discourse of those around them, Bok King-vu was 16 years old became a player. But what made people unexpectedly, 16 years passed, he did not make any progress, even though day and night constantly training, but the strength was still the same, stomping in place. It seems that people who do not have a gift, no matter how hard they try, are still not, unlike Hua Quan-hao, who has just become a player, has been a superior rookie. But Bok King-vu risked his life trying like that. There was also the cause, hurt his family members, being killed by Manan, hearing this word, illusory eyes gaze, soft eyes. But at this time, Bok King-vu on the pitch, gasping for breath, his whole body was full of injuries, but he still did not give up, even after time he was knocked down. But he was still tenacious and stood up to counterattack, although he was completely useless. At this moment, a loud shout, causing him to stop, come here, Bok King-vu. You do not need to do this level, you also know, this is not only to check the strength, the punishment is not a joke, you are very likely to lose your life. But for this, Bok King-vu is a strong and steadfast spirit, we know, but for us, it's okay. Bok King-vu showed his obstinate, making him not touched a bit, although his strength was extremely weak, but there was a resilience that ordinary people could hardly match. He was on Bok King-vu, seeing a familiar shadow, it was his teammate frozen in his era, Berto. He after losing his wife, because of protecting his only son and becoming a player, because only the level of D, he was not respected by anyone. But in the end he became the top, meager number in the world. Naturally, compared to the other, Berto has higher wealth. Suppose the greatest value of Tianfu is 10, so Berto, roughly 2, of Bok King-vu is 0.5, which the next person received the test, was Huinon. Weber swung the sword in his hand, quietly looked at Huin Photo, which the people in the yard also held their breath, stopped, stared at them. Only see the hand image without iron, straight towards the Weber to go. The next second, the attack of the Weber, immediately facing the head of Huin Photo. However, right at the moment the 1,000 pounds hang the hair, the movements of Huinon, like a devil, grabbed the neck of the Weber, sprinkled an hour, aggressively objected to the ground. This battle, with the overwhelming Huinon, the murderer ended. The commander told Huinon, he passed the examination. 3 days later, in the square gathered to conduct a penalty. But in Lu Quan, Bang Swang Nu K was covering her small blankets, sleeping soundly. At this time, Huinon's voice wakes her, greeted in the morning, I stew. This small room, and your intention? Bang Swang Queen walked out of the small room, stretched her shoulders, also okay? Unfortunately, except for a bed, there was no furniture. Hearing that, Huinon laughed, so it was better than that you used to cover toilet paper. At the same time, he began to consider the document of Bok King-vu. He was the only survivor in the case, the whole family was killed by the ghost, so he went on the path of the player. But was Tsong de Trang? What makes Huinon not understand is, why Bok King-vu, for 16 years, has always been in place. Next, Huinon considered his status, undergoing a crazy hunting period, his capacity value, indeed increased a lot, he could feel. Waiting for the magic power to reach 200, he could rescue friends frozen. Transition, Huinon went to Charlotte's house, only her appearance now, looking over extremely struggling. After that, Charlotte took the pumpkin that had been trained for the illusory image, the brand name of the pumpkin, and was enhancing the spiritual energy. At this time, Charlotte took out a pot, told Huin if it felt unstable, immediately spit out, do not swallow, because the irritation of the material she gave, too strong. She may be difficult to absolutely absorb the brand name, a little bit, her head may explode. However, Huinon directly took a breath, which made Charlotte next to fear. At the same time, the mystic quickly began to promote the effect and temperature of the illusory image increased rapidly. The Queen hurriedly took action, helping Huin image to lower the temperature. But even so, Huinon still showed an extremely miserable face. The next moment, spiritual energy, in her body boiling, Charlotte did not blink, urgently stared at Huin Photo. But at this time, the violent spiritual powers surrounding the illusory image also began to calm down. Huinon gasped, felt the effectiveness of the secret. She could feel, her feelings have increased a lot, the vision also becomes more clear. So put a bag of gold for Charlotte, this is the remuneration that promised earlier to her. If later on, I would like to ask, I would come again. Looking at the shadow of the illusory image left, Charlotte also breathed a sigh of relief, seemed to be extremely effective, her eyes and when she came, was not the same. Quick time came to the day of gathering the punishment team, this time a total of 671 people participated in the punishment, their goals were only one, it was the goblin punishment. Hiding in the Hiva mountain range, destroy their leader, the reward will base on the number captured, but change. Under a loud shout of the commander, the punishment campaign officially began, illusory image in the heart of determination, we want to promote the best level. Enlist to meet the Lord, win the top position. Along with the hunting team gathered, a row of aggressive, head towards Hyla Mountain, where blood loved, tea and fat. From the expression of everyone to see, they did not have much urgent feeling, even discussed beer after winning. This made the queen the kings mocking, these firemen were too ignorant. Even if the emergency team is established, the vigilance is also very poor. Huinon said, these things, just need to wait for the fight to start immediately, but what he cares most, is still how to quickly accumulate attack points. Since then pull the distance with people. However, at the moment, it is still better to observe a bit of the situation. At this moment, the leader ordered him to stop, he discovered a special smell of goblins, heard that, people immediately prepared to fight. But this is also an opportunity, so that Huinon understands the strength of others. However, what makes people unexpected is that the goblin from above, launching without practice, the number of viewing is unknown, indeed makes people have a bit of numbscalp. After that, the blood of the blood rushed into the crowd, but the members could go through the test, were not ordinary people. Quickly react, for blood, proceed with counterattack. At the same time, Huinon was also ready, under the shield in the left hand, blocking the attack of the goblin, the right hand on the right hand, aggressively stabbing his head. Huinon was anxious to rush into the love crowd, afraid that the attacking point was robbed by the knight. Each time the owner is in his hand, he can take away a blood. But during the fight, Huinon also paid attention to the battle of Bok King Vu. His fist, like an iron fist, one right, could immediately bring the goblin to death. This appearance, making him unable to nod, it seems that he is not bad. Indeed, other people said, his fist, containing the weight of the years, if being hit, the bones will ache. Last time he and the Weber compared to the same, he always fought all the way, this point, I should study him. But after experiencing a fight, the goblin rated, immediately beaten to run away. Huinon saw that, extremely unmarried. It is obnoxious, we just beat 5 children, this type of fighting, only beneficial for those who rushed forward. But at this moment, he discovered 2 bloody children on the cliff, however, in the blink of an eye, immediately disappeared. Everyone thought to appear hallucinations, anyway never heard that blood will appear in this place. But only the illusory image in his heart had a bad feeling, he felt that the other firemen were like receiving someone's orders. The recent raid, like checking their fighting efforts. In the evening, everyone built a resting camp on the spot. At this time Huinon went to the side of Bok King Vu. Hello, my name is Hua Quan Hao, can I sit beside him? After getting the consent of Bok King Vu, Huinon said, I had something to ask him, why when he fought he didn't use weapons. However, he should not misunderstand, I am not wanting to tease him to ask that, it's just because it is really curious. For this problem, Bok King Vu after thinking for a while, talking to Huinon, this is related to his ability, so he cannot answer. Hearing that, Huinon was a bit sorry to say, so that, we were rude. After that, Bok King Vu stood up, wanted to go to the nearby patrol, looked at his back, Huinon felt a bit regretful, I still wanted to be close to him. Bang Xuan Nu did not happily said, even if he was close to him, you didn't seem to be able to pick up good places? But for this, Huinon did not understand why laughed softly, right? But as far as we see, he will have a strong day. Although I don't know when he will be, how strong it will be, but no matter how, we want to do something for him. Because we have the same enemy, it is the ghost. Time is very fast until the evening. People continue to go deep in the mountains. Bang Xuan Nu King sits on the shoulder of Huinon, yawning. Whoever resentment, out of the truth is very hard. Huinon comforted her, temporarily patient a little, after a while, immediately came to the lair of those fire. However, there are so many people, even if the blood of love appears, it will not create a great threat, but making Huinon feel unfortunate. Until now, the video can be shot, there is no one that can be used, just like that, the player's point is a bit worrying. But now, the light flashed on the cliff, attracted attention to him, looked closely, obviously a bloody, illusory image in his heart, feeling wrong, feeling uncomfortable. The next moment, the mountain range at their feet started to vibrate violently. Four sides of the cliff, with the speed of the naked eye can be seen, began to crack. The red icon leads, the face of the great face, towards everyone shouting loudly. The whole member heard the command, Mao. The present immediately went down the mountain. The mountain was about to collapse. Encountering traps due to blood design, people in the basis of unbelievable basis, goblins, can understand such a high-end strategy. However, currently there is not too much time for them. The big rocks, the swirling down to the bottom, the illusory eyes stopped, thinking about the book. Currently, even if they hide into the ground, they can only avoid the risk in the immediate future. So this is not the upper book, because waiting after the mountains, hundreds of love will spill out. Thus, there must be people to save, prevent them. Come to think of it, Huinon immediately summoned the black armor, prepared to fight, then suddenly jumped up, rushed above, the blood of love above, immediately discovered this humanity. The magic power swirled, roared a sound, aimed at the illusory image, bringing the magic power into the big rock, aggressively throwing it out. Huin image moved quickly, brought all the large rocks coming, dodged, the hand spread out, the murmur appeared in the hand, turning out a injury, bringing a large rock coming and flying. This scene, causing the blood to love and horror, but Huinon also successfully rushed to the cliff, immediately raised the market in his hand. In the unbelievable eyes of blood, like thunder, loudly falling, bringing a lot of blood, in the blink of an eye, murdered on the spot. But at the moment of falling to the ground, Truong Thuong in the hand of Huinon was changed to an arc, in the blink of an eye, pulling the bow to fitted the name. The atmosphere was consistent, aiming at the blood of love in front of him, animals that broadcast. In the blink of an eye, the bow and arrow screamed out, took them to shot dead. However, the movement of Huinon did not stop at all. Han Van Lu Tui again fired continuously. A few breaths, bringing some bloody blood at the spot to kill, but now his bow and arrow have consumed all, the blood of love aggressively, rushing towards him. Huinon once again changed the weapon, took out a Truong Trao tree and a shield, then turned towards the blood of love, launched the volunteer. One person, not afraid, rushed towards a few hundred blood love, only saw the illusory image like a human tank, in the blink of an eye, bringing the blood of love, tearing out a hole. The left hand held the shield, blocked the attack at the same time, the school in the right hand, each time she stabbed, could carry the life of blood. Alone against the blood of love, did not fall into the lower position, but nonetheless the amount of blood too much. The school of Huinon was loved by the blood of the blood. Took a bite, bite one. According to the creaking sound, the crack was constantly spreading. He could only give up the school in his hand, quickly leave, then, aggressively bring the remaining shield to throw. Again brought a bloody blood to death, then the illusory image jumped to another mountain, but the blood of love also chased after letting go. But very quickly, Huinon immediately ran to the end of the road. There was no way back. The pursuit of the blood of love followed and came, but Huinon turned around and jumped up, avoiding attacks. However, when he fell down, was surrounded by blood of the blood layer. Illusory image looked around, exhaled a breath, gripped the black dragon in his hand. In the moment when Dian Quang Hoa Thatch slashed out some swords, immediately brought the blood of love around, all killed. At this time, at the bottom, Bang Swang Nu Queen uses a leprosy force, controlling the destructive loss caused by rocks falling on the mountains. Bok Kim Vu in the rocky layer buried. Also feel this cold air. Bok Kim Vu regained consciousness, recalling that it had arisen just now, aware of unstable. His eyes were consistent, in a blink of an eye, rushing out of the land buried. Bang Swan Nu saw Bok Kim Vu was still alive, also assured, shouted, everyone was still alive? Immediately after Bok Kim Vu, the others of the drafting team punished, also took turns breaking the land. At this time, Bok Kim Vu was awake, discovering the fight. Is the army not buried? Who is fighting with blood? The sound of fighting from the top transmitted, non-stop. In the moment, there was also the body of the blood of love falling. Bok Kim Vu saw the body of the blood of love, determining, above there was a fierce fighting. Come to think of it, Bok Kim Vu tried to escape in the ground, quickly climbing on the cliff. In the heart of anxiety, we must quickly join and fight together. When Bok Kim Vu climbed onto the cliff, he saw the blood filled with earth. In addition to the shock, the fighting sound is not far, attracting him. Only seeing illusory poisoning alone, a large number of blood does not fall into the lower position. Black dragon in his hand, like the god. This screen again shocked the white sword dance, making him dumbfounded at the spot. At this time Huinon still constantly killing blood. Black dragon beat two bloody blood. Huinon went forward, seriously, brought a blood in front of him, directly hit, then followed the black dragon, followed the slender. Slash down, and slash down. With a martial back, quickly solved the blood. After seeing the type of manipulation of Huinon, Bok Keen-Vu once again suffered a great incompatibility. He was alone, fighting until now, only to see Bok Keen-Vu gripped his hands tightly, the player Hua Quan-Hao. At this moment, Huinon was surrounded. A bloody blood at the back was about to sneak. Bok Keen-Vu stormed into the battlefield, punched the bloody child behind Huinon, then added a continuous set of authority. Huinon saw that, and his heart was less worried. It seemed that the great army was saved. But at this moment, Bok Keen-Vu suddenly said a thank you, made Huinon a little stunned. Bok Keen-Vu turned around and smiled and continued, thanking him for persistent fighting until now, giving us enough time to recover and respond. Huinon immediately asked, how other players and adventurers? At the time of Bok Keen-Vu, he said, behind to the sound, huff, the hateful love. Seeing that, the two of them also breathed in a breath. The other members of the Tao team punished in turn to participate in the battle. The players up to see the scene before their eyes, also shocked. What situation is this? How many goblins you killed alone? This is all because he alone solved in a situation where hundreds of goblins surrounded? What a monster. No matter how much he wants to accumulate attack points, there's no need to risk his life like that. The more experienced players overlooking the illusory image because the team punished, because we should be present. It is hateful, this kid is not bad. This filthy bloody flood is a vile flood. Thanks to them, we just eat so much soil, not to eat. The players in turn also discovered that there was a bloody side, immediately pulled out weapons. Extremely excited, we want to hunt for blood here. A large number of players rushed towards the blood of love. Hey, if you are not confident, then follow us. Funny. Take care of yourself, don't pull others. This scene also made Huinon completely assured. Later, under the guidance of the commander, the whole team punished with blood and fought. In this chaotic battle, all players carry an angry stomach. This killing intent directly in the back of the blood. Blood loves the owner in the back to see this scene, extremely angry, emitting chain paralysis. The blood of love ahead received orders, white eyes, seemingly a stream of power accumulated. Many members of the punishment do not care about the change of blood, still storming into killing. After killing blood, a strong energy stream exploded. Fortunately, Bok Keen-Vu discovered something wrong, promptly reminded Huinon. Seeing this scene, Huinon also thanked. Many thanks, almost we have a belly deeply. Bok Keen-Vu did not dare to accept the ceremony, humbly responded. Even if we do not take action, he can respond promptly. Then very definitive, let's go find the blood of the owner. He has the right to prioritize hunting for me, the player promised Quan-Hao. Then Bok Keen-Vu ran forward, here to give us. Huinon in the back saw Bok Keen-Vu like that, also smiled satisfied. At this time, the queen asked Huinon, didn't your head hurt? In order to make the people slow, you must have consumed a lot of spiritual spirit. I'm absolutely okay. The secret of close, the effect seems very good. The arrogant queen used his foot to kick the head of Huinon. After the fight ended, you just wait. I have to scold you a new battle, actually not so reluctant. You say that, I don't want to end the battle. At this time everyone unanimously united, because Huinon prevented blood. Everyone supported Huinon, because he cleaned up obstacles to punish the blood of the owner. Huinon raised his head to look at the blood of the owner on the king, opened his mouth sarcastically, and got out of your dog. The blood of love has been provoked like that. The royal was crushed, the great war was about to start. Blood love the owner jumped down to the king to go in front of Huinon. At this time, she was full of killing intent. It seemed that Huinon's words were actually angry and loved the owner to sit on the king for a long time. Huinon also did not dare to despise the enemy. Displaying the support posture, the blood of the owner roared, suddenly attacked, quickly rushed to the front of Huinon. Huinon welcomed the battle, supported the attack and then swung the sword to the chest of the blood of the owner. However, this size does not cause any damage. Huinon saw that and continued to swing the black dragon, launching continuously slashing towards the blood of the owner. However, all the attacks were easily blocked by blood of the owner. Blood loves the owner also seized the opportunity, quickly swung his hand to attack the illusory face. Huinon hurriedly leaned to avoid, then turned to kick into the head of the blood of the owner. This size causes effective close to her. Huinon also quickly discovered this point. Blood-loving leader continued to pursue Huinon. Huinon turned to the back of the blood-loving master. After dodging, Huinon also discovered the weakness of the blood of the master seemed to be on the head. Then quickly jumped up, grabbed the hair on the head of the blood of the owner, stabbed the black dragon into the back of her neck. This size caused a huge damage to the blood of the owner, which also made her fall into a state of violence. The strong atmosphere that the blood of the top of the release also made the players prevent blood from the bottom of the image because of the illusory image, feeling shocked. Huinon was also a bit surprised by the explosive power of the blood-loving master. Along with the complete reveal of this power, also made Huinon know, the one who caused the landslide of the mountain is indeed the blood of the owner. It turned out that this name also knew how to use magic. The air that we are feeling now. Not even a simple magic power, but a ghost. At this time, the acceleration time of Huinon is not much, must launch a critical blow to win. Huinon summoned to receive, prepared. Blood loves the owner of anger, two claws carrying bloody blood, swinging towards the illusory image, constantly attacking, making Huinon also feel a significant pressure. At this time, Huinon looked at the right opportunity, beating the magic of the blood of love. Blood loves the owner forever not to lower the illusory image, more and more angry, raising his claws to slap towards Huinon. A blow did not win. Huin image jumped up, moving flexibly, turning to the top of the blood master. Huinon adjusted the posture, grasped the short and stabbed down, focusing on the magic power into the right hand in hand. Attack down, the booming sound rang out. Blood of love, the owner dropped to the abyss. Huinon was also flew by this stream of power. Huinon's eyes stopped, blood and love, the owner came in front of him, punching a right towards Huinon. Huinon closed his eyes to stop God, performed Lu Chi Huin Ko, cleverly dodged attacks. After several times of avoiding, Huinon once again came behind the blood of the blood-loving, jumping up very high. Huinon jumped on the back of the neck of the blood of the owner, grabbed the black dragon, stabbed it with force. Loving blood felt intense pain transmitted from the back of the neck, but before she could react, Huinon used strength, concentrated powerful magic power, demoted the blood of the owner of a critical blow. Along with the powerful magic power transmitted, the power of the illusory image exploded in the head of the blood of the owner. After suffering this blow, the blood of the owner also no longer fighting, black blood, completely falling. Bang Swang Nu saw that the fight ended, hurriedly asked Huinon, "You're okay? I think you're not very good." So saying, "Who told you that from the beginning was so strong?" Huinon rested for a while and then said, "Bang Swang, helping us to watch." This sudden action, making the queen a bit unable to understand. After that, Huinon explained, "This guy and the same blood love were the same, all were injected with ghosts, last time because of black mosaic that could not be used. But this time it is okay." After that, Huinon used the spirit of the fox to the body of the blood loves. The spiritual consciousness of Huinon quickly entered the memory of the blood of love. This place appears a ruined scenery of the war. Blood loves the owner in memory through aggression and war to annex other tribes, increasingly expanding their power. When the pants were cheering, transmitted to unusual sounds, the back appeared two people who were discussing. "Is this name? Unless there are two hosts, otherwise he is him. So start now." Huinon in reality was also startled. "Who are those names?" After observing more carefully, Huinon also identified them as a ghost. In the memory, the ghost arbitrarily slaughtered blood. This also made Huin image exclaim, "They really have a higher level than us now. Not right, even more dangerous than Karl, Signa." At this time, blood love was also killed almost. A ghost urged, "No time, quickly let him eat ghosts." Then another ghost took out a red gem. "Come on, puppies, this is the gem that you like best. Let you not forget me, I will put it in your heart." The injection of ghosts made the blood of the Mandarin painful. Experiencing the power of the magic, at this time, she also became the real love of the real owner. At this time, the two ghosts who looked at the goblin had become the blood of the owner. How did it feel like it had missed several stages? Isn't it because the other delegations urge us to give results? The busy people in the scene are us, other delegations. Why interfere? Do they want to die? You talk carefully, watch out by the commander. How is the experimental results? Another ghost tested, force has been fully improved, moreover she also obeyed. Prove that the position has also increased, successful. Puppy, do you know where Cat League 1 is? From now on, your mission is to attack and dominate that place. There is no time limit, you try your best. After obtaining this information, Huinon escaped from the memory of blood and love, ghost? According to her memories, currently in the experimental stage, but if those ghosts collect more experimental data, maybe it will create stronger monsters, need to come to the meeting to be able to deal with. We have to quickly strengthen our strength, think about it, Huinon's body movement, preparing to find a punishment. Bang Swang Queen called Huin image again, "You were not right, you calmly appear like that, the performance will not be lively. You have to be like in the movie, sweat profusely, walking lame, even if you have to hold the wall." Huinon was also tired, but the sweat was already dry. The queen of the queen ignored, did not have to acceleration? Hurry up! Huinon also felt tired heart, but could only console, breathed in a breath, told himself, this is all because of the player's point. The punishment team members were cleaning the battlefield below, paying attention to the battle seemed to have ended, turning back to look back, others also felt the atmosphere changed. Also looking towards the battlefield of Hwin image and blood-loving, all of the expectations can see the appearance of Hwin-on. At this time Hwin-on also stepped out in the sunset. Everyone has expected eyes and looks in astonishment. Is Hwa Kwan-hao, a player Hwa Kwan-hao? After seeing clearly, everyone was breathing, tears in her eyes, everyone cheered, surrounded Hwa Kwan-hao. The people who went up to congratulate him for successfully punished the blood of the owner. Did you record videos? If there is a film, quickly edit and post it on the forum. Later he went to the congregation of the history. We invite him to eat a hearty meal. The darkness of the Lord, thanks to him, we can survive. Although we do not like the player, but we support him. In these cheers, Hwin-on is also satisfied in the heart, seeming no need to worry about the player's point anymore. At this time, Bok King-vu was also very awake, supporting Hwin-on. His mouth said, the player Hwa Kwan-hao, he looked tired. This scene made Hwin-on fight for many years, could not help but exclude, so good. Bok King-vu did not understand the illusory image. Hwin-on also explained, well, I mean to win the battle very well. Hwin image is sympathetic is when I was still illusory. Even if fatigue is not able to reveal tiredness, because if he is tired, fluctuating, the whole world will be insecure. Turns out to be supported by others, it feels like that. After returning to Tan, the commander held his hand to hold Hwin-on's hand, the player Hwa Kwan-hao. His brave action saved 497 members of the punishment team. On behalf of the subordinates, expressed his sincere thanks to him. The number of people survived more than we thought, so good. His merit only ranked in the first position, the Lord will soon summon him. Hwin-on is also happy. Okay, we wait. Bang Swang Queen in the back was also assured. Finally ended. Hwin-on and Bok King-vu went together. At this time, Bok King-vu happily said, luckily joined the drafting team. Hwin-on saw that in response, it seems that his rank has increased a lot. Bok King-vu looked at Hwin-on, really? No, but this time we really learned a lot from him, also understood what it was in and soft. Previously we only pursued physical strength, perhaps wrong. This is my forum ID, although it doesn't help much, but if you need help, please contact us. Hwin-on received, I will. Also, he will become strong. Fighting, haha. In order not to support his expectations, we must cultivate well. We will not forget today's lesson, we want our soul to become stronger. Looking at the back of Bok King-vu slowly left, at this time, Bang Swang-nu came to the side of Hwin-on. Fake contract, can I scold you now? Hwin-on heard that, couldn't help but sweat cold, couldn't say it? Bang Swang-nu Queen ignored the illusory image, immediately started to talk, you were no longer a hero, unnecessary, nor there was no reason, to sacrifice for others. Why don't you understand? If you die, the feelings of those who worry about you will disappear. If our knights arbitrarily sacrificed, we would deprive his deprivation, then scold him a battle. Seeing Hwin-on had an inert face, the queen of the queen was angry. Are you listening to me? Fake contract. Hwin-on did not want to be troublesome, responded simply. So later you must remember to discuss with me, because we are good friends to share the soul. Hwin-on is also about to endure. Okay, we know. You are so worried, later I will be careful. Okay, it is difficult to hear you say this. Even if I have me, this peak spirit is next to you, the words of Bang Swang-nu has not finished speaking. At this time, she emitted light. Hwin-on and the queen of the queen did not know what happened. The more I was worried, the more worried, the sound of the system resounded. Promote. Bang Swang Queen promoted again. One early morning, Hwin-on after resting, immediately washed his face. Looking at the dew, the queen rolled in the bath. No, nothing, we are still very young. Hwin Photo after washing his face, went in front of him, hugged the queen of the queen. Do not deny, obviously larger. The arrogant queen struggled, you were loud, quickly released me. The body is the queen of Nafo Hyon, I have the right to refuse to be treated like that. Hwin-on laughed jokingly, you have no rights, because you are now my spirit, you have been promoted. As expected as I predict, you used to be the lowest state. The rank of Lin Lin is divided into 5 stages, the higher the rank, the stronger the force. The order is the lowest, low, middle, high level, highest level. The arrogant queen turned his head, muttering, this is the 2nd stage of the highest level. Hearing that, Hwin-on was also startled, let go. Bang Swang-nu Queen after landing, pointing to Hwin-on said, we are currently at the 2nd stage of the highest level, we are the first spirit to reach this level, understand. Hwin-on temporarily speechless, at this time, the queen quickly flee. Hwin-on also knew, this is the arrogance in the bones of Bang Swang-nu Vong. then reluctantly thinking in her heart, in other words, the rest of the middle, high level and highest level? So she will finally promote the 5th stage of the highest level. After experiencing the clown in the morning not long ago, the millions of lords' carriage, coming outside the door waiting. Huinon cleaned up the outfit, looked towards Bang Swang K. Did you want to come with? Or continue to do your story? Bang Swang K was busy with her story, answered, was about to finish, we did not want to be cut by attention, so we wanted to stay here. Hearing that, Huinon did not stay anymore, went to the door, and welcomed him, finished greeting, and got in the car. Not long after, the illusory image came to cover the Lord. The player Hua Quan Hao came to visit, in the room to the sound of loud, "Umbine, let him go in." Huinon opened the door, the Lord looked at him, you were the player Hua Quan Hao, made a glorious feat in this punishment? Huinon humbly answered, yes, me. Lord after confirming the person who came, immediately began to introduce, we were the Lord of this city, best. Tu Tuak Gilanon. Huinon walked forward, responded, we were players, Hua Quan Hao, the commander of the side signaled, opened their mouths, since he received the examination of the punishment team. We have always cared for him. The Lord heard that also praised, other players who had just entered this room, immediately the atmosphere was absolutely no, you were really different. As soon as the two sides were about to enter the main topic, a maid rushed into the room, the Lord of the Lord, apologized to bother, the disease of the young master was very dangerous. Hearing that, the Lord recovered the calm and laughed happily, the whole man showed an extremely worried look, then hurriedly left. I temporarily lost a bit. Seeing that, the commander looked at Huinon, the player Hua Quan Hao, so sorry, it seems that today does not seem to be a good day, today you go home first? Huinon obeys the good tradition, has to come, we have to do, asked the commander, can we come over to see? The commander heard that, a little hesitant, you said, going to the young master? After that, the commander turned and opened his mouth, so you could only look away, unable to take other actions. Huinon hurriedly agreed, followed the commander, the Lord looked at his son seriously ill, his limbs frantically. What is the end? The maid at the head of the bed cried, the young master suddenly started to have a high fever, I wanted to use power, let him sleep, but not. Hearing that, the Lord was so urgent that he was confused. So, what to do? The priesthood is also reluctant, sorry, we are just a priesthood that is expelled, with our ability, there is really no other way. Hearing that, the Lord almost fell down, how could it be? The commander chased, hurriedly moved forward to support the Lord. Priests Hanan, quickly treat the Lord. Yes. Quickly go to the nearby room, after the two of them brought the Lord to leave, Huinon could also go up to observe. Looking at the Lord's son seriously ill, Huinon showed astonishment, his illness was very serious, all creatures had magic power, but the magic of this child was extremely chaotic. The magic should maintain a certain order and be tied together again. Not only that, although not knowing what happened, we from the young master, feeling the magic, the commander of this news, the trauma was incomparable. Huinon continued to say, he did not need to worry, we will not say it out, we can eliminate the ghost in the young master's body. Although the current situation makes the commander is a bit difficult to accept, but he is still very cautious. You do not say nonsense, this is even the priest of the temple cannot do it, Huinon does not know how. He determined? I am the player, hearing that, the commander in my heart is not sure. Obnoxious. So what to do? The natural image will not say his secret, then answer. This is related to my ability, you rest assured. There is no other way, the commander can only accept Huinon's proposal. You try to see, but if you dare to do it, don't blame me for no guests. After that, Huinon served a chair, sat next to the princess, took his hand. Very quickly, the system immediately appeared reminders, from the opponent, feeling low-level magic, can use the skill of darkness, fake, absorbing magic. When absorbing the magic, your magic value will increase. Huinon started slowly absorbing the gas, carefully every inch, not being injured. Want to let the magic power disorder restore normally, need to be like Sake Hya Kirien, the great magician of the top of the wealth. Although it is a pity, but there is no way, first starting to handle from the side. After the illusory image was absorbed, the Lord and the wife recovered, and returned to the room. The Lord came in, opened his mouth to ask, Smuse, how? The commander said, after the player Hua Quan Hao treated him, he was much better. The Lord heard that, the mood was also relaxed, so good, I wanted to express my gratitude to him, where he was now. The commander answered. The Lord heard that, was a bit stunned, it seemed that I received his great grace. At this time, the association's office, Dukkem quickly pushed the door into the room, saw Huinon eating food, temporarily not speechless, reacted. Then opened the question, suddenly came, what happened? are not in advance with me. Huinon chewed noodles and answered, because there was a relatively urgent thing, we were here to meet you. Duk Cam is a bit suspicious, friends? The pupil turns out to miss me. Huinon showed a funny face looking at Duk Cam. I did not say you. Duk Cam is not angry, sat down, took out a piece of fried chicken. You besides me, there was another friends? Huinon confirmed, of course, we came down this time, and wanted to break the ice. Duk Cam heard that is also serious. What do you mean, want to because other heroes awards? Are you ready? Seeing the confident smile of Huinon, Duk Cam also agitated, the heroes in the past, finally welcomed the reunion over the past. Huinon now said, and have to wait. After that, he changed his voice, said, Duk Cam, we were at the border, asked some intelligence. Huinon brought her stories in the battle of blood and love for Duk Cam. 2-9, Duk Cam said, Ma Vuk, seemed to want to do bad things again. Huinon said sadly, they were acting. Although this time we were successfully prevented, but if the scale varies, there is no way. Duk Cam is also worried, if they have started to tame the monsters even stronger, we really don't know what to do. So you bring intelligence to reveal to the other associations. I could not prevent it, moreover we were very curious, whether they were already known. Duk Cam agrees. For this problem, Huinon said, temporarily not very clear. On him, there was no trace of ghost transplanted, he did not turn into a ghost. So we feel, he must have drank the weak version, or the debris, or the same things. If the nobles or royal empire of the Roban Empire hit the Zhao, then it was only afraid to turn into a scary accident. I will be in the World Conference about to be organized, reminding this a bit. Really want to live in the world without ghosts. Huinon looked at Duk Cam, someday, this dream would come true. Duk Cam was too exclamated, unexpectedly, Huinon seemed to really take measures to resolve. Huinon did not know those fire, whether they continue to be players or not, so we wanted to go first. Duk Cam in the heart of trauma, as expected, the 5 heroes in the past, wanted to join forces to the second floor. This is the news that just heard immediately made people enthusiastic, but in fact, no one knew what the involved part was thinking. Thinking about this, Duk Cam adjusted the mood well, changed the topic, mentioned, the Do girl was not right, the great queen did not go down with you? Upon hearing that, the queen reached out and cute, waving, I have come. Duk Cam was very doubtful, what did she do there? Huinon reluctantly answered, she was watching the drama and film yet. Hearing that, Duk Cam expression, and looked at Huinon. Huinon explained, you do not look at me like that, she did so, all for me. Knowing the cause, Duk Cam was a bit surprised. Video editing, oh wait, she still has this bravery? Huinon also laughed, very magical. She even promoted yesterday, then the two of them had just talked, and immediately came to the sunset. Huinon brought the tablet to Duk Cam, I want to go out on a trip, can you help me download some dramas and cinema into this tablet? We brought it to the second floor at that time, Duk Cam took it, signaled okay, did not matter, mainly wanted to see what kind of. Huinon turned around, laughed, remembered carefully, the classic was the best. Duk Cam understood the meaning, okay, so we let him download some classic works. That's right, Quan Hao, your house is still empty? Yes, clean up a little, immediately can stay. Huinon slowly walked towards his teammates in the past, looking at their ice statues. Huinon felt sad, Huinon stood there looking there for a long time. Bang Swang Nu saw Huinon forever without reaction, then immediately touched, awakened Huinon, the contractor of the illusory contract, in his heart comfort. Really, it takes a lot of time. Since we have awakened here, it has been 9 months. During this long period of speech, this is not short, we have arrested countless monsters, a multitude of copies. We have seen the scenery of the city in imagination, experiencing things that have never been experienced, and no new friends. Only we are alone to enjoy life, so it feels very sorry, so it seems that there is no conscience. So we, always extremely risky. When the illusory image touched the tape, the transmission system reminded, confirmed that you had ice, X, Chi force. Can be through the mist, X, force, eliminate the senior of the tape. You have enough magic value, eliminate the seal of the ice statue. Players for explanation of the level of misting are too low, so it will be punished. When eliminating the seal, you permanently lose 70 points of magic value. When eliminating the seal, you will be cursed cold. Within the next month, all capacity values will be reduced to 50%. When eliminating the seal, within the next 90 days, you will not be able to eliminate the image of the Bang statue. Do you determine if you want to eliminate the impression of the star statue? Hearing the reminder of the system, Huinon suspicious or said, why is there such a lot of punishment? Cold curse. The Queen of the Queen explained, it was because of your level of explanation and the level of the fog of your power, lower than that at that time. It is impossible to eliminate the curse 26 years ago. It is not known whether this fire is too strong, or the level of the fog of our power is too low. If Bang Swang spent a little stronger, would punishment reduce? Currently the problem is, to wake up who of them first. Gil was tasted by the Asia waterfall. Neostria, if his mind did not change too big, would still bring the orders of the great family, put on the top. The mama is solid, just heard that there are monsters and ghosts even stronger, will not listen to us, directly rushing to the battlefield. The house, this magic crazy, after knowing the magic world exists, will be happy to do nonsense. If awakening people can help, immediately shorten the time the winter next time. Thus, Bang Swang Nu Vang also seems to feel the illusory image seems to have decided. Ask the contractor, have you decided? Huin images steadily of his thoughts, in response, of course, then put his hand on the ice statue, when eliminating the seal. Within the next 90 days, you will not be able to eliminate the impression of the Bang statue. Do you determine if you want to eliminate the impression of the star statue? Huinon said excitedly, bringing our friends back here. Damn it. The tape began to gradually crack, then explode, disappear. The system also transmitted the reminder, the senior of the Tuong Bang has removed, and cursed at the same time. You have lost 70 points of magic value forever. Cold curses, 30 days have absorbed into your body. The House of Asia, after eliminating the freezing state, gradually escaped from the ice statue, fell down, the illusory image moved forward, received the house. Waiting for the freezing welding to completely dissolve. After completely escaping from the ice statue, Huinon brought 2A, placed horizontally on the ground, waiting for her to wake up. Gradually, the house slowly opened his eyes. After completely opening his eyes, seeing the illusory image in front of him, he seemed to have slept for a long time. Huinon saw that the house was awakened, greeted, long time no see. The home in his head also gradually awake, for a long time, he also responded to illusory photos, just like that. The great magician of the house, Kyrian, regained consciousness. The House of Asia regained consciousness and illusory, returning to the room that the association arranged for Hua Quan Hao, the house to look at the scenery outside the window. Exclamation, even a gate of the transmission could not see. Everyone on the pedestrian road, a little also not afraid. Huinon went first. This is the scene that we have created, is me and you, slap macaque, Kir Berto, you want to be creative together. Currently, there has been no threat of monsters, heard Huinon said. The house was not talking for a long time, not found right, illusory image stopped, bowed. Observed, suspicious or spoke. Are you crying? Being told, the house swung a right, hitting the illusory side. What do you look at? After adjusting the mood well, Huin photo made hot tea, 26 years, I was waking up last year, so we are now, as a friend of the same age, you are no longer my billion. Hearing that, the house seemed protest. Truly, there's no such thing, so it should be calculated according to the year of birth. It's okay, anyway, we are normal to talk very arbitrarily. If we were a friend of the same age, we could not say sister how, you like that. You are really obstinate. Huinon sat down, continued to say, do you remember the Ice Queen? The house is helpless, you consider me a fool. Our memories are perfect without shortcomings. Huinon continues to speak. I fought 3 days and 3 nights, I was late, so I could not comply with you. Upon hearing that, the House of Asia raised his hand to comfort Huinon. You did it very well. If it wasn't for you, we could not beat her. So you do not need to blame. Then put the coffee down. Propagating the fog, very fast, the coffee was immediately frozen. The house is very happy, this is not a magic, what is it? New skills? Huinon explained, yes, this is the skill of EX, we must be the first to have this type of skill. The curious House of Asia said, so you must have received the title already? The owner of the first EX skill, or the same type of title. Hearing that, Huinon discovered, it seems that I did not receive this kind of title. The house continued to say, when humanity initially created magic, we received the title of the first to use the magic, whatever it was, just as the first person would probably receive the title. Huinon also agreed, yes, when the 10th stage of the study test, we also received the title. Isn't you the 9th phase? Even if you want to get back after exceeding level 30, it is not okay. Confirm a little state, you are currently, roughly 1 level. The House of Asia opened the state, still level 80. Although the curse is cold, causing our capacity to decrease, but it is said that it only takes a month, will automatically recover. Seeing that, illusory image and suspicion or not, then asked Bang Swang K, what happened? Perhaps among the 5 heroes, only our rank was recreated? The Queen made a possibility, probably because at that time Huinon touched her box. The house did not see the queen, turned his head to look at Hwinon. Who are you talking to? Hwinon was asked like that, there was a bit of not knowing how to answer. After that, looking at Bang Swang Queen, nodded and confirmed, can tell Tue Asia know her existence. Bang Swang Queen hesitated, but very quickly received Hwinon's proposal. Bang Swang Queen gradually embodied, the House of Asia saw the spirit in front of her, extremely surprised. What is this situation? Bang Swang knew temporarily did not know how to answer the house. While blankly, the house quickly moved forward, hugging the queen of the queen. Who is this lovely fire? The queen was considered a pet, crying out. You, the contractor, help me. I am the queen of the kingdom of Bang Fong Nafo Hyon, who is also frozen in this world. Also, seeing that the do-girl suddenly stopped, the house asked. What is it? This also makes Hwinon serious. After that, Bang Swang K continued to speak, and the invader attacked your planet. Bang Swang Queen. Upon hearing that, the House of Asia let go of the queen, the unbelievable expression. Are you the queen? The queen looked at the house. Sorry, my greed has caused you great losses. Looking at the king's sincere face, the House of Asia opened his mouth to answer. Alright, we are not the one who records hatred. So, receiving your apology, then stopped by the queen of the queen. But later, can you satisfy my greed? The queen saw forgiveness, also intended to agree. The monarchy will be responsible for his mistakes. So, I will try my best to support you. Looking at all of this, Hwinon is also reassured. One day, the player association. Hwinon brought with himself in. A lot of players see them, say hello. Is this a player promised to how? When do you go down? Who is the beauty next to you? It looks like the home of Kirilen. Haha, you really know how to joke. Going to the office of the president, looking at Duk Cam became the president. The house's congratulations, you welcome for a long time, now finally succeed. It is good. Duk Cam looked at the house and illusory. Thank. Quan Hao, don't you have to say punishment? Hwinon answered. Yes, compared to us imagining, even more serious. Although very unfortunately, losing 70 magic power points, but just can save the co-friends, we will not hesitate. Well, from the perspective of reality, this can also help you reduce the burden. Practical perspective, you still like to use this word. Hearing that, Hwinon was a bit suspicious, we suddenly remembered, the two of them had met. What happened? Duk Cam did not pay attention to the house, adjusting the language. That, you say that punishment is losing 70 points of power and within a month, all the capacity drops to 50%, right? Well, then Hwinon opened the player's window, looking at the data above. Hwinon in his thoughts, a month later, he will restore the status quo. After watching the table, suggesting, you like that, on the second floor, it will seem to have a bit of strength, or you rule the son of the Lord, then first go down. Or, in Nest, as an old master a month, how? Nest here, Ness, is the training department to prepare for players, awakening in a young age. Image refused this proposal. Although it feels very interesting, but now we don't want to go very much. We want to stay in Gildeon, improve fame, then look at the home. And you? What are you planning to do? The house was a bit unable to understand. Hwinon continued to say, my idea was that, if your rank did not change, you could immediately go to the second floor border. The house is understood, steadfastly saying, we naturally want to go. What if the border has a ghost tower? So can see new magic. It is interesting. Duk Cam signaled, opened his mouth, anyway, if he wanted to act, today he had to declare the news returning, to prevent uncertainty. It is best to first move the ice statue of other heroes. I have finished this story, Ma Nan will not sit still. So after awakening the house, I immediately asked her to support. I slept for 26 years, just woke up and was told by you. We changed the plan, delay a bit of illusory time entering the border. Duk Cam suspected, why suddenly wanted to delay? The earth has illusory image, the border has a great magician. We can become a force of suppression of Manan. Good idea. So we opened a press conference in the afternoon. Speaking of the house, you are so thin, you will never see you? The house laughed and said. No need to worry, wait for us to tear the body of some ghosts, they will not dare not see us. At this time, Duk Cam received the illusory tablet to prepare. Seeing the content, asking, this photo, also published. Do you want to let the ghost make a sentence? Because the other firemen would not be easily revealed, so they wanted to borrow this opportunity, kill each of them. One day, the scene of the press conference was bustling. Everyone expected today, how the scene could appear. In the back, Hwinon wears a mask, directing the house in Duk Cam, the fox, the House of Asia appears to be great, you must show well. Anyway, after 26 years, you have to make the atmosphere exciting, no? Hearing that, Bang Swang Nu also jumped out. Ha 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 ha, must return peacefully. Went on reluctantly, you guys are so much. The bottom is the time the main character appears. Huinon went to the scene of the press conference, all the main men, all the lenses were facing her. Huinon did well, thank you, for participating in this sudden press conference Zhao Kai. So start. The reporter below, all removed the notebook. In the past 4 months, the Ghost on Earth has launched 3 times of terrorist attacks, although the number of times is clearer than before, but the material is displayed. On Earth, the rate of crimes dropped sharply simultaneously, the rate of crime on the border increased to 37%. We always miserable thinking, how we can bring ghosts, thoroughly eradicate, if we have clones, it is good. Every day we will have such thoughts. Suddenly, a reporter interrupted, we came from the Bach Non-Holy Association. Firstly, naturally, thinking is done. If we lack the method, find someone with the same capacity we can. I do not like long, so directly direct people, introduce my friends. He is the great magician. Huinon has not finished speaking, immediately cut. Do not rob my words, bang. It is me, the house, Kirilin. The house used magic, floating behind the illusory image, one screen, causing heat of the whole school. One of the 5 heroes, the magician of Sakehya, Kirilin, after 26 years, blinked back. Is Huinon a signal for the return of the 5 heroes? The great magician said, the hero will not die. The earth has illusory image, the border has a great magician. Manan has come to worry about fever. Knowing this news, the people also talked excitedly. Wow, heard that Sakehya is back. Everyone came to see the bustling, voting. Who will the next hero awaken? The 4 and 7 of the country declared that all land and private property will be stored, to the owner of Kaidayan, the great magician. However, this situation made the big associations a bit unable to sit still. Originally thought, spending a bit of energy, maintaining the image. But if the 5 heroes come back, the situation will not be the same. They said they could really eradicate Manan. Right that night, the museum, where the body of the remaining heroes, was incredibly quiet. The 2 patrols did not understand why suddenly had to strengthen the realm of the museum. Another person said, if the 5 heroes later woke up, we immediately said, during this time, we protected them. Funny, one day you work for 7 hours, saying what to protect. At this time, behind the 2 of them, transmitted to the unusual rustle. In the blink of an eye, some people quickly came out of the grass. Security guards are patrolling, and without any suspicion of being resolved. Seeing the 2 bodies killed, one moved forward, took out a silver needle, stabbed them into their faces. It's troublesome. If at the border, kill it directly. Faced with the resentment of young people, the white hair was advised and endured. Players belong to the association or association, once being removed or died, will immediately send the news and get intelligence. Young people brought blood from the silver needle, placed on the tip of the tongue licking, and immediately had the desired intelligence. The surrounding only 8 low-level players, the ice statue of the hero is also inside. After that, he immediately handled the bodies of 2 patrol staff, the white hair to pay attention to the illusions of them, have the news of the illusory image, or the magician? Young people laughed, these people were only la, so they didn't know this type of intelligence. Okay, if the opponent is the 2 of them, we must be careful. Very quickly, the 2 quickly wiped out the nearby patrol staff, after bringing all of them to handle, still did not have other news. Young people planned to open the big door of the museum, but the door made of Methon Rin, extremely solid. Great white hair saw that, moving forward, telling the young people to step back, then quickly cattle in their hands, a stream of air swirling condensed in their hands. Dai Tuk had just acted, the energy exploded in his hand, the big door of the museum was also directly destroyed. Seeing that, young people were overjoyed and went inside. It is formidable, as expected of you. We stole a little Mirin, but it is not known how much effort they have taken. Without time, first carrying the statue. Okay, however, it is really a pity. Young people approached, reaching out to the Bang statue, after touching the success, launching skills and objects in the palm of the hand. After a while, young people suspicious, why the volume is not small. At this time, Dai urged up to urge, do not marginally, quickly, obnoxious, immediately good. In his heart, his mother, he did not do anything, he only ordered me. Speaking of, why is it so cold? During the time he touched, welding gas constantly corroded his arm. As soon as the young people discovered not right, 2 tapes appeared in front of them. Young people discovered incorrectly, mobilized the entire force, struggled, began to counterattack. However, facing absolute force, young people were knocked out, also shocked. Disgusting, is this a trap? Bang Ghost split into two. Seeing this stage, young people still want to strongly mouth. Unexpectedly the black dragon was adjacent to his neck. Behind also transmitted to the sound of Huin On in the house was mocking, you were so dangerous, the illusory image did not pay attention, I solved it. No, don't be reluctant, anyway I have to know, how much you have weakened. At this time, the young Manan quickly turned, launched attacks, obnoxious, illusory photos, went to die, illusory image did not talk much, quickly pushed the black dragon, a swordplay. Early discovered incorrectly, Dai Tuk fled, so obnoxious. At this time, the ear urged to sound soaked in the magic, counterattacking force, prison pretending magic, scrutinizing force, dragging communal houses, and a great magic body. Floating in the air. The great Mama urged to feel uncomfortable, but there was no measure to overcome. Being surrounded by the great magic of the house, discovering that he was blocked. The great man was even more amazed. The House of Asia at this time did not save love, performed the cruelty, slaughtered, was hit, the great pain was only painful, emitting a creaking cry of tearing his heart. Along with this powerful stream of power exploded, the House of Asia drew back to observe, indeed, such forces, not enough to kill a great privacy. However, the great Mama urged now, looking over and injured, on the remaining people of the Thunder Force. Without waiting for the great man to restore, the illusory image appeared in the air, looking down at the ghost. Belonging to Huin On the time of hunting begins. Sir was forced into the end of the road, Ma Dai urged a little staggering to stand up, looking at the illusory image like a god, I will not obediently die in your hand. Huin On heard that, also laughed, coldly said, no, you will. This makes Ma Dai urge disgust, you are still the same as before, pride. This is the opposite that makes Huin On a bit curious, you know me? Ma Dai great grind his teeth and gnaw, original 27 years ago, the Manan massacre in front of the Paisa Gate. Manan urged at the scene, fortunately alive, Huin On knew this, on the contrary, laughing, so you seem to be dead today, not regret, anyway you live longer than 27 years. After saying that, Huin Photo launched skills, haunted the fake, summoned out of De Ma Lang. Ma Lang embodied, directly directed Manan to rush forward, facing Ma Lang. Dai urged without any weakness, swinging the right to scream, we, and before were different. After that, the great atmosphere exploded, Ma Lang was beaten, but the great attribute of the false pretending, still did not disappear. Very quickly, haunting attributes into energy, bringing Manan tied. Manan Dai urged, with the illusory image for a long time, he certainly had no chance, needed to find the right opportunity, a way to beat him to death. Discovering Huin On was approaching behind, Manan turned back, was a right to fight. Huin On quickly supported, however, the fist hit the black dragon, trembling shocked. Ma Dai urged not to be weak, once again swung out the rights, the direction of the illusory attack. Approaching the energy of all the power of the ghost, discovering his attack, for the illusory image, he could not create an effective damage, could not help but find it difficult to solve. As soon as Manan distracted, Huin On found the opportunity, quickly dodged the punch of the Manan, but did not let the illusory action. Manan Dai urged all blood, emitting energy, pushing back the image. Having gained the poet's distance, Huin On once again launched skills, haunted the pretense of the Manan to attack. Hate, if we create a distance, it will be dangerous. Manan once again beat Ma Lang, then screamed, the illusory image chased to kill. When are you trying to joke me? Of course, until you die. Huin image swung black dragon, the direction of the ghost to fight. Two people who were full of force collided, facing Ma Dai urged to only use fists, illusory photos to execute Black Dragon, a beautiful slashing line. Without a doubt, the great man was defeated, fell to the ground, his whole body bleeded, and his body was painful. Ma Dai urged to stand up and stood up, in his heart, he could only risk his life. As long as the opponent does not know how to paint this burdock, will definitely hit. The great ghost grinds his teeth, all the blood, along with the increased spirit, the great man also develops his trump card. For an hour, a strong shock wave, towards the illusory attack. Seeing such an attack with such spirit, Huin On also understood, he always hid his ability, turned out to be, because of using this technique, turning the situation. But so, he should not talk in Paisu. For him to say, it was the story of 27 years ago, but for Huin On was frozen, it was just a story of 2 years ago. As it turned out, then that person was him. Recalling the old story, the illusory image was also great for him and his ability, impressed. After that, winking once, summoning countless ghosts, to prevent this attack. Experiencing the obstacles of the ghosts, the skill of the great man also lost power. Huin On just need to gently raise one hand, immediately neutralize the attack. Seeing this screen, the great ghost urged from the bottom of his heart to feel despair. Bang ghosts, maybe the magician of the magician has influenced this space? Not right, Mama Dai urged, not right, not Sakehya, was illusory. This is the ability of Huinon, he has become a scary monster more than 27 years ago. Just like that, the events of Manan ambushed, finally lowered. Huinon went to the balcony, looking for a long-awaited house. The house of the house saw the illusory image back, his face was happy to ask, "You are back? How is that name?" Huin photo expression tiredly said, "I killed him," then read his memory. This makes the house a bit surprised. "How are you?" Huinon explained, because previously received the confession skills of the spirit, perhaps because he was the first player launched about 30 years ago. So we have gained a lot of information. The House of Asia praised, "It was wonderful, this skill was too beneficial. Quan Hao, we change our mind. That is my poisonous warrior, then assign them to you. You just need to be in charge of reading memories, safety to strengthen forces is okay, now you are like a child thrown on the water, insecure." Huinon temporarily did not know how to answer, in mind. The house is also reasonable, actually today we absolutely cannot use, the skills need to consume a large amount of magic. Huinon opened her mouth, but so, it would bring a huge burden to you. The House of Asia did not pay attention, looking towards Huinon, "It's okay, in the past 10 months, you should shoulder everything, now you can share the burden for me. Wait for Ramada. Mio." Jill was shown, after that, "You were like before, making our face. This. In the past, the most worker, is also me? Who did you say?" The house continued to speak. "What to say? Previously, you all day long to help me do this, helping me to do that, 3 days 2 meals came to find me." This word, making Huinon temporarily unable to object. Lightly switching the theme, we first go to the son of Lord Gillian. Very quickly, Huinon has finished embellishment, leading the house to the second floor, the house goes inside, seeing such a beautiful environment, not helping to praise, "It is wonderful." Whether it is an architectural style or a magic environment, we look forward to our magic knowledge. How many floors will be up here? This is also inevitable, making people pay attention. Huinon saw that, to fit the image of the character in her heart, immediately role-playing. "Come on, dear lady, I lead you to the disciple of Lord Gillian." Seeing that Huinon like that, even though the house was also dumbfounded for a while, the House of Asia responded, and began to coordinate acting. The player promised Quan Hao, "So bothering you to lead the way." On the way to cover the Lord, many players arrived at the second floor, all discovered the house, and also confirmed that the House of Asia, Kirilin was awakened, was true. This makes players punishing on the second floor, increasing confidence. The house is on the way, hard to suppress joy, the environment here is really good. What level has the magic here developed to? Huinon heard that, petition the house, if there is time, go to the ghost to see. It is said that the commander of the royal monk, also the force of the great master of the sun, can be comparable to Q2. The commander came to welcome Huinon, discovered this form of the house, there was a bit of illusory questions. The player Hua Quan Hao, this person is the friend that he said, can cure the disease for the young master? That's right, he is one of the 5 heroes, in the world where we live, the magician of Sakehya, Kirilin. It was said that he was a house, the commander was hard to suppress the surprise, discovering this one, Huinon immediately asked. "Have you heard of him?" That is natural. The legend of the 5 heroes, in this world is also widely handed down, not only appears in fairy tales, but also every time appears, in the drama of the mobile troupe. Huinon awakened, unexpectedly, to this level. Seeing the House of Asia coming, the commander hurriedly performed the ceremony, very honored to meet him, the great magician of the earth. "I am Phoebe, the commander of Gillian's Knight." This attitude, causing the house to start again. Who is it, perhaps we are in other things, is also welcome like that. Unexpectedly. Quickly take me to see the young master. Under the guidance of the commander, very quickly met the couple. Master. This person is Sawye Kirilin. He is one of the hero of the planet. Seeing the house of the house, the Lord hurriedly stood up. Although welcoming the world-class figure, in the reception like this, a little sketchy, but still asking him for an error. Seeing the Lord of the guests like that, the House of Asia interrupted. He did not say that, this place was very cozy, looking very well. The Lord at the same time looked towards the illusory image behind. The player promised Quan Hao, did not expect you to have such a broad relationship. Huinon immediately explained, although for convenience, I called him a friend, but actually I am also serving him. The Lord awakened, indeed so. It is true, if you have a deep love, the opportunity is too wonderful. The lady of the Lord is very worried about me, suggested. Sim is in his room, inviting this side. Sim is learning magic in the room, hearing the outside transmitted to the mother's sound. Sim, the healer for children, has come. Huinon came close, first greeted. Do you still remember me? I am the player Hua Quan Hao. Sim raised his head. Hello, I am Sim, Gillian. For me, at that time, I fainted. I could not say thank you, very uneasy. Really, thank you. Huinon laughed. Okay. Alright, Sim, we speeded up, immediately began to treat magic treatment. Sim also smiled in response, so thanks to him. The house goes first. What a simple child is honest. Then took a hand, performing a hypnotic magic. Sim slowly closed his eyes, his house looked towards the illusory image. This level can completely cure, roughly need 20 minutes. So we started here. Huinon nodded in response. The House of Asia put his hand gently on the Sim chest. Along with the magic reaction, the magic power in the Sim body began to wiggle. The induction house was touched, and immediately started leading the magic more deep. The magic power surrounded the heart of the Sim, the shaking of the shake. However, under the manipulation of the mature magic of the great magician, the great home, very quickly, existed in the Sim body. All were cleaned up. Once completed, the house also exhaled a breath, ending his revealing magic, now like ordinary people. Huinon saw that so hard. The house of Sim looked at Sim was fast asleep, happily said, nothing. Having worked well for decades, our feelings are very good. After finishing the issue of magic power, Huinon immediately went to the Lord's reception room. Lord Gillian said, his son's dream is to become a magician. If it was not sick, we plan to take it to the academy in the imperial capital, majoring in magic. So I want to ask the magician, you feel, can Sim later follow the magician path? The House of Asia took a sip of cappuccino again, definitely said. Sorry, that is impossible. The magic revealed like clothes, once stretched or wrinkled, immediately could not restore its original state. Even if his revealing magic could operate normally, his whole life, feared that he could not use magic power. Hearing this news, the Lord in his heart was very miserable, then closed his eyes and asked Huinon. As the player Hua Quan Hao said, this is made by Mama? Huinon immediately told the truth. The air was drawn from the young master's body. It was true that the gas. Hearing that, Lord, indignant. Although very shameless, can I entrust you something? Please find the ghost who strangled my son's dream, revenge him. This is a request from a useless father, even a son's dream cannot protect. The house and illusory image see that, both stunned. At this time, the system appeared, releasing a level of C. The feud of his son, finding and killing Manan made the Sim poisoned. Reward, 100 golden money, 1,000 attendants. After receiving the entrustment of Lord Gillian, Huinon and Tu Asia returned to her accommodation. Huinon took out a B-level skill book, can permanently enhance the revealing magic of the user. Looking at the explanation, illusory image is curious, is this probably preparing for Sims? Huinon brought the skills to hold to the house. This reward, more suitable for you. This is a book that enhances magic. The house is not right, what are you saying? Currently, you need this most. It can make the magic reveal doubled. Hearing this news, Huinon was a bit surprised. We, double, so much? The house finished eating a piece of cream, then answered. Wait a bit, could you not think about this point? Give me a little hand. Well, your revealing magic has become more solid than before. This level, there will be no losses. Quan Hao, do you know that I am a natural science? After that, the body was a female student at the University of Natural Sciences. The current home began to speak out one by one. Taking the computer that we used to use as an example, do you know the computer has the function of acceleration? No, I and billion. Not right, I and I when studying acceleration, is reference to the computer. That's right, then your revealing magic, just need to be a little solid. There is one more condition. Not wrong, congratulations. The current you have satisfied these two conditions. Huinon has a bit of doubt. We know our revealing magic has become solid, now receives the skill book of strengthening, but what is the second condition? The house laughed and said, that is, the essential thing to reach the limit in overclocking, cooling water, is also the ice mist. It is equivalent to cooling water, which can prevent your brain burning. Huinon then brought the situation that he used the misty to combine the acceleration, telling his house. But we have also done all kinds of experiments. Fog, still not enough to control the situation of heat generation. The house laughed and said, if you don't have me, what should I do? I mean, should bring the dewy ice, which is used on the magic yourself, not on your body. It is an aura that can both withstand the revealing magic, and can control heat. Although this is racing with time, and survival is dangerous, but just completed, immediately can obtain a speed faster than the acceleration, and the force is stronger. How to choose depends on you, but just think a little bit, the answer is immediately out. Seeing the House of Asia raised the problem, immediately prepared to leave. Hwinon immediately asked, "Where did you want to go?" "We want to travel," we say after the treatment ends. We immediately want to act alone. It is said that the House of Asia wanted to leave. Bang Swang Nu Queen poked his head out. Hwinon did not think of the early House of Asia so soon prepared to leave, which was about to keep. The House of Asia again flipped out a coin. "You were too vigilant." At this time, Manan is still torturing people. Catching money, Hwinon is a bit suspicious. What is this? The house told Hwinon, "This is a lucky money, you remember to take with you, because it can help you prevent it from being wicked." The house went to the front of the door, suddenly thinking about turning his head to look towards Bang Swang K, threatening the queen to hurriedly turned around and hugged Hwinon. The house laughed and said, talking about, Bang Swang said he wanted to go to the spiritual world, once he had not gone. I have to study a little later, the coercive method takes you back to the spirit. So after wiping out the ghost, we will think. Goodbye. Seeing the house left, the queen poked her head. Lucky money, I thought that she was a magician, turned out to be witches. According to the personality of the house, she would be trying, it was worrying. She knows, this year I have always fought alone, probably will feel, from now on, it is her turn to act. She will because I do all efforts, because she just needs affection, will pay all. At the same time, Hwinon also clearly defines his goals. We want to restore the capacity of 150 points left, we must quickly promote and restore the capacity, to catch her. The first breakthrough is the super frequency, we cannot pull the hind leg. A few days later, Hwinon handled the story well on the second floor, then went to the manufacturing workshop of the great master of the majesty. The illusory image brought the black armor that was lost, torn, removed. The right to see, temporarily do not understand, the player Hua Quan Hao, what is this black thing? Looking closely, it was the black armor again, could you want me to fix it? Hwinon was also a bit ashamed. This, very difficult to fix? To tell the truth, to redo a new one, it will be better. Once so crushed, its durability will not be equal to before. Sorry, we even thought it would not be easily destroyed. No, my fault, the black armor saved me several times. If possible, can we redo a set of black armor? Sai nephew, the right to hear that, confirmed, so that we are really okay? Hwinon identified, of course, we really want to ask him. Okay, but we have a request. Because we have to do it again, we want to add a few new functions, make it more perfect. Can you find Mithon Rin? Hearing this request, Hwinon in his heart thought, can Mithon Rin, where do we have to find such rare minerals? Suddenly, Lin glistened. Hwinon thought about it, the last time the door was smashed by Manan, it was made of Mithon Rin. Immediately say, how much do you need? The right to think a bit, so that the room is not enough, so we hope as much as possible. Okay, Hwinon responded, immediately left. Hwinon returned again, Mithon Rin brought back, making the bull dumbfounded, indeed unbelievable. God, where did you find these things from? Hwinon looked at Dong Mithon Rin in front of her eyes, not enough? The right to hear that, agitated, no, how is it not enough? In contrast, too much, must be mixed. Hwinon has a bit of thought, mixed. The right to explain, we plan to use cacti to make black armor, only to use Mithon Rin, painted joints, but there were so many eyelashes like that, the situation was not the same. We want to crush cactus, melt eyelashes, then bring two things mixed, make black armor. Unexpectedly one day, we can see so many eyelashes. Being stimulated by the bowls of the bowl downstairs, he went downstairs, saw Hwinon immediately greeted. This kid, come and say a word. Hwinon heard that, turned back to look back, Noah, for a long time did not meet, after finishing the work, had to go up. Wow, is the me Thursday in? I have never seen so many eyelashes like that. Hearing that, Hwinon immediately asked, it seems that Mithon Rin is very difficult to find? Noah could not help resentment, of course, hard to find, it was inherently very rare metal. Speaking of which, looking at the appearance of the armor, are you going to decisively redo a new set? Hwinon affirmed. I want to ask your grandson to do. Hearing that, Noah looked uncomfortable, constantly huffed. Writes to see that, raised his head to look at Noah. The family, what did he want to do with us? Seeing his grandson as well as understanding the story, Noah looked at Hwinon. Indeed, why do we interfere with the work of others, the owner of Koi Jayap, nor do we ask for me, that's all. Seeing this appearance of Noah, Hwinon also felt exhausted. Noah, do you have time? Noah continued to speak. Time? If we now agree to receive orders, appointments in the next 10 years will be tight. Seeing the great master of the bracket is still so big, Huinon immediately changed direction. Really? Thus, even if we ask him, he cannot do it. The right to relieve the siege. But he currently does not receive orders. Despite saying that, making the mastermind's bracket a bit collapsed, but Noah was still itchy. Immediately said, "Hey, plan to mix, must make drawings and plans, what are you standing out there?" After finishing the bowl, Noah looked towards the illusory image. Speaking of which, we have seen the newspaper, heard that Sakawai awakened. Huinon affirmed. Yes, receiving an affirmative answer, Noah began to spit. So why did he not see me once? Next time I have to say he can. Huinon saw that. Appease. You forgive him once. Anyway, he had to go to the second floor, there were many things to prepare, Noah was not really comparable. Immediately patted Huinon's shoulder. Remember carefully, if the weapon or defensive equipment is broken, telling him to come here. Also, during this time, hard for you, you really did a big deal. Hearing that, the illusory image is quiet, we are still poorly praised. Anyway, there are 3 people to save, you can do it. Well, I don't look at who I am. The unconditional person supports me. In this world, just having one person has made people touched, and we have many people. Wait for us to bring the other 3 friends. Such a person will definitely increase 3 people, certainly one day. One day, Huinon opened the skill book, received from the Lord. Do you want to study the skill book's revealing? Huinon closed her eyes, confirmed, began to receive the enhancement of the magic, along with the use of skill books surrounding the illusory image, producing a great stream of air. Along with the sound of Huinon's heart beating stronger and stronger, the magic circuit also began to bulge. Although the most powerful hero is illusory, also for such intense pain, feeling surprised. Originally, I wanted to care about Huinon. The queen of the queen hurriedly covered her mouth. When it was being strengthened, we had to keep silent. Gradually, the illusory image slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, then patted the mist, breathed away. You were about to breathe. Hearing that, Bang Swang Queen refused. I was just afraid of coughing, so knew how to reveal. Huinon laughed and said, formerly 2-lane line, now turned into a 4-lane line, larger magic capacity, if the lane is more, bringing all lanes to use. The consumption magic will also increase. What makes people more surprised is that this is not only a disposable spirit, so the current official starts. After that, Huinon uses skills, acceleration, and new revealing magic, accelerated effect, seems to double. Bang Swang Queen at the side, hearing the fierce heartbeat of Huinon, reminded, you were a little careful, because the speed of your body's heat generation will be faster. I know. Huinon took the ball of the tennis ball, brought the condensed force in his hand, quickly threw it out, after the shadow of the ditch left his hand. The illusory image quickly chased after, in the blink of an eye to catch the tennis ball.